Hello, my name is Dan Hennon. Today is July 11th, 2017. I'll be joined with guest host Greg Fernandez Jr. And between the both of us, we're going to review the movie documentary called A Gray State by Erik Nelson. This is the documentary that Erik Nelson and his team put together relating to the David Crowley and the family murders and the project called The Gray State. It was premiered at the Tribeca Film Festival. The film, once again, is a documentary called A Gray State, not to be confused with the Gray State project that David Crowley was working on, or Gray State: The Rise, the documentary that David Crowley did. But this is called A Gray State, which is really just a documentary based on this whole events of the deaths of the family of three in Apple Valley, Minnesota. Is that a good way to summarize it, Greg?
Yeah, it's basically a documentary of the documentary and of the life of David Crowley, and more so, not really his life, but his death is kind of what it seems to really be focused on. And this whole alt-right thing, the key word that I keep hearing is alt-right, right-wing, you know? It's like, wait a minute.
Yeah, it's really pushing the envelope there on some of these reviews of the movie.
Yeah, and there's no facts to really back up any of this alt-right crap. So.
Yeah, and the movie was the documentary that Erik Nelson directed was taking, I think it was up to 13,000 hours of different footage and audio and home movies and selfies, and David awfully seemed to film a lot at home all the time. Anything that came up, it seemed to film. So once they got a hold of all of this footage and video and photographs and video, they really went to town on making this movie, and it really brought out some new things. Now, I haven't seen it myself, and neither have you, but it just came out. It was previewed in the Tribeca Film Festival. Now, lately, it was shown in the Nantucket Film Festival, and then I think next month it makes its premiere in the Australian Film Festival. Now, tonight's show topic will really be the reviews that we're seeing on this website called the Rotten Tomatoes movie review website. And the reason that we're dedicating this section tonight for this episode is there's only 5 reviews out there on this movie, and all I think were added in a 1 week time period, and they all say basically the same thing with a little different verbiage, and then nothing's been added since, and all the 5 reviewers give it 2 thumbs up, or in this case 100% really on the tomato meter, as this great documentary. But yet there's no poster on the movie, there's no information on it, the audience has it written in, there's no other comments, there's just 5 critics, and they say what a great movie it is. So tonight's episode will be basically on this, and what I'll do is I'll pull this up, Greg, and there's only the 5 reviews, and we're going to go through one at a time and basically bring them up. How does that sound for you?
Cool, sounds good. Yeah, I think people should, check out this site, and if they want to, start leaving comments. I think I might just leave a comment here in a day or two.
Yes, good idea. And the other thing too is reviewing these comments and reviewing these reviews. Keep in mind too, as many of us talk about the compromised media and the mass media as tools and slaves and basically working for the man. These reviews, as I read them, do not seem to be authentic reviews. They're still seem to be pushing a narrative. So, for the listeners out there, when you watch this, leave comments yourself below this video when we publish it, because hopefully it'll open your eyes and ears when you read reviews in the future. Right off the bat, we'll start with Frank Scheck. Frank Scheck wrote a Gray State film review for the Tribeca Film Festival. Although several self-identified citizen investigators, he's referring to us here, by the way, attempted to prove that the family was murdered, the quote, credibility means nothing to me, one of them ironically comments. And that's a shot towards you, Greg, there. I believe
I was wondering who that was about.
That was exactly, and I'll get to that too, because this is a good one to start with, because I know exactly what you meant when you said that, but he obviously took it the wrong way. It goes on to say the film makes its case methodically and persuasively. Nelson, who's produced such Werner Herzog documentaries such as Grizzly Man, Herzog returns the favor by serving as this film's executive producer, clearly knows his way around obsessive personalities, and in Crowley he's found a compelling textbook example of obsession descending into madness. And so right off the bat, Frank Scheck goes in and makes a couple, I wouldn't say condescending, but comments, and then really throws Crowley under the bus as an obsessive person here who has descended into madness. And that's a common theme on these reviews too, is painting, I would call this the David Crowley case, going down that path of the movie The Shining, with the Stephen King movie The Shining is what I'm kind of referring to, is they're painting David Crowley into this person who's gone off the deep end. Werner Herzog is the executive producer of Erik Nelson's documentary about the mysterious deaths of an alt-right filmmaker and his family. So there we get the phrase alt-right right off the bat.
Right-wing media provocateur Alex Jones recently admitted in court that he's merely playing a character. Yeah. We're already here talking about Alex Jones. All of a sudden, the focus, an article that is supposed to be about David Crowley and this alt-right filmmaker who killed his family, all of a sudden it turns to Alex Jones. And they call Alex Jones someone who is associated with the right wing. Well, I don't believe there's any proof that Alex Jones is associated with the right wing. I don't believe Alex Jones, really gets into that, to the Democrat-Republican thing. I think he's getting a lot of flack now because of his stance on Trump. But really, this has nothing to do with Alex Jones. It goes on again, talking about exploring the alt-right phenomenon through the prism of a conspiracy theory involving its subject's demise, a gray state in which Jones makes a brief appearance, provides timely political commentary, along with a fascinating true-life crime tale. Here we are talking about an alt-right filmmaker, and then we move to Alex Jones. And I think that's a big problem, because what is the tie between Alex Jones and David Crowley? There are some, but they don't really go into that. They don't really mention how many times has Alex Jones had David Crowley on. I've only found maybe one, maybe two.
Yeah, I think it was once or twice, but that was about it. And Jones supported it along with a bunch of other folks in the alternative media. But in working with the Gray State and the David Crowley, he was very prominent to ensure not to use Republican Democrat paradigm in any of his work. I mean that, and now what we're getting in the reviews is that all over again. The shoving the left side, right side, divide and conquer, and that was not Crowley's aim. I think from being a libertarian standpoint on this project, is to mainly open up their eyes and educate the people, not left-right paradigm, not left, alt-right and everything else. But the review right away goes into this Alex Jones connection, and as a discrediting attempt.
Erik Nelson has also said he would consider David Crowley a libertarian. And I think we're going to find that too. It's like, well, where is this alt-right thing coming from? Like, why are these articles so slanted? I don't think that this movie is going to solve what really happened. But maybe I'm wrong. Wouldn't be the first time. Now,
the self-identified citizen investigators, I think he's referring to you and I.
Why do you think that's us? That's so funny.
That is exactly because one of your quotes on your exchange with Sean Wright right at the beginning on an instant message was, "You're going to lose all credibility if you go down this road." And you said back to him, "My credibility means nothing to me. I'm not out for how I'm viewed down the road. I'm out for the truth," is what you said.
Okay.
And that, I think, is what he's driving at here by saying how ironic it is. Now, I'd like to jump in here and opine personally that it's the same with me. So I agree with you, Greg, here that credibility for me on this case means nothing, as far as I'm not trying to do research into this case to be credible on the street or to have street cred or to look good or to look bad. It's to get the truth out there, irrelevant of the credibility and how it makes me look as a person, sheds me in a good or bad light. That's what you were referring to there, and that's what Sean Wright was so concerned about by saying if you jump in this, you're going to lose street cred on the outside by delving into this case, and you said, I don't care about that.
Gotcha.
I want the truth to come out. So that's the whole point with investigators like what we have here on the Justice for David Crowley pages. It's the people that want the truth, irrelevant if they like it or not, if it sheds them in a good light or not, or if it sheds them in a positive or negative light. We don't care about that, is what this whole point is trying to be. We want the truth out there.
Right, and they're trying to kind of spin that.
Correct.
By saying that the credibility, that I'm not worried about credibility because I don't have any, or I mean, I'm reading this. I've read this sentence like several times, and I still don't know what the crap this guy is saying. I might just have to ask him.
Yeah, you certainly could. But yeah, the two featured in the film is us on that Citizen Investigators, is who he's driving at there, and that's kind of a shot, an underhanded shot there towards us as not knowing what's going on. Now the next one is Nick Shager. Nick Shager writes for the Daily Beast. He made a comment on his review here from 4/20/17. The title on his review, not his review, but the article that he wrote reviewing the movie, An Alt-Right Filmmaker's Descent into Madness, Paranoia, and Murder-Suicide, is the headline. A documentary, A Gray State, examines the story of David Crowley, an Iraq veteran and alt-right filmmaker whose paranoia consumed him. So, right, we get back to your favorite word there, the alt-right. They're trying to spin a political side of this story,
right.
Left-right paradigm again, using those key words, and basically someone who is consumed by paranoia. They use the word descent into madness. It's back to The Shining. It's a Jack Nicholson episode here from the Stephen King movie, The Shining. It's what it comes down to.
Yeah, here's David. Here we go.
And it says the comment, which brings us back to Alex Jones, who appears on multiple occasions throughout A Gray State, thanks to David's fandom.
Oh.
So it
Isn't
brings in
nice?
Alex Jones on this one as well. Yeah, they suggest here that David's uncompleted movie is a warning sign about the real horrific costs of promoting conspiracy theories to a gullible, volatile element of the public. As one friend remarks about the online criticism David received for not completing his project on time, whereas comic book fans might be nitpicky about a superhero movies, Gray State's target audience was another level of obsessive. These people are actually legitimately insane, though. That's the difference. That's the article here from the Nick Shager, and that's just one paragraph. I think I've got another one here saved, but he mentions once again the Alex Jones, mentions the alt-right, and mentions conspiracy theories, selling it to a gullible, volatile element of the public.
Yeah, if you read the first paragraph, it really has the whole first part has nothing to do with David Crowley. It's about Donald Trump, and it's about Alex Jones, it's about Sandy Hook, it's about all of these different theories that have nothing to do with this case and hopefully have nothing to do with this film, because that's not the real story here. These guys are missing the whole point. They're missing the real story here. And to me, that is ironic, that these people are in these places where they can write these stories and they expect us to take them seriously, but they will not cover the actual story. And why do all of these reviews sound exactly the same? They're worded a little bit differently, but it's basically saying the same thing with the same cast of characters and with the same lies. I mean, there is no alt-right. The alt-right has nothing to do with this. Donald Trump has nothing to do with this. Alex Jones, they have nothing to do with this. It's not about that. It is about, did this guy kill his family and himself, or did he not? That's what I hope that this movie will focus on. I still have high hopes that it will focus on that. And after we watch this movie, that we will walk away wanting to do more research. That's what I hope it does.
Correct. It says here too that it does say that the movie employs an enormous amount of footage shot by David as he prepped his opus, as well as plentiful home movies and interviews with friends, relatives, and coworkers. Erik Nelson depicts his subject as a vet so disillusioned by his combat tours of duty that he became gripped with paranoia about the military-industrial complex's nefarious intentions. Expressing that through his film, he gave a voice to those on the nascent alt-right who spend their days and nights dreaming of violent rebellion in the name of liberty.
Oh, right.
So we get this vet now so disillusioned by his combat tours. Now they're hinting at PTSD, paranoia, and it mentions the alt-right. So it also goes on to say that the police deemed it a murder-suicide that was pre-planned by David, replete with an iTunes playlist soundtrack created just for the occasion. So it's just a very condescending note here written on in the review of a guy who went off the deep end. PTSD, military, paranoia. These words we're hearing is the paranoia types of phrases over and over again.
Yeah, and this guy is actually saying that the cops are saying that David created this iTunes playlist just for this, just so he could commit these crimes.
Specifically made just
that
for
doesn't
this
make
event.
any sense.
And that's what he's alluding to here.
That's kind of what it sounds like. Yeah, that's. I mean, if I'm reading this right,
and it says the word pre-planned. So a soundtrack created just for the occasion leads the reader once again to premeditated events and things that were done way in advance to come up with this murderous rampage.
Right.
So they're leaving they're alluding to, they're planting the seeds in the heads of the reader that this was premeditated, and it's a slam dunk, open and closed case. Once again, tying it all off in a nice bow for the reader to look at, rather than letting the person watch the movie and come up with their own conclusion.
Right, because they never take the time to explain why they think this was pre-planned, and yet at the same time, David snapped.
Correct.
How do they explain that? Well, they just don't talk about it and hope nobody asks about it. But, of course, people are going to ask about it. They know that a lot of people are asking. They have a responsibility. The police, from the beginning, had the responsibility to give the public as much facts as possible, so that way a lot of people wouldn't be jumping to conclusions and wouldn't, have all of these outlandish theories, blah, blah, blah. But it's just like... and then now it seems like this film is going to kind of, is it going to counter that? Is it going to really answer these questions, or is it just going to kind of gloss over some of these things that we've been very focused on? I'm kind of worried about that too, is that they're going to try to get everybody to focus on something else and not focus on the real story here and the real facts and the real questions.
Correct. I agree 100%. It's all meant to distract and derail the person watching watching it, the film, and coming up with these various preset conclusions, rather than being open-minded and exploring and researching what really went on here behind the scenes. Now, Nick Shager goes on to say on his review on Rotten Tomatoes, is a gray state slowly peels back the curtain on David's private life to reveal an increasingly unstable individual, one whose suspicions about institutional systems quickly blossomed into distrust of everything and everyone around him. So once again, we see the words, we see the suspicions, the unstable individual, leading here to the psycho, to the person who's lost touch with reality, a sociopath, essentially, distrusting everything and everyone around him. So there are some other key words there from Nick Shager.
Did the police see this stuff? Or is there stuff that people withheld from the police, or just didn't bother to tell them?
Well, that's
think that it was relevant.
That's a good question, because of this 13,000 hours of information. I don't believe the detectives and the investigators went through all that stuff. It sounds like Erik Nelson and his group got their hands on this information and grabbed all of these hard drives and went through them and came up with the good stuff that was gleaned, and put it into a movie in the format of a documentary. So I think they went through and picked and chose the good items there and turned it into a movie that would sell, that would, keep people entertained, but not really tell the story of what happened in that home relating to the murders.
Yeah, and this writer has got to be one of the worst. First of all, this was published on 4/20. I think he should have waited and sobered up.
Correct.
Because this whole article begins with Alex Jones and it ends with Alex Jones. Why is he trying to push so hard this tie between Alex Jones and David Crowley? Maybe because a lot of people know who Alex Jones is, or at least have some false sense of who Alex Jones is. And the readers of these websites, the ones who actually go there, doesn't sound like they're, fans of Alex Jones. They actually might have some ill will, some hatred towards Alex Jones. So if the author can psychologically, tie David Crowley with Alex Jones, then the people that don't like Alex Jones, well, maybe they won't like David Crowley either, and maybe they won't really look into what happened with David Crowley and his family. They'll just write it off. And I think they've been trying to write this off since day one. I think a lot of people have been.
Yeah, it's more modus operandi, the MO of these critiques, trying to slam home the fact that David Crowley was a nut job who lost touch with reality. That's it. It's just that's what they're trying. It's a discredit campaign, I think, is what these articles are setting out to do.
I think the good thing is at least he doesn't talk about our credibility, right? So that's good.
Yes. Now, Anthony Kaufman is the next one. He writes for Screen International. Anthony writes, a tantalizing and fascinating real-life story. Now, keywords, real life, throw that out with the word truth, true, real life, trying to send the message home that the case is closed, it's a done deal. A highly topical and resonant trip down the alt-right rabbit hole produced by Werner Herzog. This is what Kaufman writes there. Alt-right comes up again, the word rabbit hole.
Only took them 2 sentences. That's it. And the alt-right is back.
And it's right on back.
Oh, boy. There it is. The alt-right rabbit hole. Okay, I don't know. I guess I'm going to have to figure out who is really a part of this alt-right and why are they connecting David Crowley to this alt-right thing.
Now, he writes on this article that I did a screenshot, says, but if the documentary begins as some kind of American movie for the alt-right, keyword, portraying a dedicated outsider, filmmaker's efforts to make his very own blockbuster, the story abruptly turns darker. In January 2015, Crowley was found dead along with his wife and daughter in their Minnesota home. Crowley's fans and devotees were quick to call foul play, suggesting that the U.S. government assassinated one of their would-be leaders. But the truth, as Erik Nelson reveals in his carefully plotted out and sympathetic investigation, is more tragic and sad than shadowy. What are some key words that jump out for you, Greg, on this one?
Well, so Erik Nelson has the truth. So basically they're saying this guy's saying this film is the truth. Everybody has their theories, and he's going to lump all of the fans, he's lumping them all into one small little box and saying this is what they all thought.
Correct.
Which is totally BS. I mean, there's so many different people that have so many different views or that don't have a conclusion. They haven't come to that point where they've said, okay, this is what happened. Yeah, there are many that have, but I think there are many more that have not. And this guy doesn't even address those. It's just, well, this is what the fans think. This is what these people think. And it's not true. And then he's going to actually use the keyword true in this. That's ironic, too, to me. I mean, come on. It doesn't get any more ironic than that. And it always comes back down to the theory that the government killed him, which they know that is a key word for many people that are just going to go, that are going to roll their eyes, and they're not going to want to dig any deeper.
Yep, and what I see here, Greg, is the phrase Hegelian dialectic jumps right out at me. It's suggesting two sides, once again, on everything that this Anthony Kaufman writes. He says Crowley's fans and devotees were quick to call foul play. That, to me, shows that the only people, what he's subliminally messaging here is the only people that call foul play in this entire case were Crowley fans and devotees. Now, I myself am not a Crowley fan before this case happened. I never heard of David Crowley, and I wasn't devoted to his work and even never heard of the Gray State Project. But I, on day one, was quick to call foul play on this case. There's many others like me and and yourself out there that called foul play that were not fans and devotees. So the article shows that the only people calling foul play were his big fans and supporters, what it makes the reader assume. Then he goes on to say that those who called foul play suggested it was the U.S. government that did it. Once again, Hegelian dialectic, one way or the other. If someone did kill him, it was the U.S. government. That is not what many of us are suggesting, that it was a top-level assassination. It could certainly be an option, but there's lots of different scenarios here. But this article is really pushing down the reader's throat that there's two sides. You're either with them or you're not. You're a nut job like Crowley's fans, or you're not. Everything that he's presenting here in this carefully crafted article is suggesting we, they, us, them, good, bad, all left, right paradigm. Now, he also goes on to say, but the truth, as director Erik Nelson reveals, is more tragic and sad than shadowy. So once again, it's bringing conclusion, it's bringing closure to this case, that Erik Nelson has done the work with his team, investigated all the scenarios, and has put the truth here in one nice documentary that someone could watch and solve this case. The word truth is used, and that's what jumped out at me after reading this one.
If I was a fan, I'd be pretty pissed off. It also says, it calls David a would-be leader, one of their would-be leaders, as if these people really need leaders. It wasn't really about leaders. I don't see anywhere where David, at least publicly, considered himself a leader, or where other people considered himself their leader. So it's always about, we need some type of a leader, Then he has to talk about truth. You don't know what the truth is. Erik Nelson will tell you he does not know what the truth is. I haven't seen this movie, and I can almost guarantee you that when you watch this movie, it will not be what the truth is. I think it'll be a lot more questions, as it should be, because there are a lot more questions that have not been answered. And I think we're right back to that same thing where the focus is what they want it to be. It's not about what really happened. And that's what's sad and shadowy here, is that they don't want to focus on the actual truth.
Correct. The leader, I remember reading one of the other reviews of this movie also, they called David Crowley a charismatic leader. They're trying to push that almost, I'm trying to think of the guy's name, James Jones, almost a Jim Jones concept is what they're trying to visualize, that he was some off-the-rails leader that people were blindly following. And I think that's they're trying to make, to discredit, part of this MO, to discredit David Crowley, that he was a David Koresh, Waco kind of a figure, is what they're trying to envision in people's heads because they can latch onto that. That's how I see these articles coming off, when they use the word leader, that is.
Yep, you're absolutely right.
All right, Jason Bailey is next.
He doesn't talk about alt-right too, right? He takes it a little easier on us.
Let's see what Jason writes. This is a harrowing portrait, how easily our own darkness can take us over if we let it. Jason Bailey, who writes for Flavor Wire. Once again, darkness, this whole dark, you can easily take it over. It's called a harrowing portrait. Jason writes about that, and I got a clip here, and let's see what phrases he uses. On Christmas Day, 2014, an independent filmmaker named David Crowley killed his wife, 5-year-old, and himself.
On Christmas Day.
Right there, it's written as if it's a fact. It's written as truth and fact. And really, that's an opinion and a theory. But because of a cryptic clues that he left behind, and the fact that he was making a libertarian fringe thriller for the Alex Jones set, this horrible tragedy became fodder for conspiracy theorists who believe he was silenced for his anti-government leanings. Erik Nelson's sad and often chilling documentary argues that it was far less dramatic or extraordinary than that. Theirs was a sad story of a couple succumbing to despair and to the same kind of paranoia that infused his work. It's a hard movie to watch, as his private audio and video recordings serve as journals of a descent into madness.
Ooh, there's that word again.
But this is a harrowing portrait how easily our own darkness can take us over if we let it. So there's so many things on this phrase by Bailey here that it seems he got the script, tweaked it a little bit from what he was supposed to write, and then published his review. But once again, it's almost copy-paste items.
Yeah. It sounds like this.
It states the fact that he did the killing. He left clues behind. He uses the phrase libertarian as a fringe thriller. Mentions Alex Jones again as an attempt at discrediting the fans, and then he uses the phrase conspiracy theorists who do believe he was silenced for his anti-government leanings. Now,
and fodder. Don't forget fodder.
The word fodder there is another belittling, bemeaning word here for those. But Hegelian dialectic, once again, if you do believe that he was silenced and someone did it, it was killed by the government because of his anti-government leanings.
Right. And that's it. That's all you get. It's either that or he's guilty.
It also mentions that the story is sad. It's a sad story of a couple succumbing to despair. And it goes on to say the word paranoia that was infused in his work. And they serve as journals. These audio and video recordings serve as journals of a descent into madness. It's back to The Shining. It's back to that Jack Nicholson character descending into madness. But is it him now, or is this review calling him and Kamel both descending into madness? You know, we've got this one theory where there's a pact that they both agreed to do this. There's people talking that David went mad and took Kamel with him. There's theories that David and Kamel both went mad at the same time. I mean, I can't even keep up with all these goofy scenarios going on here from what could have happened. All we know is that they had a descent into madness.
Oh boy, that was a tough 3 sentences. I think it's just like, yeah, that's really tough. First, he's telling us when they were killed, which nobody knows. Police don't even know that. And then he's talking about a libertarian fringe thriller. I've never even heard that term. I don't even know what that means.
Well, now they're talking thriller instead of it's talking that the movie was made to be sold as a thriller on the fringe. You know, this fringe group conspiracy theories once again
that are libertarians, right? That are within the libertarians.
There's a total of 5, and no one seemed to put any more reviews out there or comments on there for the last 2 months now. So it's been these 5 jokers right off the bat, and then it's kind of gone silent. Nothing out there. We get Chris Barsanti next. Barsanti writes for the Playlist, and he on April 27th writes on Rotten Tomatoes, a stingingly emotional portrait of an outwardly confident and well-rounded man who is actually descending into madness. Keywords, look for the keywords now. Madness, descent. It's all a little more of the same here with this one. Now, Barsanti writes, here's the headline he used for the Tribeca review: When Fantasies Kill, the Murderous Madness of an Alt-Right Paranoiac in a Gray State. There's our same words again here. We're throwing in the alt-right, paranoid, and the word madness.
And check out the first sentence and see how accurate this sounds to you. Discussing a December 2015 murder-suicide.
There we go. Not long into Eric Nelson's tightly packed and disturbing documentary, A Gray State, discussing a December 2015 murder-suicide in a Minneapolis suburb that left filmmaker David Crowley, his wife Kamel, and their 5-year-old daughter Rania dead. Local journalist Corey Zarowski noted that it was catnip for conspiracy theorists, unquote. Why? Because for several years Crowley had been trying to make a feature film called Gray State that looked like something cooked up by a room full of Alex Jones fans after a 3-day Red Bull and Googling marathon.
What is that? Sorry, go ahead.
Please
continue.
It only gets better. The idea that Crowley, an Army veteran
Abattoir.
Habitua of alt-right sites would murder his family and write Allah Akbar in blood on the walls of their home before turning the gun on himself just wouldn't compute. So this is, now we get into some very condescending conspiracy theorists as considered morons, nerds, and geeks. They throw everything together here, even using the Corey Zarowski. Zarowski had the article in the City Pages that talked about the case that actually was pretty good, pretty well-rounded, I should say, not too good, but a well-rounded article in the City Pages in the Minneapolis-St. Paul area. But he did throw the word in that he said that he thought that this story was catnip for conspiracy theorists. And so it also goes on to mention here that the feature film Gray State that looks something cooked up by a room full of Alex Jones fans after a 3-day Red Bull and Googling marathon. And so this is just giving the reader the visual of nerds in their parents' basement, surfing the web all night long, using
that are Alex Jones fans.
Red Bull, yeah, and this is all to discredit.
Do these people not know that David Crowley was not an Alex Jones fan? I mean, do they not understand the vast differences between, Alex Jones? Do they not care about David Crowley's quote where he said, he didn't like the way Alex Jones was peddling merchandise to his fans and all that? It's every article has mentioned Alex Jones.
I think they all got a nice little paycheck for writing the review and probably didn't do much thinking of after watching the movie at all. These are I think the script for these reviews are written by the propaganda unit, the propaganda arm of the CIA, and then these authors came in and tweaked a little bit to make them look authentic, and that was it. They made the press. It's sitting there now in the world to read on the Rotten Tomatoes website, which a lot of people do use. Good, honest people do use that site for regular movies, but they're going to come here, read this, and say, I'm not interested in watching some Looney Tunes dude kill his family.
This article does mention as a self-proclaimed citizen investigators. Again, okay. Dismiss the notion that the crime scene was what it appeared to be. Again, it's like, no, that's not. They're missing so many things. There's so much that is missing here from what. If you're gonna mention citizen investigators, at least be accurate in mentioning what they're investigating.
Correct.
Not that they're investigating that the bodies were moved or this or that. We're investigating the whole thing. We're doing what they should be doing. We're doing their job for them, and we're not getting paid for this.
Correct.
That really kind of bothered me. And then they talk about Alex Jones again and how they're clear not to mention Alex Jones. He's only mentioned once or twice. It's like, so at least they do go there. And it's just too bad that they had to spend a whole first paragraph on Alex Jones first, and then say, well, but it's not really about Alex Jones. If you get past that.
Yep, they're all very, very cut from the same cloth. All these articles and reviews written by the experts, and the documentary was done by experts, and we've got the facts, we've got the truth. The case is closed. No need to do anything more of the research. You just pop in this movie for 93 minutes and you've got your answers and you can move on with your life, is what the intention of these reviews are setting. Once again, I got the Rotten Tomatoes front page here pulled up. It's showing 100% on the tomato meter for A Gray State 2017. There's no poster even for it. Hopefully we can encourage you to go out and make a comment on the Rotten Tomatoes site if you'd like to, but for certain, try to leave a comment here on this YouTube video, and we'll see if other people are noticing the same kinds of things, or if you could leave comments underneath this video here for anything that we have missed here tonight. But this is just the 5 reviews that are out there, and once again, it's just to help the reader look for keywords and key phrases and things like this when you look at things like this from a different set of eyes, being awake, being open to the truth. Some of these things I think seem to jump out at us when you start looking at it from that mindset. What other things have you gotten, Greg, on these 5 reviews? Anything else from a top level that you've seen on these reviews that you want to mention?
Well, I think we covered it. We basically covered it all. It's to connect the alt-right with Alex Jones somehow, and then with Donald Trump, and then with David Crowley. And in this last one by Chris Barsanti, it goes into the soldiers, how David, it focuses on the fact that David Crowley was a soldier. It talks about Black Hawk Down. It talks about PTSD. It really has a lot of code words in there that kind of make you feel sorry for this guy, and it's trying to tell you a story. And I think a lot of the problem that I see now, and a lot of the problem with a lot of the kids that are growing up now in this social media age, is that they want a quick answer, they want a quick fix, they want it solved. They think that they know everything. They think that, they can look at a couple of these posts and figure out what really happened. I think these guys that are writing these things, these 5 pieces, these 5 people that wrote these 5 pieces, they're going to move on to other things. They're going to move on to other topics. They don't care about this case. This is just another piece that they're writing. That's all it is. And that's what I truly think based on the way that they've written these things. They haven't written them with depth. They haven't written them with heart. And most importantly, they haven't written them with truth. And I think that's what's going to stand the test of time, is what those real facts are. And unfortunately, I think 5-10 years from now, people are still going to be asking a lot of questions about this case. It's sad.
The other thing I'd like to add that I just thought about now, Greg, is for the listeners out there that haven't read the article in the New Yorker magazine written by Alec Wilkinson that came out, I believe, in March of 2017, is to get a full flavor of these reviews. Read that entire article and then read these 5 reviews. And when you put those things together, these phrases and keywords and things jump right out at you as all being done, I believe, in concert with each other to send a message, to tell a story, like you said, to leave the reader with, I've got the answers now, everything's done, it's all solved, it's a true life story, it's complete, and now I've got my answers, I can move on and move on with my life now, because this has evidently been a case closed. So, and what we're here to say for Greg and I, if I can speak for you, Greg, is that this case is not closed officially. We don't know the answers. We don't have the truth. The people who have seen the movie, it does sound like there's just a lot of video footage and some interviews that were done, but it doesn't really solve anything regarding this case, is what I think. It doesn't solve, it doesn't answer anything. It's just a documentary filled with some video footage and home movies and interviews with the family. But I don't think it brings closure to anything, but I have not seen it, and neither have you, so I can't put the disclaimer on it officially.
Right, but I can guarantee that after we do get to see it, I'm sure we'll have a lot more to really say on this topic. I'm curious about the family and the friends who have seen this. What do you think? Are you satisfied? Does this answer everything? Does this give you closure? I spoke with one friend of the Crowley family, and I asked him if it gave him closure, and he said that he already had closure. It's like, well, then why are you making this movie then? Why are you being a part of this film? What is the whole purpose?
Correct.
Is that the whole purpose of this movie? So that way, then maybe they can actually get this Gray State movie where somebody will purchase it and where they can make it a $30 million Hollywood film. Is that the real goal here?
Correct.
Or is it truth? Because if it's truth, then I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing that.
Gotcha. All right. Any final words to wrap up, Greg? And I'll just want to remind the viewers of this to please leave your comments below if there's anything that we missed or anything we overlooked. Hopefully, you'll leave some comments down there below. Any last comments, Greg?
No, I think that's it.
All right. Thanks for listening in. Today is July 11th, 2017. For Greg Fernandez Jr., this is Dan Hennon. Welcome, everyone. My name is Dan Hennon. I'm joined with Greg Fernandez Jr. today. We also have a special guest, Ann, joining us. Her name is Ann, The three of us will go over some of the response on the movie A Gray State. This is the documentary directed by Erik Nelson that is finishing its rounds on the film festival circuit. And Greg and I have not seen it. We were both in it, and then Ann did end up. She's from the Minneapolis, Twin Cities, Minneapolis-St. Paul area. She did attend the screening and jotted down some notes, and she'll be joining us today. Greg, how are you doing tonight?
Hey, I'm doing great.
Good. And welcome, Ann. Are you with us?
I am.
Oh, very good, very good. And so I think that we haven't had a discussion on this yet, but just for the listeners out there, David Crowley spent a bunch of time making the movie, I think it's called The Gray State, and then there was a documentary that he and his team made called The Gray State: The Rise, and now this is a documentary after the deaths of the family, directed by Erik Nelson. It's called A Gray State. Now this is just a documentary, 93 minutes, and it'll be premiering here. It'll be coming out, I guess, in the theaters in November, but so far it has been in several film festivals: the Tribeca Film Festival, Melbourne, Nantucket, Greenwich International Film Festival, the St. Louis Film Fest, Milwaukee Film Festival, the Walker Art Center, which was a free screening that included a Q&A afterwards, and that is what Ann attended here last month in September in Minneapolis. And then I think a couple weeks ago was the Downtown Film Festival of LA. This coming weekend is the Hot Springs Documentary Film Festival in Arkansas, and then also in October is the Twin Cities Film Fest. And then this film will be coming out as a theatrical release in November, and well, it'll go from there. So, and I see you took some notes and you attended this. Can you give us some overview of some of your notes here, and we'll kind of chime in, Greg, if you can think of anything as we go. What was your feel and the ambiance and the demographic when you went in to go to that free screening? And
You had some people who are fans of the Walker Art Center and attend the film. You had people from the community who were just interested. And then you had a mix of students and Gray State fans. The film series that they were presenting that included a Gray State documentary was to show films with the pressing issues of our times and the urgent issues that are presented by documentary filmmakers. So they showed the film screening first, and then afterwards was the Q&A. And I was taking notes throughout the film, so I pretty much accurately captured what happened in the movie as it happened. One of the interesting aspects of the movie was the amount of laughter in the audience when they were reacting to the film. Erik Nelson admitted during Q&A that the audience laughed more during the screening in Minneapolis than any other time when the film was shown. Now, I don't think the audience was laughing at the death of the Crowley family or trying to be insensitive. I think they were, basically I think the film was at some points that Erik was trying to make it seem intense or trying to make David look psycho, and they were just enjoying his sense of humor, or maybe they were laughing at the film itself, but I don't
Excuse me, Ann, and this is Dan. I was just sorry to interrupt there, but did you say laughing?
They were laughing throughout the film quite a lot, actually, and I don't think they were laughing at the death of the Crowley family. I think they were laughing at the way Erik put the film together. There was one example I can give you. There was a home movie footage that David captured, and Ronnie was sitting on a chair outside on the deck, and she had a wooden stick in her hand, and Paleo was at the other end of the stick pulling on it. And you can kind of hear David saying off the cuff, you know, somebody may lose an eye over this, and I maybe the unfortunate thing is I may be the one to clean it up. And it was interesting because the audience laughed. You know, thought, I guess, David was making some kind of humorous joke. But Erik Nelson's response was to say, I can't believe the audience was laughing. This footage was where I was convinced David was a sadist. He was basically trying to tell us that David would have really let his daughter lose an eye or her play get out of control. But that's not how the audience perceived the event at all. And a gray state, basically, it starts out with people close to Kamal and David, some of their friends, their family, a commander he worked with in the service, describing what they knew of the family from the time David was probably a late teenager towards the end. And it was a kind of a pieced together narrative showing how David had violent fantasies his whole life and went psychotic basically and murdered his family. It also portrayed, and it didn't say directly, but it insinuated that David had abused his daughter Ronnie, and it insinuated also that when he involved children in the filming of Gray State, that was wrong, and he was subjecting these children to violence. And it was kind of insinuating that this is the kind of person he was. He cared more about himself than other people around him. And it also portrayed David as being controlling and abusive towards Kamal. But interesting enough, there really hasn't been any direct evidence that he was abusive. There are, events that family and friends maybe couldn't explain or didn't understand. But the way the film was put together, it didn't give you any answers either. The other thing that was interesting about A Gray State was that it did not mention at all the rise, and it did not mention any of the forensic evidence or police investigative reporting. It just relied on emotion to carry the story, and I didn't find it credible at all. I felt there was a lot of places where the film either contradicted itself or didn't tell the whole story. The biggest area I felt was questionable was Erik Nelson wants you to believe David is psychotic. His psychosis and violent fantasies are what led David to create Gray State. It doesn't mention that Gray State was very thoroughly researched, and David's research included current events. David Crowley made a video on YouTube explaining and going into detail the depths of the research he made, and the video was like 45 minutes long. He was very educated. This wasn't just a film made out of his mind. It also did not explain that David's views in Gray State and in the Rise were things that his friends had talked about a lot with him. I mean, there are other people questioning and having these very same kinds of interests as him. So it's not like he just invented this. And many of these ideas in the movie were actually fed to him and encouraged by his friends. I mean, the other part of the movie I didn't find credible at all was when it showed a clip of Dan and Greg, and it was a very, very short clip, and it was pieced together, and it said that you guys are citizen reporters, and it showed a small clip of Greg saying, "I don't give a crap about credibility," and the audience laughed at that a lot. You guys are portrayed as being conspiracy theorists, of not being open-minded or accepting to other theories, and basically the insinuation is that you guys are both nutcases. I didn't find that credible because it didn't explain or elaborate on your views and why you have your views. It just had 2-minute segment, then it skipped to the next thing. And actually in the description of A Gray State that's promoting it in the Walker, that I'm looking for now, that line from Greg was in here. I'm find it here. And it's just like, I don't believe, if he has a theory and he wants to present his evidence, that's one thing. that his movie shouldn't be based on casting other people in a false light and not including all the information. I feel like he was duping the audience. You know, why not give the audience all the information and let them decide for themselves?
When we're talking about the line, the whole, you know, I don't give a crap about my credibility. Was it prefaced by anything, or was it followed up by anything?
No, it was just in there, and it showed a video of Dan and then you filming in what looked like your home.
Did she drop off?
Yeah, I think so.
I was going to ask her a question. Maybe she'll. I was going to ask her a question. It sounds to me like the way she's explaining it is almost like this documentary is a biography about David Crowley, and that's not neither right or wrong, but the impression I got was that Erik Nelson was going to put this documentary together as a kind of an investigative piece to kind of close the loose ends on this investigation from a police and detective point of view, and bring us into it as well. I know that the group spent.
She's actually back on, so if you want to.
I am back.
Okay, I was just going to ask Ann before you cut off is the impression I got when they were making or putting together this documentary is that Erik Nelson wanted to get a investigative look, kind of at the case, the investigation of the killings for the documentary. But instead, it sounds more like a biography done on David Crowley, kind of his life and his background and kind of all these things that led him down this rabbit hole. And it doesn't really sound like the movie focuses much on the investigation, but just kind of his dwindling final days from a psychotic person or something like that. Is that what you?
Yeah.
It's kind of a biography on David versus going into the reasons that the killings took place from an investigative or a forensic standpoint. So that's kind of odd, I guess, for myself, I guess, to understand.
Well, it was interesting, too, was if you could call it, I don't know if you could actually call it it was biography on David. It was biography through the perspective of he's a deeply disturbed, abnormal individual. I felt like the family and the friends who were talking were very honest and sincere, but I also felt they were being exploited because I don't feel that their words and their memories were actually being presented. I felt like everything was being presented to push this psychotic narrative of David.
Yeah, the other thing is, I know when the film crew was here, they spent, it was probably well over 2 hours, probably 3 hours at my home, and I think they were interviewing Greg as well for many hours. So we had lots of questions and lots of on-air time giving our thoughts and ideas and stuff. So not much of that aired, just a little small snippet of it aired on the actual documentary.
Just one line from both of you, and it was made to make you guys both look like you were conspiracy theorists and that you were insane.
What a waste. They spent a lot of money on that.
Wow, that was a lot of time. It was an entire afternoon that, they spent looking for insight and ideas and things like that. And, and I spent a lot of time with talking on the investigative, on the forensic sides of things that did not add up. Certain, basic things on elementary items that a base level detective should have found and should have noted that were discrepancies. And I thought they were going to kind of take the ball and run with it on that. And then, Greg, you can probably add more to this, but I remember distinctly when that comment came up about your credibility, that was in response to someone from the Gray State Project who, in fact, told you to stop talking about the case because it may wreck your credibility. And I think that's when you responded by saying, I'm not worried about my credibility. I'm more worried about getting the truth out. And but it looks like that Erik Nelson perhaps cherry-picked some of our a couple snippets of our lowest moments and kind of spin us in a bad light to discredit us as well.
Well, they did ask me a lot about Sean Wright. I mean, a lot there was a heavy focus on him. They were looking for different quotes. I felt like they were fishing for certain quotes. And okay, so there is that quote, because I can tell you that quote was taken out of context, because if it doesn't preface the conversation I had with Sean Wright, that's where that quote came from. But then if they're doing that same thing to the family, they're probably misquoting everybody in this movie. So it's kind of hard to look at this movie as a credible movie. So.
Wow.
I actually have my brochure from the Walker where it references that line, and I can read you exactly what it says.
Yes,
It says
please.
here, several self-identified, quote, citizen investigators attempted to prove that the family was murdered. Quote, credibility means nothing to me. One of them ironically comments, the film makes its case methodically and persuasively.
Do they touch on the documentary on the widespread use of social media and how much attention this has gained on social media, how big this case is? Or do they just portray it as Greg and I are the two strange oddballs?
I didn't mention anything about social media, and in fact, I felt like the film was trying to make people on social media turn against David. It had at one point a clip in there stating that David was deleting comments from Facebook. I don't know, and then it had a line basically stating from one of his friends that the people leaving comments were beasts or something like that. But if you weren't listening carefully, it could be portrayed as an attacking remark, like he didn't care about his fans. And then there's also points in the film that made it sound like David just wanted to walk away from the film and be done with it, and it was too much pressure, but that doesn't match like that final letter that he wrote in December and how he's excited to move with the project, and doesn't match how he was excited to release The Rise. I mean, there were so many contradictions and unanswered questions in this film.
Did it touch on the Alam family down in Texas, how they switched and pulled away their cell phone numbers and required David to get his own cell number and things like that, and how the media kind of spun that as to David and Kamel were pulling themselves away and secluding themselves when that was certainly not the case? And does it get into the legal aspect or the attorney that was involved from David, where he was attempting to pull out Danny August Mason from the project altogether, and then he never heard back from him? That was heavily weighing on David's mind in those last days. And a good friend of his, I think at one time he may have even referred to him as his best friend, who had turned on him, and he needed legal help to break the ties. That's pretty serious stuff in the final months of your life, and around the same time when the police should be looking for a motive, motive, and opportunity, when I don't think that was ever even explored. Anything like that, or the mother dying months after the case, anything to that effect?
Well, Erik Nelson basically said he interviewed Cedra Alam and Mr. Alam, but that they didn't want to be part of the film, and then he also said he failed to get a signed release from them, so he couldn't use any footage he showed of them, which I, again, have a problem with.
He didn't get a signed release?
Yeah, apparently he did not get a signed release.
Well, in my case, and Greg, you could back this up if you want, before they even made efforts to come out here with the film crew, I had to have that signed release already done before they even set up the interview. So that's the very first thing that they do before they even start scheduling interviews. So I don't know if I would believe that from Erik Nelson, because they would have already had all that done for the interviews. I'm guessing that later on down the road, the Alam family says, no thanks, I no longer want to be part of this, and then retracted it later. Because there's no way they would have gone and done interviews without having that paperwork in hand. So I'll bet they retracted it after the fact. Is that how Erik Nelson portrayed it in the Q&A?
he kind of brushed over the retracted. He made it sound like, oops, I just forgot to send a release. My bad.
That he just forgot to get that he forgot to get the signed release. Well, we know that's not the case because there's no way. Greg, was that an important part for your interview as well?
I mean, they definitely wanted it, but there really wasn't a whole lot to what I signed. So, so for them to say that, we didn't get it or whatever, the fact that the Lom family did not want to be part of this movie should also raise a lot of questions. That also adds to the lack of credibility of this film, because here you have a key people that all seem to say that David Crowley is guilty. Why would they back out of this movie? That's a huge, huge deal. Huge.
So Ann, just to confirm, they were at one point in it, and then they never made the final cut of the movie, is what you're saying. They were interviewed, right?
They were interviewed, and he also said that he had access to some of David's computers and electronic information, but he did not have access to anything from Kamal, and that her computer, he said he couldn't access the computer because of a password issue, so he only had from David's side and then what his friends were saying.
Well, that may be correct, because from what we heard from Officer Gummert, from the lead detective, is that they also couldn't access her Microsoft Surface Pro, I think is what it was. They couldn't get in it sounds to me like the Dakota County Electronic Crimes Unit couldn't get the password to get into that machine. Is that correct, Greg?
Yes, that is definitely correct. As far as what they've said, sure.
That would make sense that Erik Nelson couldn't get into it. It's fishy that the Electronic Crimes Unit couldn't gain access to her stuff. But
I don't believe
that. Sidra and Anju Malam were interviewed, but then later requested to be out of the film and didn't make the final cut. There's a showing in a couple of weeks here in Minneapolis when it comes to the Twin Cities Fest. One of the days shows a version called the Director's Cut that'll also be aired. Have you heard anything, either of you two, with what's going to be in the Director's Cut? Is that going to be maybe the alarm footage that was left on the editing room floor, maybe in that version?
He didn't really elaborate what would be in the Director's Cut. If somebody had a question, he would say you just have to see the Director's Cut. I felt like he was plugging the Director's Cut, and it would just be a way to make additional money.
Yeah, I think we were told by not Erik Nelson, but the other guy, Robert Erickson, I think is his name. I was told that they had too much film, so they were cutting this down to a shorter version. So I'm not really shocked that they're bringing it out. I mean, look at all the footage that they have from us that they didn't use. They probably have a ton of footage from so many people that they didn't use. It sounds like the footage is heavily focused on the friends and the family, those closest ones to him. Is that correct, Ann? Or
yes,
wrong on that?
No, it's the people closest to him, and I think they're really brave for speaking out. I'm not going to say anything bad about the friends or the family, but like I said, I felt like they were being exploited to a sense, and I felt like it was hard to discern if this was really their real words and their perspective, or if it was being edited, or if information was being fed to him. I mean, there was a really memorable scene where one of Kamal's friends was talking about her memories of Kamal, and she's kind of trying to figure out, some of the more difficult memories, like why Kamal pulled out of the business. She shared that they had some difficult email conversations. You could tell she hadn't made up her mind one way or the other. She was just kind of make sense of things. And then Erik Nelson came in and told her off camera about the time when Sidra came up from Texas to see the family, and she was turned away. And as soon as the friend had heard that piece of information, she started breaking down. She was very teary. You could just see her saying, "Oh my God, why didn't she let her in the house?" And you got the sense that at that moment, I mean, from what was portrayed in the film, I don't know what she really, thinks and feels. But at that moment, it was like she was starting to buy the psychotic narrative now, And then there was the underlying pressure of the friends and family should believe this, and we, the audience, should believe this too. And, suspend all thinking, don't look deeper, just believe it.
Another thing, Ann, that has come up on the Justice pages on Facebook is that when this documentary was being, I think, finalized before it became shown publicly, is a lot of folks, including the neighbor Judy Prochnow and some of the members of the Gray State team, I think remembered using the phrases, it'll all make sense when you see the movie, that'll answer all your questions. Anything that you question about why David did this will be in the movie, and that should close all the future questions. Is that a sense when you watched that movie that it kind of brought closure to what happened and why David did this, or not?
I didn't have. I walked away feeling like we don't have the answers. It didn't answer anything to me at all.
I wonder why would they say that, though? It sounded to me like it was a very slam dunk. Like, once you see this, it'll put all of your goofy theories to rest. Once you see this, because it'll answer everything. It'll tie everything off in a nice little bow, and everything will be solved once you watch this movie. So that's not the impression you received. Instead, there was, I still don't get all the laughter in the audience.
David in the movie seemed to have kind of a quirky sense of humor, and he seemed to be original. I don't know why people are laughing. That's the only thing I can think of. I think that Erik Nelson was hoping that the bits from the electronic diary would somehow sway people to believe David was psychotic. But David was, I would like to say the movie portrayed David as almost having autism. He was portrayed as being such an unusual thinker and being so different from others that when I heard the electronic diary, it didn't sway me to believe that David did anything. I was questioning if this is just his way of speaking and his personality. Maybe he went overboard making David seem so unusual and,
Interesting. What about this electronic journal? Can you tell us anything more about how it was found or how it was discovered, or where it was located, and why it wasn't in the police reports and things like that? Did it mention anything like that as far as, we've been hearing a lot about this electronic diary, electronic journal? It was referred to as an online diary at one point, and then an online journal. And what kind of format was it, and what kind of things did David put in this journal?
That was like one of the big missing pieces in the movie that made me question the movie, actually. Is there was no information whatsoever about where it was found, how they accessed it. It was just kind of something that was read once in a while, I believe, by David's father. And that, to be honest, parts of the online journal reminded me of some comments that David made on his Instagram account and maybe some of his Facebook comments. It was just very hard to make sense of the journal because you weren't given any context, and not knowing where it came from, you didn't know how to judge if it was credible, had it been altered, who had access to it, You had no information about, was it, how did they forensically evaluate this? Was it date stamped? There's just nothing. It just appears in the film and it's being read. The other reason why the online journal to me didn't seem credible is because Erik Nelson didn't seem to understand what Gray State was or why Gray State is important to the fans and the people. It seemed like he was completely misjudging Gray State. So because he had that impression, I didn't trust his interpretation of the online journal. Nelson portrayed Gray State basically as senseless violence in a movie with a lot of killing. When you sit down and you watch the documentary, the first scenes you see are images from Gray State of Danny Mason hacking people up. And you're watching this, and it's really shocking, and you're not given any context. So you see this, and you're just like, oh, man, this is a terrible movie. No wonder this guy did this. but you don't hear that David Crowley meant Gray State as a love story and as a human interest movie. You don't hear that the trailer was made to grab attention and the film was much deeper. And then at other points, Eric's showing only the worst things in Gray State. He's showing scenes where David has the actors sit down, and he's showing David pointing the gun in the back of people's heads and blowing them off, or the scene in the movie. At another point, he made it look like David traumatized the child actors in Gray State by making them play the scene where the kids are ripped out of bed in the middle of the night and they have to scream, help me, help me. And David's telling the children, if you say help me, where's my mommy? I'm not going to stop filming, but if you want me to stop filming, say banana. And, you know, it sounds innocent when I'm telling you about it, but when it's portrayed in this very intense, dark movie, it really made him look like he was subjecting children to trauma. And he didn't seem to understand the message of Gray State or why everyday people were attracted to it. I mean, you know, most people aren't attracted to Gray State to watch senseless violence. They're watching it because there's a human interest story, and it's hitting them at a personal level, and their eyes are opening to the world around them. And he completely misjudged that. So it was hard for me to believe that he could even understand David at all, or that this electronic journal, he could even read that.
And I have a question. This is Dan. Do you think, from watching it, do you think that Erik Nelson himself ever sat down and watched Gray State: The Rise? It's a 2.5-hour documentary that kind of puts everything in line and sheds light on everything that David and his project and his team was doing. That's the groundwork, I think, for everything. He certainly would have watched that documentary, I would have hoped. Do you get the sense that he even took the time to even watch that?
The Rise never came up at all. So you got a situation where he either didn't watch it, which is horrible, or he watched it and he completely discarded it, which is equally as appalling. And then you have to kind of wonder, what's the story going to come out in the director's cut? You know, The Rise was not mentioned at all. I mean, wasn't included.
Did they do any interviews from the?
Odd.
Oh,
Right?
go ahead. Go ahead, Greg.
I was just saying, that's odd that it wasn't actually mentioned, especially. I don't know. I find that very, very odd. You know, why wasn't it mentioned? And you know, are people going forward with it? And it's this documentary is definitely going to be tied to that. Are the same people that came out with the Rise, with the, you know, with that movie, whoever made that after David died, are they still part of whatever is going to happen next with the whole Gray State project? But we'll get into that later. But that's very odd to me too, because it almost seems like there's two groups here forming.
And then you have to wonder too, if David is so psychotic and he's planning to release The Rise at the beginning of the year. I mean, The Rise is a very educated film, and it required a lot of thought and higher level functioning to put that film together. You know, it's almost a college level film, very educated. If he's that psychotic, why aren't we seeing the evidence of the psychosis in The Rise? I mean, you don't flip psychosis on and off like a switch. If he's that bad off, that film should have been a hot mess.
And David came off to me as more of a perfectionist in his art, in his work, in his creativity. He was more of a perfectionist. It came off as that he was a very driven individual. Interesting. Now, did they have was there any interviews? I forgot to ask, and their daughter, Rani, went to a preschool called Cypress Montessori in nearby Burnsville, Minnesota. I'm guessing that they would have done some interviews there with little Rani's teacher or maybe the director at the school. Did any of those footage make the film?
No, the only comments from Ronnie were maybe a couple of Kamel's friends, and then Dan Jr. said a couple lines about her, but nothing from the school at all. And some of the
what was Dan Jr.'s comment? What kind of um, how did he relate to what kind of comments did he make about little Ranny?
There was two main things he said. He admitted that he would babysit for Ronnie, and then at one point that fell through. And he said David didn't get back to him, but he just wasn't concerned about that. And he didn't think something was wrong, which I thought was kind of weird because as a daycare provider, if somebody doesn't get back to you, you immediately suspect something could possibly be wrong with a child. That's not something you usually let fall through like that. The other thing he said about Ronnie is that she had some goofy traits, and he said something to the effect of she was everything you could ever. Here it is. He said she had some goofy traits, and that she would be my dream girl. And then there was a noticeable pause, and then he said, as a dad, which totally creeped me out. I mean, it just did.
Now, you follow the justice pages, correct, to some extent?
Yes.
You remember about a year ago when one of the cousins came out forward and mentioned, kind of blew the whistle on something that Dan Jr. did in the youth camp, sexually with an underage boy, and that caused the family to basically up and leave. And they got problems with him going way back to youth camp at a youth camp, something with youth kids and stuff. So. Was it awkward at all with him babysitting the daughter at all? But I do find it strange that, like you said, that comment does seem to be quite awkward.
It wasn't just a comment; it was the noticeable pause. So I wrote down what he said. It says here, Ronnie was what every parent would want in a daughter. She had some goofy features. There is so much to love about her. She would be my dream girl, and it was like a noticeable pause, a couple minutes, and then said, as a dad. I mean, the pause was what made it creepy. If he had just said it and you moved to the next subject, the pause is what really drew your attention to it.
Wow, that's very strange. How about the sister? Now, Allison, was she in it at all? Allison, the David's sister, was she mentioned?
She was not mentioned in this one at all. They had some quotes from his dad. Like I said, reading the electronic journal, the dad was very emotional, understandably, and didn't say too much personally. They had some quotes from Mitch Hyo, Adam Shambor, Sean Wright, Dan Mason, I believe a commander that served with David in the service, and some friends of, like one friend I believe that was Kamel's friend. And then they prominently featured footage of Paleo for some reason. But like I said, the whole narrative was David was abusive and psychotic, so it was hard to determine if the friends really felt this way or what point did they believe this. I mean, there really wasn't a lot of context there. And then they had a small clip also of Judy and Colin talking about when the bodies were found, but they weren't featured very much in the movie at all other than that. In fact, the movie generally seemed to brush over when the bodies were found, the deaths, what happened, the type of injuries. None of that was really explained. It was kind of creepy, too, that Erik Nelson was basically saying David orchestrated this murder. He planned well in advance to do this, and he was picked out every detail down to the music that would be played when he would kill his family. And this was all part of his, Gray State plot. And the creepiest thing Erik Nelson said was, strangely, David filmed so much of his life, but he didn't film the deaths of his family. I mean, it creeped me out, and it just really offended me. I just thought it was really insensitive and inappropriate.
Did others, do you think, got the same feeling? Were others in attendance watching this film offended or taking offense at some of this, or were they taking it in, just letting it soak in and watch it, or was it more of a film that if you didn't know the story, you left the theater believing that David was the bad guy?
People were invited to stay after the theater and talk amongst themselves. Nobody did. People left in large groups before the Q&A started, or they left immediately after the film. Some of the comments I heard that was, I didn't like the film, it was sad, and I think other people are just kind of trying to take in what they saw.
And was there anybody who left before the film was over?
No, not too much. It's a small, close-spirit theater, so you would have pretty much known if somebody left. And I think, too, the difference is, like, this film is shown at the Walker Art Center, so you have people who are used to intellectual and cultural and artsy films, so they're searching for meaning in the film and trying to see the artist's vision than an average movie-going crowd.
That's funny. So how many people can this place fit?
I'm guessing it maybe was 150 or so people.
There are 150 people there, or 150
yeah, about 150 people there.
Okay. Was it full?
It was about full, yeah.
Okay.
A lot of young people there. I would say a lot of students predominantly.
Interesting.
And it was interesting, too, because during the Q&A, Erik introduced people that were there as part of the Gray State team. He actually asked if Dan was there, and he kind of gave pause and was looking around. But after the film was over, people from the audience didn't seek out the Gray State team or ask questions or try to talk with them or anything. People were just pretty much up and leaving.
Did he? I'm sorry, Ann, I missed that last part. Did he ask for me?
Yeah, he asked for you. He mentioned you by name, and he kind of paused and looked around the audience to see if Dan was sitting in the audience.
That's odd. But he knows I'm not part of the Gray State team, correct?
Yeah, I think that's pretty obvious because he basically said that you're narrow-minded and you're never going to look into a psychosis theory or ever accept it, and he basically portrayed you as a conspiracy theory nutcase. It was kind of like me against you kind of mentality.
What a douchebag.
It was openly hostile, I would say that.
That guy's a douchebag because he doesn't even put any of the stuff that Dan said in there. And then he's going to say something like that? Well, then back it up, buddy. That guy's a douche. Sorry.
How about the others now? Did they, was it, for people that were there, like you said, Judy and Colin were there, was there a special spot for the Gray State people to sit, or the neighbors or something to sit, or did you just know who they were, or did they wear name tags? How did you know who was who of the people there featured, I guess? Like the family, did the family sit in a certain spot?
See any family members. Judy and Colin were sitting in the audience by themselves. In the front row, there were no name tags for some of the team members. There was Red Hat. There was Sean Wright, Mitch Heil, and Mason Hendricks was the ones I noticed. And they just pretty much sat in the front row.
And they were all sitting together?
Yeah, they were sitting together. I just had this feeling that Mitch Heil was kind of sitting, he seemed kind of aloof, apart from the rest of them, but he kind of seemed to sit with them because they were all commenting during Q&A, so that would be convenient to sit next to them. But during the film screening, it just seemed like he was apart from them. And I was actually impressed by Mitch Heil because it seemed like he was still questioning and he still had some thoughts. It didn't seem like he was necessarily buying or not buying it. It seemed like he was still trying to figure out. And some of his comments, I thought Mitch Heil's comments really added a lot to the Q&A, in that his insight was really important because you weren't hearing it at from any other source. So I thought it was great that he spoke up when he did. He spoke up that he felt David did not have PTSD. He described his work with David in the bullet exchange and basically said he showed, in all of his years in knowing him, he showed no signs of PTSD. And then when Erik tried to say again that David's psychotic, you can see it in his script. It was disorganized. It's not how you traditionally write a script. Mitch spoke up and said that's just how David writes. It's normal for him, and it was my job to interpret it. So I felt that was good. He was giving some context.
Did they try to push the PTSD angle again in this film, or was it more psychosis, or was it more like mental illness, or was it demon possession? What type of angle did you take away from it the most that they were trying to blame for all this happening?
They were trying to throw everything in the kitchen sink that you could think of and just trying to make him look like he was all unstable. I mean, every theory basically was being thrown out. And then it was important to note, too, that Erik Nelson had a friend that was a psychiatrist, and that's who he consulted on the film, was somebody he knew personally to push the psychosis narrative. So you're not getting a neutral, unbiased professional. You're basically getting a hired gun.
So he thinks that legitimately David could have had suffered from all of these things? He can't be serious.
Well, they didn't. Erik Nelson, when people had questions that he couldn't answer, he would just say stuff like, "Oh, there's just answers we're never going to know," or he would say like, "You'll just have to see the rest in my director's edition." So he didn't answer. He was very evasive.
The director's edition. This should show everything. The other cut should just add more to it, right? You shouldn't have to see that to actually try to understand anything. I don't know. Sounds weird to me.
For the military.
The whole thing was very bizarre, it sounds to me.
But it's very, I'm looking at it with a critical eye. It's a very emotional and compelling film. I mean, I could see it would be easy for somebody to get swept away by the emotion and just not think deeper or not question. I would say, too, for the military PTSD angle, they basically had, I don't know if David's commander really believes this or not. It was hard to tell what he believes, but it basically said that he fell in love with Kamel. He was unhappy about being deployed, and that the stop-loss changed him and made him bitter towards the military. And that was the narrative that was used to push that he has PTSD or he suffered some kind of breakdown at that point in his life. And that was, to me, very offensive, too, because you have a civilian portraying this. This is not somebody who's had military service, who had personally had this experience. I don't think it's fair to judge if you haven't been through that and you haven't been through that experience and the pressures and the horrors that he went through in war and going through staff loss. I felt like looking at that from an outside perspective just wasn't enough.
Wow. Well, interesting stuff. I'm glad you took some good notes on it because it's very interesting. Bizarre. I think the word would be bizarre because it's very different than I guess what I had imagined or it would be like. But wow, interesting. Well, maybe the demographic then is for the sheeple to see this, because if you're not going to watch it with an open mind, you're just going to go there and take it in as a movie. It might do well in the theaters. Who knows? Maybe the demographic, the focus here is for the American sheeple to see this.
Well, were there people like that there, or was it? I mean, what was the whole demographic like there? You said it was very young people. I would hope that the younger people would actually be willing to ask more questions about stuff like this.
Well, I think, too, if you're in a movie theater and you're being pressured that if you think outside the box, you're mentally ill. If you think outside the box, you're a conspiracy theorist. you're a violent individual, you don't fit in. There were so many of those kind of pressures, or just having the pressure and the peer pressure, and being filled with these images like, if you think outside the box, you could wind up like David Crowley. You know, it actually encourages people not to think deeper, not to question.
Did you sense I'm not sure if you're familiar with the phrase, the Hegelian dialectic, but was it more or less pushing that everything has got two answers, it's either one or something else, there's no third option, Republican, Democrat, conservative, liberal, you know, I mean, is it more like that you left the theater with this director of the movie essentially doing the mind control on the viewer? You're left there buying into this whole story. Because I've read some interviews where it says that he's throwing it all out there, Erik Nelson has said, and he really wants the audience to leave the movie and then come to their own conclusions. But it sounds like the conclusions are being really drawn, set up, served up on a silver platter by the director to what answer you should leave thinking. It's a mind control movie almost.
I felt like it was a mind control movie. I mean, there really wasn't any other conclusion to the movie than he's psychotic. And then the other conclusion was, if you think differently, then you must be part of those conspiracy theorists over there. And
wow.
It was even very negative towards the premises of Gray State. Gray State was portrayed as a very dark and violent film created by a guy with a disturbed mind. I mean, I just felt like it was even negative towards Gray State fans.
Was there, speaking of the audience, I know that the other filmings at film festivals, you know, you'll have to buy tickets and, you know, select the film you're going to go to and go and watch it. Whereas this was just a free screening, so this may have brought in just people walking down the street. It may have brought in just members at the Walker Arts Center that would just had an opportunity to see a free film. It wasn't necessarily people coming in holding banners and saying, "Here, we're here from the Gray State because we support Gray State and we're big fans. We're here to see this movie." It kind of just brought in whoever was available at the time, walking by perhaps, to come and see this movie, and probably didn't know what it all that even entailed.
Yeah, it had a wide mix in that way too. But the other thing that was shown in negative light in the movie, they had footage of Alex Jones that was shown in negative light. Paul Fest shown in a negative light. They had looked like scenes where people were protesting in the streets, and it just seemed like anybody who questioned outside of the norm was viewed as a problem, was viewed as, you know, mentally ill. And I had a big problem with that, because if you don't understand the message of Gray State and why it's important, then you can't even remotely understand what David Crowley was about. It's like you're interpreting him from your own perspective and not taking the time to understand his perspective or what the people around him supported.
Wow. Very interesting. It sounds to me like a propaganda piece that they're trying to push the narrative and to the masses that all these people who are nut jobs. It sounds to me like it's a propaganda push. Wow.
And there was just so much information not included that was so important. Like you touched on, it didn't give any context to Danny August Mason signing away his actor's rights. And like you said, never getting back to the attorney, but less than 4 months after the death of David and family, now Danny is seeking copyright to Gray State. I mean, there was just so much missing from there, and you couldn't judge how credible this film is because so much was not included.
Was the attorney Adam Gislason interviewed for this documentary? That was David's attorney.
I think he was mentioned during Q&A. I don't recall seeing him on set at all. He was mentioned during Q&A when they touched on that he was negotiating David's Hollywood deal with the film. There was oh, here it is. Okay. Here's what my note said. There was a terms of the deal with the Hollywood producers for the Gray State script, and Adam Gisselson was facilitating it. He was described. Erik Nelson described him as an unsung hero, and he said that there was real money on the table, $25K on a $250 option, and they were going to take the film to other guys to push for more money to complete the film. That was all that was said about him.
So they mentioned the part about wheeling and dealing about the rights of the movie, but not in the last month of his life. David's correspondence back and forth to Adam Gisselson about not hearing back from Danny August Mason to give up his rights. Was that mentioned? That was a very big part of the last weeks of David's life, was working with that attorney to get this form signed by Danny August Mason. That wasn't touched on or elaborated on?
It wasn't elaborated at all. There was a little part about Danny saying that he was asked to sign away his rights, and that wasn't something he was going to do. But that was followed up by a scene of David's dad reading the electronic diary, and it said something to the effect of, "I must destroy Danny Mason now." And his dad paused and kind of laughed a little bit, and he goes, "I think that's just David being David." But if you put the two together, ask to sign away your rights, destroy Danny now, I mean, it's very misleading.
There's another comment that was made in the I think it was in the documentary, that the father touches on, and I think he says, "I must destroy my best friend." And they said that was him making a pact to kill his wife, because Comel was his best friend, and that was how out of touch he was, because David made that quote, "I need to destroy my best friend." But that wasn't Comel. People thought it was talking about Comel, but that was Danny August Mason. I mean, he needed to destroy him. He was after him, and Danny August Mason was not going to budge. That's why he had to get legal involved. Does the father just kind of laugh that off as just a snide remark?
I don't think from what I could tell, I don't think the father really understood that context. I think he just thought that was kind of David's way of talking. The other thing that really wasn't mentioned in the film that was a huge question to me, they had the father on, but they never brought up or discussed why the father left that money at the door. They never discussed how he was supporting the family, what his relationship with David was, what his relationship with the film is. They never talked about what happened with Gray State after the family's death. I mean, there's just so many gaps.
Yeah, you're right. For the listeners out there, there was a $14,000 check written by Dan Crowley Sr. Around Christmas time to David Crowley, and we don't know why that was, just to help fund help with money payments or not. That was, I think, at that point, the highest allowable tax deduction, I think, as a gift to a family member, was the maximum annually is $14,000. So I think at the end of the tax year, end of the calendar year, is why he cut that check to him to get another tax break potentially in the form of a gift. But David never cashed it. That was sitting there on the stoops in January, along with the mail. Interesting.
I found where I had that electronic journal. It was from 9/8/2014, and I believe Dan Sr. was reading in it. And it says here, "I must destroy Danny Mason or convert to the cause, and or destroy him." And his dad said, "It sounds worse than it really is. I think David is just being creative. I think."
Wow. Well, that certainly is not the case. Those guys were at odds in October, and in November, and then December 7th was the last correspondence when David asked Danny August Mason via an email, "I still haven't heard your answer yet. What is it going to be when are you going to get back in touch? And that's when I think Danny August Mason says, I need to run it by my attorney. I need to run it by my attorney first. But it sounds like in the film, Danny August Mason didn't really have to run it by anybody. His answer was no to begin with. There's no way I'm going to give up my rights.
Well, right, and they never talked about Danny's background or his history or what drew him to the film. I mean, Danny was very ambitious and had his own ideals for making a film before he even met David. I mean, he probably took this very personally, like this was his film. You know, none of that was elaborated on.
Here's another question, and I want to, the various articles and reviews I've been reading so far of the documentary. It shows one man's, collapse and fall into, and then a bunch of people thinking that the government killed him. And Greg, he can speak for himself, but I think we're kind of on the same page that I don't think we've ever came forward to say that the government killed anybody. We just think, and I believe that there's no way that David Crowley did it. There's no evidence that shows that he did it. I don't know who did. I don't know what group of people or what faction or what three-letter alphabet agency or. But I certainly you'd be certainly bringing in Danny August Mason as a suspect along with some of these other characters in the film, in the project, as suspects to be looked at, interviewed, and then thus later on eliminated as suspects, but authorities never did that. And one of those key people that we're talking motive here is Danny August Mason. So for the father to laugh that off, to say that I think he was just joking, it wasn't much more than I think it was. That's a strange. I can't believe he'd be that naive to say that, but I've never met the man, so I don't know.
Well, and that's a good point too, Dan, because everybody goes through bumps in their marriage or difficult times. David wasn't a perfect person. He might have had his difficulties, but even so, the preponderance of the evidence shows that the official story is not holding weight, that there is more that happened here, and those questions have not been answered. So think what you want to about David. Those are opinions. We're talking about factual forensic evidence. We're talking about tangible things that have been recorded, and none of that was addressed in this film, and so far none of it has been directly addressed by the team.
Wow, so it sounds like it's mainly, there's not a lot of, it's a lot of, I don't want to say opinions in the movie. I mean, it's actually facts, but it sounds like it's cherry-picked video footage and clips and scenes that are cherry-picked, all shedding David Crowley in a negative light.
David Crowley is abusive and psychotic, and using emotional imagery to do so, using violence to shock the viewer, and then using the interviews from friends and families to pressure people, but you don't know if that's really what the friends and family really believe, because this film just seems to be one giant manipulation. And it's gotten so many things wrong. How are you supposed to believe this?
Did the Q&A, did that kind of show that everybody, all of those people, all the Gray State team people, that they were all kind of on the same page, that they all liked this movie?
That to me was very difficult to watch, is the Q&A. Because this family was horrifically killed. Mason's standing there taking pictures of the audience, acting like he's the big man. And where's the emotion? Where's the tears? How can you do this? I really struggled with that. I mean, they didn't break down. The only one that really showed emotion, I would say, was Mitch. But it was just so cavalier, like, this was their film premiere. This was their race date. And I just really struggled with the lack of emotion and the lack of connection to David.
Did you say
I,
Mason Hendricks was taking pictures?
he was taking pictures of the audience. He was acting like, well, he's listed on the credits as a co-producer, but he was there taking pictures and acting like this was his film premiere. I mean, it was his big moment. And I really struggled with that. I mean, this is a horrific tragedy. These are supposed to be your close friends. How, I mean, there have been people who have been killed that are close to you that you can't even talk about what had happened, and this hasn't been that long. How do you move on so quickly and profit from their deaths and make this movie and then basically defame the people that have supported you? This movie is defamation of the Gray State fans, it's defamation of the Liberty Movement, it's defamation of any free-thinking American citizen. I just had a huge problem with that.
Almost like they were proud and movie star-ish kind of a...
It looks like this was their Gray State. That's the impression I got.
Oh my God. And that is very creepy. This is not an action-packed feature film that you're proud of, and this is not the red carpet that you're going to be waving at fans and smiling and taking pictures. This is a documentary about a massacre. Did you understand that?
It looked like business as usual. I mean, I can't even compare the loss that I've experienced, for example, having a grandma pass away. When I talk about my grandma, my voice still gets wavery and my eyes tear up. You're talking about intimate, personal memories that people are confiding in you about, somebody they love and care about. A whole family was murdered and no sign of emotion. It's business as usual. We're going to promote this. I couldn't understand that on a human level. I did understand the lack of emotion.
Wow. All right. Anything else? Any other questions, Greg?
No, I think we covered a lot. Is there anything else that people should know before they go and see this movie?
I would just say, if you see this movie, go in with an open mind and be willing to think and question for yourself and look deeper for the answers. Just because this is on a film and it's put together in a very glitzy way doesn't make any of it true or accurate. So don't be afraid to look deeper and seek out the story and look for the answers yourself.
Very well put. All right, well, Ann, thank you for your input. I've got nothing else really to share, I guess, other than kind of a sick pit in my stomach, but oh well. All right, anything else, Greg?
Nope, I think that's it.
All right. All right, so for the viewers out there, please listen to this. Comment on the bottom when we post this on the web. Feel free to comment below with questions and anything that we may have missed.
Thank you for coming out, because as you know, this is an independent project. We have a quadcopter drone. We're going to be doing aerials. We're going to have you guys busting up these houses, sicking attack dogs on children. It's going to get nasty. Yeah. And just thank you guys for being a part of it. I hope you have the presence of mind to remain professional and not take it too far. It's just, I don't know what too far really is at this point. So just impress me, make it real. You're here for a reason, right? You're part of the Gray State team? Yes. Show it to me. Big family. Show it to me. Big family. Anything else?
I think we're covered.
Squad leaders, I want to hear you yelling to your guys. If these commands, if they're doing something wrong, get them into play. That's your target house. High value individual in there, very dangerous, he's armed. Get there, get your squad up there.
Oh, get there. So David had saying all the time, he screamed, get there, get there. And David only showed you one time how to do something, and he hated it if you had to go back and ask questions about it.
Action! Hit it! Go, 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 go! Okay, cut!
42 people watching so far.
How many?
42.
43.
Oh, 43.
Hey guys, how's it going? I'm losing my voice, so I'll make this quick. Right now, we're getting to the fun stuff. This is the actual Gray State, so you guys have seen the trailer, obviously, you know. This is just a quick jump into the future. Can you do a loop of the house?
Okay.
Okay, I'm watching.
Watch this, Daddy.
I'm right here watching.
Even in the midst of it, David always took time to acknowledge his daughter.
You're a goofball.
Say Gray State. Gray State.
It's interesting being here on this set, because this set here, where we're shooting this interview, is where we did a lot of the shooting for Gray State.
Action.
If you are receiving this message, then you've been recruited. Welcome to the fight, Patriot.
Okay, a little bit less on the happy.
Less, okay.
What is Gray State?
Gray State is less a movie than it is a warning. We do not live in a dictatorship, but we do live in a police state. What we're going to see is the unveiling of this Gray State foisted upon America. The thing that you have to begin to understand about conspiracy theory is that at some point, it's no longer theory. You talk about peak oil, you talk about FEMA camps, you talk about global warming, you talk about the UN, you talk about the NWO. They're prepping for megadeath. It's last night's declaration of martial law. Once the red carpet gets rolled out for this New World Order program, everything is free game. The bastard of it all is that you've heard of everything. Americans believe that they can't do anything. And day by day, they're becoming correct. It's a game of numbers, and we're losing.
I want to salute everybody that came out to address the real elite, the robber barons that have taken over our society. These are cowardly scum. All right, get down there, folks. Lights down there. Get them. Yeah. Get the other people.
Hey, Alex, can we lock in a time with you tomorrow for...
I'll be out here like 9 in the morning. What are you guys doing with Ted?
You know that dystopian movie you're always talking about on air?
Yeah.
We're the only ones doing it. So it's what happens if these guys win. And it's the dystopian near future reality we're looking at if we don't embrace liberty.
Oh, that's what's called Gray State.
Yeah.
David didn't want to be leader for anything. He didn't want the glamour, the glory of the millions of dollars. You know, he saw a vision, he wanted to make it work, and he wanted to get it out.
The Gray State movie, go to graystatemovie.com. We're on Facebook, we're on YouTube. The word is getting out and the war is coming.
David Crowley was a voice for a movement that believed that a government shutdown was imminent, that the oligarchy and these corporate powers, the corporatocracy, could overtake our civilization, our society, and intern our citizens and take away all of our civil liberties and human rights.
If you look around, this reminds me of Iraq. We've got the gradual decline of freedom and liberty. That's the gray state.
He was a genius. He was a genius. I had never met anybody so analytical, so decisive, and so strategic.
Thanks for coming. It's important to note that without the volunteered participation of people like you to give the project scale, all of the best ideas and loftiest ambitions would never be realized. This is not just a movie. Today we're all part of something much bigger.
So a lot of people, when they look at David, they could think, why does he make everything so difficult, so challenging, and so tough? And probably the easiest answer is because he was a perfectionist.
What the f is this wall, and how does it work?
So, the wall is just a writing tool. The wall is something that every writer probably does. I don't know how extensive they get. Maybe they're better at synthesizing story than I am. So, I mean, if you want to look at it physically, you have the story here, beginning to end, also up, or top to bottom. So in constructing a story, you'll find out that it works on several levels. There's mythological storytelling, so it's the hero's journey as described by Joseph Campbell.
Well, this whole thing has sort of taken on a mind of its own. We're still pretty new to this whole gig, but you know, it is developing. This project has developed momentum that I can't even describe. It has run away from us.
Action! Okay, so head in your crotch. Bloody head in your crotch. Hi, Chris Peck. Nice to meet you. Slate.
Speed.
Action!
I think what made David a good leader was probably what he picked up through his experience of the Army.
Cameras are rolling!
He would lead his crew like we were going into war and, you know, we might not come out alive. Who else could walk up to a group of 20 people and say, hey, you want to be actors in this scene? People with no experience at all. David would make them into actors.
And you're going to be leaning forward more? Shoot this arm back. Just start there, yeah. Okay, cool. Here we go, here we go.
If you guys want to be in the scene, Chief Weinzettel told me that I can do whatever I want with you guys as long as you're cool with it. So if you want to jump out and join the squads and make a show of it, I'm cool with that if you are. I want to get away with as much as I can. So if I can have a snarling dog attack a family safely, I'm going to do that. And you guys have to tell me no.
David very much had a vision when it came to making Gray State.
Action!
He knew how to be a businessman. He knew how to get people together. They were not filmmakers.
All right, cut.
And Dan gets up and says, Kelly, I can't. You might die. Like, we've talked about this.
Yeah.
Everybody dies.
Which is good, because I think it's like repeating the conversation that would happen.
But what's Kelly's motivation to get it taken out? Because she knows that Josh kept her off the radar, right?
David and Kamel were always one unit. I mean, they were incredible. I mean, they were a relationship you wish for.
And I have a bear in there, a bear figurine.
He's got too many figurines.
Cherub figurines.
They always had their own interesting way to express how much they loved each other.
Yeah, that's better.
I was just,
You're fidgeting over there, I can tell.
No, I'm not. I'm just laughing. I'm glad this isn't being narrated because, like, Daniel feels a lump in his pocket from the expo. It can mean a lot of things. So I'm glad no one's narrating it.
Ooh. Hold on, let me touch my lump.
Tell me about Kamel a little bit.
Sorry.
Well, you can't help but think about it every time you drive past it or just coming out in the backyard and looking over. And the people I have talked to, we would all just be happy if someone came and tore it down and built something new. We had my sister-in-law living with us for the month of December. And we took her home in the first part of January. And as we were driving to the airport that morning, I looked at the steps and I noticed there were still Christmas gifts out there. And we had assumed that they went to Texas.
Well, I went over to pick up the presents and then I heard the dog bark. And I hadn't heard the dog bark for a long time, so I thought, well, they must be home. And since I was in the front, I went to ring the doorbell. Well, then the dog came and jumped up by the front window and was barking, and I thought, well, they're not home. I haven't seen the dog or heard the dog before. Maybe there might be something wrong. And that's when I stepped off the stoop and went over to the window and I looked inside. I saw one body that was probably, maybe about 6 to 8 feet away from the window. And then I noticed that there was another body, maybe 6 to 7 feet away from the first one. And I noticed that there was a little body that looked like it was almost in the second body's arms.
1055 Ramsdale Drive. Cop reporting suspicious behavior next door. Went over to the home to the right of the RP, sees dead bodies inside the house, dog inside, sees a gun in the house on the floor.
To look at the three of them through the Instagram filter of life, it's hard to imagine how it all went so wrong. David Crowley, a talented, promising young filmmaker, his smart and beautiful wife, Kamel, a dietitian, and their adorable 5-year-old daughter, Rania.
The reality is the truth of what happened to David Crowley and his family is stranger and sadder than anyone imagined.
So this is the home in Apple Valley. I mean, this is a total middle-class neighborhood. And this was mid-January when police made the discovery. You can still see the Christmas presents on the front porch. But what a horrific crime to walk into and try to piece together. Physical evidence scattered all over by the dog. I mean, horrific. Investigators found about 22 terabytes of information, all strung together on hard drives, kind of daisy-chained all together. And you had to think that when they're looking at all this, they're like, okay, maybe the answer is in one of these hard drives. We find the why. So I took the case file. It was about 1,500 pages. And I went through it. And all of a sudden, I came through a picture that they did not have in the crime scene photos that they provided. And I said, oh my God, what is this?
And there on the wall, above the bodies, scrawled in blood, the words, Allah Akbar, God is the greatest. Between their bodies, a Quran with pages torn out, opened to a traditional forgiveness prayer. In the home office, on a notepad, submit to Allah now.
How do you try to explain 3 deaths, you know, a husband and a wife and their little girl? And you can't come up with answers, right? I mean, talk about the various parts of it, you just can't come up with answers. And there's something about it that just kind of gets on you and you just can't wash it off. There's a Quran laying amongst the bodies. There's blood on the wall. David Crowley's right on the verge of making it big, shall we say, or at least taking a really big step in getting beyond YouTube and actually getting to a movie, to theaters everywhere. No wonder it was catnip for conspiracy theorists.
Hello, this is Dan Hennon, along with Greg Fernandez Jr. for another installment of the Crowley Case Updates. Today is June 4th, 2016, and we've got some updates on the case. So how are you doing today, Greg?
I'm doing good. It's hot, but that's okay.
Good, good.
I don't give a crap about credibility at all. Credibility means nothing to me. What I care about is truth.
I'm not in law enforcement. I don't have a background in detective work, but how it happened, I would say it's undetermined. You've got no suicide note. There's no motive. And they said that out of their way to say that the blood test on the wall written Allah Akbar was the blood of Comel Crowley.
Right.
Well, who wrote the blood? Once you get into this wrong territory, once you start treading into these waters, there is a backlash against you by some shadow entity, who knows what it is, but you start pushing the wrong buttons to the elite, so to say, and there is payback.
And I think one of the big problems with the people who think that David Crowley is guilty is they don't even want us asking questions now. They don't decide when we get to stop asking questions. We get to decide that.
Did the government want to silence him and his film?
Guys out here going after the truth get knocked off.
This particular video really shows why the criminal establishment murdered not only him, but his family as well.
As the admin and creator of the justice pages on the Facebook accounts, I allow all theories to come into play. I don't want to censor narratives. There are certain people out there that certainly believe that these things did happen. They ruled it a double murder followed by a suicide at the hands of David without any real investigation. There was no signs of domestic violence. There was no evidence of a violent household. There was no evidence of PTSD. There was no evidence of mental illness, no depression, nothing.
There are certain points in every story that you can recognize that this is what happens to the character at this point in the story. For example, after Act 2 begins, eventually the midpoint is created, which is the metaphorical inmost cave. So the hero enters the labyrinth to fight the Minotaur, and he emerges with the secret, but the fight isn't over. And that applies to other stories, like the character doesn't have the right idea yet, and is still kind of struggling, but he achieves progress through proactivity and all these things. And then eventually there's the supreme ordeal, which is like the ultimate fight to death.
You know, he had a whole album for her that he made while he was in Afghanistan. He's like picking away here, you know, like he's played guitar his whole life, so. Well, David was good at whatever he decided was worth being good at. He was good at being a father. He was good at being a husband. He's good at school. You know, he did things differently. He thought differently, and he worked harder, and he was more driven.
This is Crowley. Testing out the Spartan 8-footers.
It's not quite 8 feet.
Well, it's a little 6-footer, kind of.
Yeah, well, maybe like 5'10".
Yeah, whatever. Oh, weak.
I need the tape.
Here.
All right.
Yes.
Ha! Again.
Finish him. Give me my second spear. Awesome.
Everything he did it to his utmost ability. He never half-assed anything. He saw what he wanted, and he went and he took it.
We never needed to join the military, but like we were playing airsoft, kind of like paintball or whatever. We tried to make it as realistic as possible, I guess, so we were trying to wear accurate uniforms and trying to do, you know, military-type movements and military-type things. And for me, and I think for him too, it was just a natural progression of, I like the military, I like guns, I like, you know, that type of thing. So I'm like, I would like to progress from playing it to being it.
I can't ever remember deciding to join the Army, but of course we were all inundated with the whole glory aspect of it, having seen Black Hawk Down, which came out around the time that we were in 10th grade. And so at some point it became obvious to us that we were joining the military.
Well, this is fun.
I served in Ramadi, Iraq in 2006, and I witnessed directly what we're doing there, the good and the bad.
This? Put in the water?
No,
you drank it all. You drank it all. Here, give it to old boy right there. Look, put this in the water, dude.
9/11 obviously generated a lot of emotion. You see 3,000 of your fellow Americans incinerated. You think, that sucks. So when they say we need to go to Iraq because of this, you're going to Iraq, buddy. I've seen people shot in the head, I've seen people killed, I've seen people blown up. I've been in combat, I've shot people, I know how combat goes. You die like animals. We die like animals. You bleed out and then you leave a corpse that looks surprised. And that's just how it is. And I witnessed directly how the mentality of the American soldier is being used, and directly how the mentality of the American public is being used. I mean, when you follow a flag, you're going to be manipulated. It's not like following a person or following an idea. You're following a country, and whatever that country says to follow, you're going to do. It is morally reprehensible what we're doing in the Middle East. And if you don't understand that yet, you need to open your eyes, because you are a slave for the most insidious global agenda mankind has ever known, and you are directly responsible for that. At some point, you've got to realize that you're just a dog jumping through hoops for the government.
David called me and said, hey, I met this girl and we're getting married. I'm like, what? He goes, yeah, we're getting married in 2 weeks. I said, I heard you were seeing somebody for a couple months, but wow.
David, would you have this woman, Kamel, to be your lawfully wedded wife?
I do.
Will you love, honor, and keep her in sickness and in health, and forsaking all others, keep you only unto her so long as you both shall live?
I will.
I first heard he was having problems when he went to Afghanistan, and he was really struggling because he's now afraid. He was never afraid before, but now that he's met Kamel, he really has a reason to live.
He really doesn't want to get killed.
He has a wife and a daughter on the way, and he thought he was going back to civilian life and he'd done his time, and Uncle Sam said thank you, and now all of a sudden he is being thrown into what he feels to be a corrupt war. What the stop loss did to his worldview and how he described it to me was that he had a breakdown.
I was stop lost. I was involuntarily held by the military for 15 months. I was forced to deploy against my will. Had to leave my brand new wife at home. And I come back from that very disgruntled, to say the least. Nothing good ever comes out of a deployment except for, well, a body count.
After today. Why are you making more of me?
Because you're pretty.
Get out of here. Hey, Ronnie.
Kamel was very devoted and attached to Ronnie. Ronnie was her world. She and Ronnie had a very special relationship, always hugging and happy and joking around, and she was very attentive mother.
What did you have for lunch today? You ate a peanut butter and jelly sandwich?
Yeah. She was just what I thought every parent would want in a daughter, you know? She likes pink. She's adorable. She has goofy features, and, you know, there's just so much to love about her.
You like cookies, huh? Okay, say goodbye to Uncle Danny.
Bye-bye. Big smile. She'd have been my dream girl, you know, as a dad.
Not sure what kind of sadism this is. Because you know he's never going to get that stick. And I think that's the whole point. Let's hope no one loses an eye. Because then I got to deal with it.
Kamel would make a lot of comments on the fact that David was very clear he did not want any more children, which at the time I thought was weird because they were so young. To be that final about that decision at such a young age surprised me.
Hey, so what you looking at?
This one.
Are you going to kill?
No, we're not.
You're not going to kill? Why?
Because I'm not going to kill him.
Well, that's nice. That's good.
He's a baby.
Ugly baby. And we definitely don't kill babies, do we?
No.
No, no.
When I was a baby, when I was a baby, we don't kill my baby.
Nope. That's why you're still alive, and it's your 4th birthday tomorrow.
When I'm a baby, we don't kill my... When I was a baby, and then you don't kill me when I was a baby?
Nope, no one killed you. We couldn't pull it off. Now, if a character has a desire, that means he often has a competing internal desire, which often comes from a past trauma that usually is explained at the midpoint. It becomes very scientific and very methodical, but that doesn't mean it's any easier to create. So I'll have certain colors that represent when the character will acknowledge his inner trauma.
Gray State is shot everywhere, but mostly it's shot in a studio. But you'd never know looking at the footage. All this buzz that people have for Gray State, we didn't start it. The story is, I mean, the farther down you go, the story becomes bigger and it involves more people. It involves generations and generations of Americans and everyone else playing their part leading up to this moment. So yes, I mean, once you begin to connect these dots, there's no way you can't tell a story about it.
He was introduced to the idea. It started out as a fun little fantasy, and then I think it kind of snowballed and got bigger than he had imagined it would.
Okay, Mitch. Yeah. Put a mark down.
He had a very take control personality. And I think I almost got like submissive of it. After I had seen the results, I'm like, well, I didn't agree with you, but holy shit, this looks good, so I'm gonna go with it.
Okay, I'm gonna be frank. This is a public execution. Gunshot to the back of the head. Who wants it?
Gunshot to the back of the head. No. Going once, going twice. 3 times. Sold. Yes, I want to be killed.
So this was, in the trailer, this would have been preparing for one of the execution scenes where one of the militia people basically executes 4 people in a row. So we were prepping for that spot.
Didn't this strike you as kind of creepy?
Yeah, very creepy.
It's like this. Real cat. Yeah, you can even like give a little bit of a cock and if you want. Just bang, 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 and even like don't even walk up to the 4th guy. Just kind of do it from a distance. Bang. Okay, just listen for the pop, guys, and it's got to be instant. And guys, this is the grossest thing about this movie is that it comes home like this. All right. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Adam, first mark. Camera's rolling. Action. Here it comes, guys. Breathing. Breathing. Here it comes. Good. Cut. Cut. That's gross. That's just gross, you guys.
We spent days and hours with each other. That's kind of how we became the whole little band of brothers, or the Crawleyites, as I would call it.
Adam, do you know what's going on?
Absolutely not. I just listened to you. We only hire the finest people here.
Okay, Adam, you ready?
I never felt like David was necessarily the alpha dog. It was more of David was the type of person that would literally give his shirt for you, or off his back for you.
Anyone who's not packing should be.
He turned into a pit bull when he was directing, but set that aside, I mean, he was a sweetheart.
Awesome. Yeah? Awesome. What's next? What are we doing next? Like, same thing? Yeah, you're my AD, okay? Okay. So, if it's going to be down to a situation where we get the cameras over here and the...
I think Kamel's role with Gray State is she was literally David's cheerleader, like just always there at his beck and call, night and day, to get this project pushed and done. You know, because David's success would ultimately mean their success.
But we have to like him, otherwise we do not care. And when he comes in at the end, like, oh, that guy again.
I don't think you're supposed to care. It's not about him. He tried to save Kelly, and then he throws his beautiful funeral for her with this girl, which I like. And, you know, there's just something mysterious about him, and I'd like to leave it there. I don't want to know him yet, because I'm trying to figure Daniel out.
Kamel still is a mystery. I mean, the vibe that I always got was free-thinking, independent woman. So the idea that she somehow becomes a puppet of her husband, just, that's the question that's still there, right?
Kamel was definitely intelligent. She was definitely very good at anything that she put her mind to. But I think what made her so good was that she was intelligent, but also extremely passionate.
Come on, baby. Get it. I'm gonna run with you.
She was easy to talk to and was a quick thinker when you would ask her questions. She was intellectually curious and jumped on whatever she thought she should be pursuing. If it was the paleo diet, she was all on board with that. They named their dog Paleo. You know, I think she was trying to find her place.
I just wish I could watch it rather than read. That's what I hated about it. And I hope you make it better than what I'm imagining. You will.
So David Crawley, Buckstall Convention, he self-funds a trailer for a movie that doesn't exist. He's gonna use that trailer as a marketing tool to get money to pay himself in order so he can write the script. Then he's gonna take that script, take it to Hollywood, get 30 million bucks to make the movie that he wants to make. It's an improbable dream. I mean, it's a guy in Apple Valley, he's unemployed, he's got a young family, and he's doing it in reverse order. I don't believe that even he could have foresaw how successful that was gonna be.
Parents, once we get everyone together. You know how the police typically view us, peasants in situations where they get to use their weapons. They have no regard for your rights, okay? So what's going to happen? This is a 3 a.m. raid, okay? You're all asleep, so you're all in your pajamas. If you feel like you're warm enough, I want you barefoot. You're getting pulled out of your beds in the middle of the night by these armed goons. They're going to take you out. They're going to force you into the ground.
He's basically telling all these little kids that we're essentially going to, rip you out of this house and...
Okay, so listen up. I'm going to instruct my squad leaders. If it gets too scary, too intense, the safety word is banana, okay? So you can scream, don't hurt me, stop hurting me, and stuff, and they're not going to listen. If you say banana, they will hands off. They'll stop.
It's funny. He could even get kids to do what he wanted.
And action.
Cut. That was it. Great job.
Hey, what does dangerous mean?
Dangerous means scary monster. That's what dangerous means.
Okay.
When you push that red one, then the monsters are gonna get you and they're bloody. No, when you're a little girl, and then you get an owl here.
Bloody monster's coming.
No, it's gonna get Mommy Como, and then when she's a little girl, and then she got blood on her face, and then monster's gonna get her, and when she's a little girl, and then she got bloody ears and then she.
Look at all her dramatic effects.
And then you got bloody. And then
She really thinks
got
about these
blood everywhere, and then this room, and then this room is bloody. And then this room is a floor, and then lots of bleeding, and then the red man's gonna get you and raw you, and it's gonna get everywhere when you're a little girl.
Yeah, I mean, okay, let's face it. You can, I mean, there's a red rum quality to it. It's like The Shining, right? A premonition that the girl is prescient. I mean, the way she's talking about this stuff is scary. But she has been exposed enough to some very dark things that this is what she knows, and this is what a little girl is now talking about. I mean, she's 5 years old.
Oh, very nice.
Who wants to watch?
We all do.
We're morally adrift. We have no common goals. We're just a bunch of individuals in a collective state, and we don't support each other. And so once I identified that, I'm like, that's my villain. And so a person watching this film can be like, they subconsciously recognize that this scene is where there's supposed to be a meeting between the hero and the villain. This is a marketing promotional tool.
I think for us, shooting the concept trailer, raising the money that we did, setting the goal and crushing the goal that we set for, back then we thought it was totally feasible to do what we were going to do.
We're very, very fortunate to have the crew from Gray State here today. Woo!
Yeah! I think the fans had a great expectation of David. I think they saw the Gray State as the potential voice for this message and this story to be told.
This is David Crowley, the brains behind the madness. These guys are working very hard to put out this incredible film. It's big-time stuff.
So to hold David to that standard of excellence that he set himself up for, this amazing concept trailer that he put together, and this movement of videos and social media and press attention, they expected an incredible movie.
Obviously, the things that we're showing, the things that we're saying are appealing to people, and it's making it a very popular idea. So this project started as sort of like, what am I going to do this spring? But it's developed into this beast that we can't even keep up with.
So in the fall of 2012, the trailer comes out, and it very quickly just explodes online. He becomes a YouTube sensation. It's shared everywhere on social media, Facebook, Twitter, whatever it may be, and conspiracy theorists believe that this guy is perhaps a messenger.
It's a near future collapse of society under martial law.
They've ordained him in some special way, and they're wanting him to deliver.
Censoring for communist China. You understand? Now they're doing it on a mass scale in the U.S., England, Canada, and Europe. Are we going to put up with communist Chinese style or worse censorship of the sites? It's happening. No! You understand? We're not going to do it! Comcast, Time Warner, others are doing it right here in Texas. Comcast is doing it in New York. Other major, the two major companies. That's what I've been saying! Ago, in Canada.
Hey Alex, good to talk to you again. I'm David Crowley. I'm the writer and director of Gray State. What will happen in the film is the reason we call it Gray State, or one of the reasons, is that it's a division of reality. So we have people who are living in the Alex Jones world who know what's going on, and the people who simply don't.
My role in this whole thing was not just to be there and assist David with whatever he wanted, because he knew he already had my commitment, but I was, of course, David's personal Rolodex. I'd been doing the work in the trenches with the revolution for years, and so I knew everybody already.
What camera you want me to look at?
Look right, you're talking to Sean. Talk to Sean.
Okay.
Hit it. Roll.
Okay, I got it, guys.
Cool.
We see a giant arms race against the American people, but not just here in the United States, worldwide. We see the globalists building a giant police state control grid and calling themselves technocrats. A technocrat is a group of dictators who use technology to control people. We are already beginning to fall to the Gray State. We will not bow! We will not bow! This fight is for the future of humanity, and we are in the fight. And it's now time for humanity to restore the Republic and restore freedom and the Bill of Rights and Constitution. It's just that simple.
Anything else? I don't want to take up too much of your time, but can we have verbal consent to use this footage?
Yeah, you can use this. Go ahead.
Your name?
I'm Alex Jones.
There was already this movement that was right at its peak when David was coming along with the Gray State Project. So it wasn't corralling. There was already a big audience. And then the rest of the audience came once they saw what was being put out.
Has anyone heard of Gray State? The film explores trends like RFID, bio, and nanotechnology. These represent the fusion of authoritarian control and human flesh. And these trends are no longer science fiction.
David Crowley is the warrior, right? He's the warrior, though, that is the artist. And in that, they see a guy who can be a leader of this movement. He's the guy that's going to take it beyond just chat rooms to a bigger discussion.
While I make no claim that my efforts as an artist best exemplify the thoughts and feelings of every person in this room, I do assert that as far as expressions of freedom go, this is one we can all get behind. And through our united effort, we can keep this film in the fiction section. Thank you.
Once you get into this information, there really is no end to it. It just leads into the next conspiracy, the next conspiracy. For example, you want to ask why veterans are on the watch list. Now this is coming out. Police agencies are being trained to watch veterans. So veterans, gun owners, patriots, these sort of people who are independent of the system or can be, are they really a threat to the New World Order? You're fucking right they are. That's why they're being targeted. I guess I'm rambling. I got nothing. What's the next thing?
I think he had an element of paranoia to him. Like, whatever you told him, it's just he wasn't trusting it. He had gone through this transformation on that deployment. You know, it shocks the system, and you start looking at the world differently.
Hey guys, David Crowley from the Gray State Project. Tonight I'm going to be shooting a little bit for the documentary Gray State: The Rise. It's something that I've been picturing for the awakening moment, that is the eyes opening to appreciate the truth about our surroundings and our reality. Shh, shh, shh. So I'm using my wife Kamel as the main subject. She ends up being in most of my projects.
Should I look at her at all? Like,
No, no.
Oh, I'm so concerned
No.
for your life.
He always had to be in control of everything, every variable, and there's no collaborating with him. That was the problem. So
I think I should lean into her. Moms do that, like holding their child closer.
Well, it looks a little bit cliche and stupid.
Okay, you want to hit play?
I never saw them argue. I never saw anything like that. They didn't. They had a bad spell back in 2013. I think David was on the road so much and doing this Gray State stuff. I think Kamel felt she was holding the family together financially and filling in while David was gone so much that they had a rough spot for a while.
Meow, meow. Did you guys have a surprise at school? Because that's what the paper said.
Meow, meow.
Kamel and I both worked in a clinic where we saw clients with eating disorders. The business that we created together was for nutrition around people with autoimmune diseases. I would say Kamel and David were definitely both at a point in their life that I think they both had pretty strong passions for separate things. Kamel the nutrition, David more the film. She did not have many other friends outside of myself. She made a lot of comments that she would have loved to have more friends and that she was looking for ways to do so. It was just kind of, oh, David is a little different, so, you know, it just doesn't work out. But I could tell she was always very disappointed.
Kamel's behavior didn't add up. He was involved in everything, and she always made it seem like it's exactly what she wanted.
All right, Rodney, say hi, Mommy.
Hi, Mommy.
Okay, now we're going to do the spin, okay? Okay, let's spin. Ready? Set.
Go!
Ah, so spinny. Oh. You don't like it as much as last time, huh?
It's fun, Daddy.
You like it? Is it fun? Yeah?
Ah!
Oh. It's too spinny.
So less than 2 years after the trailer comes out, he's made his way to Hollywood. He has script in hand. He makes contacts with legitimate Hollywood insiders who believe and tell David that they're gonna go out there and raise the money for a $30 million movie.
The way I would pitch this thing is America's finally had enough. It's the population of this country has had enough of the corrupt government, and they make a stand. I think to this day, there's still a built-in audience for a film like this.
David did a phenomenal job
grassrooting this project. You know, we see all that from our aspect, and everything that David put into this was phenomenal in our eyes, just because of how this thing grew. It took on its own legs and grew and grew and grew and grew. So this is our June 29th meeting. We're sitting at a pub on Sunset Boulevard in Hollywood. We all did a celebratory shot and to conduct new business. David was very laid back, very, very calm. In that meeting, it was just very, very, very professional.
No sense of just, you know, hitting his lines or, you know.
No, I never got that impression at all. If he was acting, he was one of the best actors I've ever seen.
I was just going to say the same thing.
Pen, we hate you. Mike's meeting 2. The outline. Projecting power, confidence. Talk fast, easy, and project. Como's right. You're wearing something black. You got to show some arm veins. Watch on the left wrist. Bracelets on the right. A necklace that's long enough to be tucked in, nothing too flashy. Just enough to indicate that you're confident with your personality. Right. I'm not a fleece, you know. I'm not just a quick fleece. You're talking to me because this is my project. That transition's weak. I had 4,000, first of all, I had 4,000 fans before there was even a concept trailer. And I dropped it to those people, and it ballooned to 32,000 that you see today. These are the proverbial fish in a barrel that every time you say New World Order, they get out their wallets. So, how are the rewrites? This will probably start it. How are the rewrites? First thing you're going to do is see what they do to each other. If they look at each other, are they measuring me right now? All right. Mike, I see just one producer credit on your IMDb. This tells me that this is either MEG's first production or you guys have something else in mind. Remember, you're achieving a dominant position by matching their experience with your enthusiasm. So let them answer, but your wrap up now. Here's the sunset on your beautiful day with your partnership with the mics.
It's hard to express it. I got chills, actually.
It's the most divisive bull I've ever heard in my life. It's not the David who I met.
Not at all.
This is manipulative. This is psychotic.
Yeah.
I'm very insulted by it. Because what he's doing, he's taking an adversarial position towards us and playing us for chumps from day one. And yet, from day one, it was a collaboration and a collaborative effort for the project. This is the complete opposite of that. This is, I am, controlling the project. I'm going to work out exactly what words to say to elicit what response. This is craziness.
I don't even have to write it. I just have to have the idea, and people will start to do things. And I will make money off of it. Because this thing exists in my head. Whatever comes out of this first deal, I don't know what'll happen afterwards. Because we're creating this thing that exists outside of all of us.
You were given this thing, told, like, you're David, you have a task, you're a god.
We worked so hard and stuck together, and
Everything. We've stuck together through everything.
I'm so happy I understand you better. I love the bitch in you.
Passion, intensity, love is a lot of things, and love can turn into hatred too. It can turn into something negative if you put too much passion into it.
I just was concerned for him, because you go from hanging out with a person religiously to getting cut off. I mean, he withdrew from all of us so hard. Like, I'd text him and It would take a couple days for him to get back to us, and it's like, well, what's going on, man? He's like, I'm writing, I promise I'll, you know, da-da-da-da. And then when he emerged from that, that's when he said to all of us, like, you know, if you ever see me doing that again, say something and tell me, because I went to a dark place. So if I ever go back to my dark place, please tell me.
This is a journal entry. It's been a busy week writing Gray State, polishing it up. By the time you read this again, this whole nightmare will be over. David started journaling in day one. It's a program for journaling where he'd put pictures in every entry. They were random pictures, I think, but then he just journaled what was going on in his life at the time, mostly. He liked his dog a lot. I think his dog was one of his best friends. May 31st of 2014, journal entry. You will perform a ritual, a prayer for wisdom, love, empathy. These are the keys to unlock your ideal future, and you don't have an hour to waste.
So he's searching, right? He's a guy that is trying to bring a greater truth or truths or things that are hidden from us. He brings the spotlight to himself. David starts to feel pressure. I mean, it's not just about him anymore. It's not just about what he's bringing to the table. He's got all these other people at the buffet, and they want his product. They want what he said he was going to do.
David got to a point where he got so upset with his fans that if they wrote something negative, he would ban them from the page. He didn't want to hear the negative anymore. He was like, I'm making a movie. It's going to take time. It's not easy. You can take it or leave it. I don't have to listen to your
And I think when you have a target audience of that nature, they're going to respond the way they always do. They're going to not believe anything they're going to dig. You know, kind of like comic book movies. If you get something wrong, the die-hard comic book fans are going to attack you for this or attack you for that. These people are just actually legitimately insane, though. That's the difference.
I mean, the guy's more libertarian than anything, but he realizes that suspicions of wanting less government or questioning your government's motives or why there's wars or why are we, you know, in Afghanistan or Iraq like that, is way different than these other people who hate. And he wasn't talking about hate.
August 5th, 2014. David and Kamel are preparing for Ranya's birthday party. His quote was, unveiling from the distance everyone has perceived in us, ridding ourselves of dysfunctional relationships, friends, family.
So pretty. Thank you.
At the birthday party, the only thing that stood out to me was that they weren't talking at all. She had nothing bad to say about him. They had the closest relationship, and I just expected that they would flirt or kid around a little bit, but no, she was just really tense the whole time.
I'd say it was during Ranya's birthday party where I noticed such a disconnect between him and Kamel, and it was just really weird. It wasn't like any other time I've ever been in that household. It was stale, stagnant air. It just was bad.
This is where you see the occult influence in the story, and you'll see almost nothing until it spikes. But then a hint starts to rise. But if the hint is rising, where does the hint come from? And have I planted it appropriately in the past? And able to see, like, when the bad guy is introduced, is there enough of the occult hint? Has it been properly set up in the inciting incident? So I can ultimately bring it from nowhere and create this emotionally charged climax that is loaded with meaning that you didn't see coming.
I moved back to Minneapolis in 2014 and linked back up with David. He was talking to me a lot about spiritualism. At this point, him and Kamel had converted, in a sense. They were no longer talking about Christianity. They were talking about and the resonance of the universe and transcendental philosophy and connecting to higher levels of consciousness. And whatever that was, David tapped into it.
It's just for us. It's August 29th. Ronnie came home with a fever, and you were connecting and playing.
Yeah, we were painting nails, and the door's right here to her room. I was sitting on the floor, and she was sitting facing me. And I had my back towards her bed.
Mm.
And then the painting, and then we both felt something come through the door.
David never really got into a lot of details of what was going on with Kamel spiritually or what would actually take place. He would more propose questions of, so if some kind of spiritual attack, what would that look like?
And then, okay, cool. And then as I'm going back to painting my nails, I know where her voice is because I've been talking to her, so a voice higher than that. So I just feel like the height was higher than where she was at the bed. Knew you didn't like the song. I just froze. I'm like, Ronnie, did you say something? And just quiet. And I looked to see if she's awake or where it came from. She's like, what? No, I didn't say anything. I'm like, did you hear that? She's like, no, no, I didn't hear anything. And I came out and told you.
Want to know what I really think?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. I think people lean on the supernatural when they can't understand things that they're experiencing and feeling. And it's easier to believe that they were being chased by some kind of metaphysical spirit than they were being chased by their own problems.
Blue helmet.
After his daughter's birthday party, he starts just shutting down.
The only way out. The only way out is in.
Guy who was on social media all the time stops returning phone calls of the very important people who he needs in order for his dream to be realized. And nobody really knows why.
So after the birthday party, me and David's communication became very sporadic. He was looking much more to be the sole controller of Gray State. He was looking for me to sign away my rights as being the creator and one of the actors in it. And I wouldn't budge on it.
September 8th, 2014, there was a journal entry. The universe may want me to destroy Danny Mason since he has given indication that he wants to stand in my way. What a fool. Convert him to my cause or destroy him. His next actions will decide. Sounds worse than it was. It was just David being creative, I think.
They were in it together. Like the disconnecting, which was weird. Because here they are disconnected at the birthday party. But yet, they as a couple are disconnected from all of us. And then it starts just going downhill from there.
It was a very drastic change. She became very isolated. Nobody would really see her. You wouldn't even know if she was at work, except for the fact that she was seeing her patients. She would take the back ways in and the back ways out.
If there would have been any little clue. If I just would have known even about what it looks like for a woman to be nervous or whatever, like I didn't know.
September 30th, 2014, a journal entry. Utterly bewildered and spent. I think a part of me is broken. People are just creatures to tolerate and get around so I can be on my way.
I was going to babysit for him, and that fell through. After that, I would send him a text here and there offhandedly, and nothing, just didn't hear anything back. And that wasn't out of the ordinary. He gets busy, he does his writing, he gets buried in his work, so I wasn't concerned. I did notice that he wasn't responding. Then it became more of, I don't want to say pleading, but then I began to think something was wrong.
According to the police report, Kumail's sister drives 17 hours from Texas, pretty much as a desperate intervention. Her sister's not returning phone calls, they can't get in contact with David, and so she takes it upon herself to drive 17 hours from Texas and show up in Apple Valley. She gets to the door, rings the doorbell, and Kumail is home, and who appears in the door? It's David, who ends up telling her, no, you can't see your sister. And she never does.
She came in late October? That's insane. Why wouldn't you let her in the house?
I mean, what possible motivation, what possible reason could you have to explain that?
Oh my God.
And so, the third plot twist, the third act twist. There has to be a little bit of willingness to be killed at the end. She's basically becoming a martyr. Don't resist by taking out a gun, resist by letting him do it. But when she dies, he lets her go, spiritually understanding that she got out and that he will too.
I remember saying to her in her office one day, Kumail, I feel like I'm speaking to David, not you. I want to speak to Kumail. And her response was, why? Do you think I'm not intelligent enough to come up with these things?
October 30th, 2014, there was a journal entry. It said, Kumail got raptured today, period. She's still here. It was hard to hear when I first listened because there's some background noise in the room. I didn't realize there was anything on here. 1:48 p.m., 30 October 2014. I was just getting back from Home Depot with a bunch of wood to build the compost bin. Had lunch with Coma, and suddenly she began to shake and weep and howl, as if like someone had died. And she sat down. She said, "This is what rapture is." You got to give me some time.
Can I just lay here?
Yeah. Do you want? I was just trying to remember everything. If you want to contribute, you can help me remember.
Okay.
You said you've come very far to find me, and Ronnie and I need to come with you. And there's not much time. Time is not Time is not of our world.
And on some level, your soul has committed to mine, and we're gonna go somewhere, and Ronnie's coming with.
I was kind of skeptical, you know, like trying to make sure the source from whence it came was real. I don't know. My skeptical side right now, my scientific side, my brain's questioning where it came from. I was like, oh, was it something to confuse us? Am I crazy?
Sid and Nancy. I think what happened was Sid and Nancy. I don't mean this to speak ill of Kamel, rest her soul. I don't mean this to speak ill of David, rest his soul, and their daughter. But something was planned.
I think Kamel was in a hopeless situation and was just pretty much isolated with him. No friends, no family. And I think that she was hopeless.
The last time I was at his house, I went and brought him some lenses back. And that was in early November. And I remember looking at David and thinking, wow, you look like
November 2nd of 2014, the journal entry. The world is an inverse perversion of light. We are made of it and its weakness, a flashlight in the mind of Satan. But I am darkness.
I mean, hindsight's 20/20, but at the same time, when you're locked off from this person for months at a time and they're not they literally cut himself off from everyone, like deactivated his Facebook, wasn't answering phone calls, wasn't doing anything, wasn't seeing his family. What do you do?
The last time I saw him was late November. I've been over there a few times where he's in the middle of something he's working on, and just whoop, don't talk. I'll be present a little bit. Just don't disturb. I need my time. Don't really need anybody in now. So it was more of kind of putting up a wall. But yeah. Hold on. What? Just emotions, man. So off for a second.
December 7th, 2014. The last pictures David took on his cell phone were of Kamel. She seemed happy in the pictures, and David used one of those pictures on his phone as the background.
Kamel was on edge. He was on edge. He was thin. Eyes were sunken in. I mean, and that's when I approached him. I said, you know what, David? You told me to speak up whenever I noticed you start going into your dark place again. I said, Danny's worried about you. I'm worried about you. What's going on, man? And he literally looked at me and said, you and Danny have nothing to fucking worry about. I'm fine.
When Kamel met me around Thanksgiving, she looked sad. She looked uncomfortable. I didn't know what to ask her. I was just trying to keep her there. I don't want to start crying right now, though. So I don't want to talk about that anymore.
December 19th, 2014. David and Kamel pick up their daughter, Rania, from their last day of school before the Christmas holidays. That was the last time they were seen by anyone that we know. Driving to his house on Christmas Eve, there was a voice in my head. I don't know if I want to talk about this. So when I was driving to his house on Christmas Eve, I had a feeling like that I needed to go to his house and just tell him that I loved him. And by the time I got close enough, I had talked myself out of it, and I said, I'll just stop by another time. So, yeah, I wonder. December 25th, 2014. David's up early in the morning as usual and was planning his gray state future. And he writes, Christmas, 6-day countdown, meme, it will be a new year. And he proceeded to make a plan for every day until the new year. And he also made a plan that went way beyond that. Later that morning, David kills his family and then himself. That's it.
It's an idea going throughout, like, how can life keep emerging? How can it keep cropping up in new forms, especially with the way things are? But life has that sort of that nature of resilience and persistence. It's always popping up, even in the worst circumstances, and it's through that that changes are inevitable.
I got a call from my dad, and he asked if I was sitting down. He says, David. And then I was like, oh. And then he goes, Kamel, and I was like, oh. And Ronnie, and I just, I've never been stabbed, but it felt like something was going into my stomach with each name. And I couldn't breathe. And I just thought, this is like scripted almost.
Apple Valley Police recently closed their exhaustive year-long investigation, and for the first time are sharing their findings with the Fox 9 investigators.
It looks like David snapped and took the lives of his wife and daughter, and then ultimately himself.
Who wrote Allah Akbar on the wall?
He did.
In her blood?
Yes.
Why did he do that?
We believe that was just kind of a parting shot.
David Crowley seemed like he was very specific in how he wanted to be perceived to the outside world. It was almost like David gave us this plot twist at the end of Allah Akbar. You know, this plot twist that wasn't going to have any resolution, but that people would continue talking about.
Who walks into a house and sees Allah Akbar written on the wall and goes, oh yeah, David Crowley, someone who is not a Muslim, all of a sudden now he's writing it, and that somehow proves that he's guilty?
David Crowley would not write Allah Akbar in his wife's blood on the wall and leave a Quran open. He never brought up that issue once.
So what does it mean? To me, it was, my thinking is that it was throwing off the chains of pressure from delivering this movie, pressure from people telling me he had to make this movie, pressure as a man who has to provide for his family. And I think he was emancipating himself from all of it.
David planned ahead. David was 10 steps ahead, 12 steps ahead. And his military training, if it taught me the same thing, I guarantee it taught him the same thing. You have alternate courses of action for every event that occurs.
You guys say, woo!
I don't think you're missing anything. I mean, you're coming up with a good, solid timeline for everything. You're interviewing all of us. The only thing you're missing is why. And you're never gonna know why. I'm not, you're not, Danny, everybody, family, nobody's gonna know why. That's the only thing that you're not gonna have there.
And this is the strange thing. It's almost like he created a soundtrack to the murder-suicide. You know, something called Ascent. This music probably played for hours, maybe days after they were dead. Was he imagining these 53 songs as the songs that he would play while he's committing a murder-suicide? It's hard to know. I mean, this was on a loop. Who plans a soundtrack for the murder of their family? I don't know. I don't know.
Creeping around the bend, death illuminates the lines we live within. Like a black sunrise, reality takes shape and form and fills the sky. Some questions will fade, these will remain. Are you gonna fall behind? I know you lay tired in pools of tears. Don't fade out, it's almost here. The final Are you
Ready? Oh, Billy, you need to encourage me. What? Need a free bite? A free one? You can't even have it.
1 minute in.
1 minute?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna show this to you at your graduation. You'll see.
You like the dog more than most people. Well, except for his family. He probably likes the dog more than every person.
I told you, buddy. I told you.
Yeah, this is cute. I want the dog now back.
Hello, my name is Dan Hennon. Today is October 24th, 2017, and I'll be joined with guest Greg Fernandez Jr. We'll be giving the updates on the latest revelations on the Crowley case updates here today. Welcome, Greg.
Hey, Dan.
And so what we've got today, we're going to go over some miscellaneous items and also an interview that was done just recently that came to light from Mitch Heil, David Crowley's former best friend growing up in high school. He did a interview on the Dutch and Royce show that aired back on September 26th. And there's some interesting quotes and things from that we will go over that Mitch either said that he either meant or either possibly misspoke or maybe he did mean it. But he did an interview following going to that screening of the a Gray State documentary done by Erik Nelson. He attended the screening with his wife, and then he gave some comments afterwards about that on that radio broadcast. What we'll start off with here today, Greg, is the documentary, A Gray State. You and I were both filmed for that with Erik Nelson and their crew, and that's now wrapping up its Film Fest rotation. And it's going to be airing, I think it's November 3rd. It hits the theaters in New York, and then I think the end of November, Thanksgiving weekend, it hits in Los Angeles, and then it's going to go to, I think A&E Indie Films has it, so it's going to hit the Netflix. But I wanted to bring up a couple things. Number one, you and I have not seen the film yet. Not a high priority for me to see it. I'd like to see it eventually, but I know that after all the time that was spent on our ends, your end in California, I think there was close to 3 hours worth of footage and interviews, and mine here in the Twin Cities in Minneapolis about 3 hours. From what people who've gone to the film, basically said that there's a quote basically from you in there. There's a quote, I think, from myself, and that was really it. But I mean, a lot of time was spent and energy, and there was an entire crew in my house and in your location, so they didn't really get much of our, I guess, input. But we were thinking that this documentary was going to be more of a unearthing evidence from evidence in a forensics format to break open the case, to kind of solve it, and give answers to what really happened here. But what it seems to be from those who went to the movie is really a discreditation of David Crowley, and made him look to be like a madman descending into a deep state of depression and isolation, and kind of just ending it all. And it kind of proves to some extent that he did do this without proving anything. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, how do you do that? How do you say that David Crowley is guilty, but you're not going to talk about any of the facts or anything that would actually prove that David Crowley is guilty? How do you make a whole movie that doesn't even cover that, and then just gloss over any possible thing that, well, maybe maybe he didn't do these crimes? And then it gets even worse, because we're still only given 2 choices. Either David Crowley is guilty or the government killed him, and that's it. And these are ridiculous things to say. We're just trying to figure out what the evidence is, what the facts are, why police thought that David Crowley was guilty from day one, and why did the Gray State team and the family and friends all agree that David Crowley is guilty? Where is the evidence?
Correct. And what we've been saying from the get-go is there's multiple scenarios here, and if you follow the facts and lead where the evidence goes, and with any crime there's a means, motive, and opportunity. And when folks just blame it on one person right out the get-go, right out of the gate, and then not use anything to back it up, and now come with this a 93-minute documentary that we've been hearing from all this summer, essentially, was all your questions will be answered once you see the documentary, and it'll kind of close the door on the whole thing once you see it. And from what the people that I've talked to who've seen it said, it doesn't answer anything. It just shows an episode of The Shining, essentially, with Jack Nicholson, movie portraying David Crowley as far as him going down a madman's descent.
Yeah, they have all of this footage, all of these documents, but yet they have nothing to prove David Crowley is guilty. So what do they really have but a theory? Yet they always come after us for just asking questions. These are simple questions that they can't answer. So they just cut us out of their film. They just act like we don't exist, or they just spread outright lies because they can't deal with what we're saying. They're not in it for truth. That's what I'm really seeing here.
Yeah.
They don't care about truth.
My questions in the piece that I did on my questions on the interview when they spoke with me, and then when we did our YouTube broadcast, was all based on forensics, facts, evidence, things out of the police report, and hard facts and discrepancies, so
which is all cut out,
and all
right?
that stuff was cut out. I think we had some very good points, and you did the same thing on your end with your crew, and that was a lot of helpful information, I think, too, that authorities could use, and if the case was reopened, to be able to use the footage that was left on the editing room floor by us could all be used in an investigation down the road if this thing was to be reopened. But I don't know. I mean, it was bizarre, to say the least. I mean, I had a crew of, I think it was 6-7 people in my house there, with sound and light guys and
Yeah, you had Chris Peck inside of your house without you actually knowing it. These people knew who Chris Peck was. These people knew that there was a lot of hatred towards you, and they allowed Chris Peck to go into your house. That is ridiculous. That really pisses me off to no end. And the fact that these people are going to act like they care about truth and they care about this, they were playing games from the very start. And we didn't care because we're not playing games. The truth is on our side. And all they did by letting Chris Peck into your house is just prove more why people have more questions about anybody that was involved with this Gray State project, because they have been nothing but liars since all of this happened. That's my view on it.
It is, and like Greg pointed out here for our listeners, that I wasn't aware of that myself. I knew that a film crew was coming here to my house and allowed them to come in to do what they needed to do for the interview, and certainly that was fine. And then it was about 4 months later, it was kind of the running joke that Mason Hendricks, I think, says, I wish I wanted to go too, because I wanted to go. I wanted to be there, and the producer says, you know, you should stay back. But the joke was, well, at least we got one of our guys, Chris Peck, in the house, you know, and that, which was news to me. Now, Chris was the fine, young, upstanding young gentleman who sold David Crowley the marijuana, and one of the last stops at his house before Christmas break was at Chris Peck's house, I think, to pick up the weed that David subsequently smoked, you know, whatever. But he was, I think, part of the Gray State project. I don't know if he was doing sound, lighting, audio, or he was part of it. But I found out later that
he's also in it. Yeah, he's in this film.
And that was the other thing that was strange too. That if we read the cast, there's not really a cast in the movie. But if you go to IMDb for this documentary, there's a so-called cast. Now, Chris Peck, I don't know how he comes into the cast or how he's involved, but I know that all that he did in my house, I think it turned out that he was the sound guy. I mean, he was doing work on some audio controls or something. I didn't know who he was. I didn't recognize him. I didn't know until months later that he was even in my house. But I mean, it started piecing things together when the film crew left that day, where things started, you know, not adding up. You know,
like what? Tell us what happened that day.
There was really the two incidents. One is public, one's not yet. One is my wife's had a portable Blu-ray player in the office, and then once the film crew left, she was looking for it the very next day, and that was gone. I'm not going to pin it on Chris Peck. I don't know who took it, but someone in the staff. It was missing the very next day, and it was a gift that I had bought her for Christmas the year before. So. It was missing. It was no big deal, but I mean, like you said, those interviews lasted 3 or 4 hours that day. I'm drinking water. I'm keeping my voice, my throat loose. Drinking lots of water. The film crew leaves after 4 or 5 hours of being here in my house. I go to use the restroom upstairs, and I find out that my toilet's broken. And so it wasn't officially broken per se, but when I went to flush, I noticed human waste coming back into the toilet along with some soggy toilet paper that someone had used to, I guess evidently I was the butt of in the old Upper Decker joke, the butt of the joke. There was someone, are you familiar with that? Upper Decker, have you heard? It's kind of a college dorm frat thing that people do, where you defecate in the toilet, the upper tank of a toilet, put the cover back on it, and then when the next person comes along to flush, they're the unsuspecting victim of the residual coming back into the toilet from the previous person's solid waste. So I use the bathroom, I go to flush, I see this come back down and this mess of toilet paper and whatnot. So everyone is long since gone, and I realized that someone took used the Upper Decker in my house, which I wasn't too happy with. But when we're dealing with folks like this, and like I say, I had 6, 7 people in the house. I'm not going to point fingers. I don't know who did it.
Somebody did,
but it certainly wasn't myself. So
yeah, somebody did that, and there was no reason for that.
We're dealing with immaturity on a grand scale. with these folks. So it's just disheartening when you get people talking about a professional done documentary, a professional crew coming to your home, a professional, we're going to submit this to the Academy Awards documentary kind of talk, and then the reality of it leaves us chuckling in the background, knowing that it's not all that. It's quite laughable, actually.
That's really sick. For them to really do that is really sick. We're not dealing with people of a sound mind. There is no way that someone in their right mind would do something like that, which also makes me question why they would allow Chris Peck or anybody who was involved with this film to that level, who was passionate, who knew David Crowley, and who also was not going to reveal that fact to you. Why would they allow somebody like that into your house? You're giving them a lot of trust. You never ask any questions about who these people are, blah, blah, blah. You say, come on in. I'll tell you my side, blah, blah, blah. That's it. You do whatever you want with that. And they take it to this childish level. And for what? And then it gets even worse, because what Judy Prochnow said is that Chris Peck wanted to reach over the table and strangle you. So here we have somebody threatening physical violence to somebody who is supposed to be a part of a documentary. And when I question one of the filmmakers, or whoever the hell he is, when I question him, he downplayed it. When I question Hendrix, he downplayed it too. They're downplaying this like it's no big deal. Well, you know what? If you're gonna go and take a crap in somebody else's house and do whatever this upper decker thing, that is ridiculous. I mean, that just shows how sick some of these people are and just how childish they are.
Yeah, we're not dealing with the brightest bulbs here of the group, and it leads it leads into what we've speculated all along. David Crowley, in his final 2 months of his life, was slowly getting rid of the snakes in his inner circle. That he found out that people were not honest and upfront, and people were in it for the money. People were in it to ride David's coattails. They were not in it for honest to goodness good reasons to actually help him out. And like they said, they found David and Kamel found themselves isolated and by himself at the end of the road. Him and Kamel were doing this thing together, as per his last email to Jason Allen, the producer in LA. He's kind of said the project's been abandoned. I'm here by myself because I'm looking for a new trustworthy team. So David knew this. David was mature. David was intelligent and knew what was going on. And he was married with a child, and he was by all means mature, far greater than these associates that he had among him. Correct.
Yeah, and and I guess that brings us back to Heil, to Mitch Heil, because he was also not in this because he thought that David had this great project. He was in it for the money, and he makes that very clear.
Yeah. Now Mitch Heil was David's best friend in Owatonna High School, going through school, and got him to go into the Army. The two took off. I think it was 2010. Came back and then started working on projects and filmmaking and whatnot together. They had formed a company called the Bullet Exchange, and that was a company that folded right before the summer that all this happened. Was one of the things they had to cut down and get rid of, and they went their own separate ways in September of 2014. The Bullet Exchange. This is what prompted the excess units of equipment and gear that caused David to have a garage sale at his home there on Ramsdale Drive to get rid of some of this excess equipment. But that was Mitch Heil, the other co-founder, co-owner with that. And after that, we don't really see much of Mitch at all. They parted their ways, business ways, and I think still remain friends. But on September 26th of this year, just last month, he appeared along with his wife Sherry on the, well, I guess he's a regular possibly on this show called Dutch and Royce, the Dutch and Royce Show, internet, it's a radio internet program, podcast essentially. And what you did here, Greg, was after the airing of that, you took down some good quotes. And what I'm going to do is read through some of these quotes that Mitch made and kind of go through it, because some of it kind of explains a lot. Some of it doesn't. Some of these things cause only more questions. But I'm going to go through this kind of top to bottom, and I'd like to have your input on some of this. Mitch said it was weird watching the movie. He quote, "It's really strange watching a documentary about your best friend who basically went nuts. And it's like you're watching the slow collapse of somebody, like progressing." Mitch said,
right, so he's talking about this slow progression of David spiraling, into craziness. Yet, Mitch was not there. At least from a business point, he didn't have contact with him from at least September. From a personal point, probably not in December of 2014. So there was at least one whole month where it seems like Mitch Heil had no contact with David Crowley.
Yeah, and I'm
had
thinking,
no idea what he was doing.
And I would guess it was probably in September, around the time the business, they folded the business. They folded on good terms. They still remain friends, but from a business perspective, they cut ties. And that would leave it at September, October, November, 2 to 3 months of, if Mitch wasn't around to see him spiral. So all he has is this documentary, which is a bunch of compilation of home movie video footage from David that Erik Nelson and this crew of the documentary put together and kind of cherry-picked footage. And boy, it really stuck out for Mitch to see this, and you see this going down in slow motion. Really it was very impactful, I think, having him watch the screening of a movie that contained his best friend, almost like a out-of-body experience, seeing this happen. Mitch stated that David, quote, recorded everything.
So I was wondering, how many hours of video are we talking about? Do you remember how many hours that they had?
What Erik Nelson says in the documentary on one of the interviews, he said, that he just said there was terabytes upon terabytes of data. Now, we had counted, I think there was 13 hard drives that David had, and most of them said family pictures, family photos, work-related, work stuff. But there was terabytes of just data and videos, and it sounds like he recorded everything. And that's not even the documentation from his cell phone. And it sounds like he had a cell phone running all the time, and he was talking to himself, speaking, taking notes, and also videoing family, his daughter, his wife, different things. He just videoed everything. And so how many hours we're talking about, I don't know. I would say hundreds, if not thousands of hours of footage David had. So how much of it made the film? I'm guessing the footage that was gone through was cherry-picked to come up with the less desirable footage of David that ended up in this film. The next quote was, David meticulously kept journals of everything for the longest time, Mitch said. So he also kept, this online journal that was revealed to us before this film came out that was not mentioned at all in police reports or the evidence files or anything like that. So it sounds like he kept it in a journal as well. So a lot of meticulous data that David Crowley kept.
So is this one more thing that the cops miss?
Well, the cops, on the 94-page police report which we have received, there's 2 sentences that mention a online journal that David kept that he started in April of 2014, and it said there was nothing of there anything to note that related to why he would have done this. Nothing in this journal it was mainly the police said it was mainly daily activities and family events that was noted in this journal. Nothing that would explain why he did this. Now, Mitch also discussed the concept of a gray state, and basically, Mitch Heil says, quote, it's basically a jizz fest of all conspiracy theories mixed into one, unquote. And that's how he described what gray state was.
Yeah, well, that's very similar to what I've been calling it, fear porn. I guess I mean, I can't really, I can't disagree too much. I don't like the phrase of it, but I think we understand where he's coming from on that.
Yep.
At least I do, you know.
Correct. Joking about the murders right after it happened is just how Mitch copes with such a tragedy. It's normal for him. He says, that's just how I cope with things, unquote. Because during the interview, he said he mentioned in the interview that he kind of joked about the murders right after it happened, but that's just explained away as how he copes with things. What are your thoughts with that?
I think it's weird. I think it's odd. I think, you know, it is that's how some people do cope with it, but I don't think that that's normal. I don't think that that's rational behavior from somebody of sound mind. That's just my view on it.
Mitch then clarified his role in the making of the Gray State movie trailer, that it was, quote, it was just three of us. It was me and David and this other guy, Danny. I did camera, I did props, I did makeup, I did lighting, I did producing things, I did set design. Basically anything other than being the director are things that I had a hand in at one point or another, unquote. What's your thoughts there?
So here he might be talking about when the whole thing first started, because we obviously know that there were other people involved just besides these three people, but it does kind of seem like this is where everything started. But or is Mitch saying that it was only us three and all these other people that are claiming that they were involved in it were not as much involved as they really claimed to be? Somebody like Sean Wright, who claimed to be the Rolodex for David. But of course, by that time, Mitch had already kind of backed away from the whole Gray State project and didn't want anything to do with it, while Sean Wright was one of the last people to ever see David Crowley.
Yeah, and this would have been 2010, and to mention the word Danny here is Danny August Mason, the lead actor in it, and really him and David came up with all this stuff. But really, it sounds like Mitch Heil here did all everything, like he said, the AV, the audiovisual kind of things for this for the trailer. And then once it went live, I mean, the trailer that was produced is I think it's a very professionally done thing. But at the end, Mitch was out of it, and that's when these other people came into the mix. But it sounded, from what he talks about here, that it was just those three when they started out, and that would make sense. It goes on to say here, the family gave Erik Nelson all of David's private home videos because, quote, first of all, what are they going to do with it? And second is, I guess it's kind of a way to humanize him, or not just say he was a monster, unquote. What are your thoughts about that quote?
Well, I think if they want to humanize him, all they have to say is, where's the evidence to prove David Crowley is guilty? If you're going to claim that he's a monster, then show us that proof too. I think this documentary is going to kind of lead more towards that. It's not going to show you why David killed his wife or his daughter. It's just going to put all these thoughts in your head to make you think, okay, well, maybe it's possible. Maybe it's possible, to the point where then, well, if they say it, if the friends are saying, if the family is saying it, then it must be true. Well, let's see what evidence they're basing it on, because I can tell you it's very slim to none, and it always has been, and it still is now. It's even worse now because more time has passed, more facts have been gathered, and yet we're still given the same BS answer.
Yep, it's true. Mitch ended his relationship with the Gray State Project when it, quote, was no longer financially viable to stay involved. And by that, I mean I was like 2 months away from being homeless, end quote. What's your thoughts there?
Okay, so here, he's making it clear why he was involved with it, to make money. There's nothing wrong with that, but he's also going to make clear, too, that it wasn't just that. It was that he also wanted to work on outside projects. He didn't just want to focus on Gray State. He wanted to make the actual movie Gray State, while David Crowley wanted to build a franchise around Gray State. And I think that kind of caused this big clash that we see, where Mitch Heil needed to make money. We all do. And obviously he felt he wasn't going to do that, staying a part of this Gray State project.
David was focused on the Gray State franchise, and there were no outside projects to bring in any revenue. Another reason Mitch left the project was because he told David, quote, "Conspiracy theories are fucking stupid. I don't mesh this whole movie, so I can't do it anymore," unquote. So go ahead with your thoughts, because I've got some quotes on this as well.
Okay. My only thought is then, well, why did you even be a part of this if it wasn't for the money? That's it. Because if you really thought that they were stupid, why would you involve yourself in something like this? And why would you involve yourself in something like this for so long? So you obviously knew where David Crowley was going with this. You weren't on board with it, but hey, as long as it was making money and as long as it was going to lead to other projects, it sounds like Mitch Heil was going to stay involved in it. And I think a lot of other people were too.
Yeah, I think that from my perspective on this, by saying conspiracy theories are stupid, I think it's a very ignorant thing to say. I think it's very ignorant because, number one, that's another one of those, you either believe it or you don't. And I think what Mitch Heil's talking about here is that there's conspiracy theorist people out there, and there isn't. There's only two sides of the coin. You are or you're not. And I think that's ignorant because we know that some of the conspiracy theories that are true are no longer theories, they're fact, and some of them are not true. Only an ignorant person would say that they're not correct. So I would encourage Mitch Heil and others, if they have the same thinking out there, you've got a computer handy, you can Google just like the rest of us. I would research the phrase Operation Northwoods, the phrase Operation Paperclip, the Gulf of Tonkin incident, and the USS Liberty. Once you research a few of those things, then I think that you'll be better equipped to not make such comments down the road, because that is kind of an offensive comment to make by someone that's making an ignorant comment. Now, the Dutch and Royce show itself, their tagline is, "We're better than you." The tagline for the show is, "We're better than you." So when I listen to the program, the broadcast of that program, when they're all ganging up saying how stupid the conspiracy theories are, they've got to realize how ignorant they look when making a comment like that, because they are admitting that they themselves are the sheep. But I'll leave it at that. Mitch also pointed out that it was normal for David to disappear while writing for weeks at a time. Now, Danny August Mason has also mentioned this in the past, and that's very common, I think, when you get into some creative personalities like this. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I think that was very clear that David did this, and maybe that's why nobody contacted him for so long. But I think other people have used that to say, well, he was declining because he wasn't in contact with anybody, when we know that for him that was actually normal, according to what all of these different people say.
And then you've got written down here, it looks like, then Mitch lies about me when Erik Nelson's A Gray State is brought up. Dan Hennon and I were both interviewed for Nelson's Slopumentary on June 4th, 2016, prior to conducting one of our YouTube discussions on the allegations against David Crowley. I had high hopes for Nelson's documentary in the beginning. I'll reserve my final judgment until I see the documentary myself. But based on what I've heard so far, those hopes will fade in time.
Yeah, and I was also trying to figure out, did we do it on Skype or did we do it on Google Hangouts through YouTube? I thought it was through YouTube, not
I think
through
so.
Skype.
I think it was YouTube or Google Hangouts or something.
Okay, so that's one more thing that Heil's gonna get wrong, where he talks about, I'll wait until we actually get there. But I did have very high hopes for this film, and the film crew that came out to my house were very nice, and there were three guys, and they were very very cool. I did feel like they were fishing to get me to say something bad about Sean Wright. There was a lot of focus on Sean Wright. And what you won't see in the documentary, when they were asking me about Sean Wright, there were things that I purposely did not mention because I didn't think that they were actually relevant. And one of those things that I did mention was that Sean Wright was one of the last people to see David Crowley. One of the things that I made sure not to mention was if anybody else was with Sean. So,
that's a big thing too, because in a crime case like this, detectives will always want to see who was the last person to see the deceased alive. And Sean Wright, on one of his comments that he posted, I think it was his instant message to you, was he made the exact quote that says, "I was probably one of the last people to see David Crowley alive." Now, I don't get where the word probably comes in there, but I think you either know you were or you weren't, and the fact that he had to insert the word probably is very telling in that situation. But police in this case, they would be one of the first people to interview or talk to or eliminate as a suspect would be Sean Wright for being the last person to see him alive. That's very telling. Now, when you
which makes it very strange why Sean Wright is not mentioned in any of those police reports that we have. Now, maybe Tom Lydon has the reports where Sean Wright is mentioned, but we don't have those. So why weren't we given those? What's so special about Sean Wright?
Yeah, that's correct. And I think Mason Hendricks also does not appear in that 94-page police report at all.
That's right. That's the other one too. Both of these guys were heavily involved in this Gray State project and are heavily involved in Erik Nelson's documentary, but they're not mentioned in any of the police reports that we have. Why not?
Yep. Let's go to the next thing. Is Mitch stated that Erik Nelson's film had two, quote, hardcore conspiracy theorists who will think that David was killed by the government in there, and they were doing a Skype session back and forth. And all the filmmaker did was let them talk to each other over Skype and show how fucking stupid they are. He didn't even have to say anything to them. It was pretty funny, unquote. What's your comment there? That was kind of what you were saying. It wasn't on Skype. It was on, I think, Google Hangouts or YouTube. But
right. So there's probably about four things in that one sentence or that one part that he got wrong.
Yeah.
And you can go down the list from calling us hardcore conspiracy theorists. Well, how do you define that?
Yeah, I would like to know. I'd like to know what that is.
Yeah, is that anybody who looks into this stuff? I mean, what is the difference between a conspiracy theorist and a hardcore conspiracy theorist? Because this guy is also buying into a conspiracy theory that the police made to say that David Crowley was guilty. And if you want to talk about this whole path theory, then that is a conspiracy theory between David and his wife to kill their daughter and kill themselves. So this guy needs to do a little more research about theories, and really he needs to do a little more research on us before he opens up his mouth and says something stupid one more time.
Correct. And just my response to that is also, I don't think I've ever said since the murders took place that I personally think that the government did it. I don't know where he got that from, but I think what we hear with this documentary coming out is that you and I are the bad guys here, and we're thinking that we're leading this whole charge of the government did it. I'm not going to rule out that they didn't, but I've never, and if someone can find it, please post a link below on the comment section, but I've never once in my life said that David Crowley was killed by a shadowy government here that's out to, because he's getting too close to the truth. That does happen, and that's a fact. That's a conspiracy fact. But in this case, does it happen? I don't know. I think there's many different scenarios that could have taken place here. All I know about this case, and all anyone who knows that has researched this case, is that it didn't go down. It couldn't possibly have gone down the way the official narrative has. So something else had to have happened. That's just being real. That's just doing your homework. That's just researching. Very basic thing called that. But I have never gone on record to say the government did anything in this situation. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, that's definitely true. And I think, some people have created some little quotes or taken things out of context to kind of show that we are, thinking that David Crowley was killed by the government. Personally, I don't really buy that. I don't see any facts towards that. But yeah, of course I'm gonna look for those, because then that's gonna help me either, decide if there's something to back that up or if there's nothing to back that up. But the only way that you do that is to do research. You don't just sit there and just say, well, no, of course not, blah, blah, blah. When we all know that these things do happen, there are many theories out there that have been proven true. You can go, all of the stuff that you actually mentioned that you told him to research, he can find just in government documents. So it's not that hard to go and do a little research to understand that things do happen and people are killed, that our government has sanctioned murder, that they do these things. Nobody's saying that that's what happened here. I mean, there are some people saying that, but we're not saying that. But we're also not being like all of these other people that are closing that door. And these are the same people that want to move forward with a Gray State fictional movie. I mean, come on. It's like, you guys can't have it both ways. You can go and look at the Gray State Facebook page now, and you'll see all of this conspiracy gaga, and some of it is just like, what are you guys doing? Are you guys trying to purposely put out false theories? Are you guys trying to purposely make every conspiracy theorist look like some crazy nut, and then at the same time call your friend a crazy nut, and then at the same time try to move forward with his project to make money off of? That is disgusting behavior. These guys really need to just check themselves. They need to look in the mirror and just do some soul searching, please. Because it's not all about money. It is about truth. And if you're not in this for truth, then you're not going to make it in this business. You're not going to make it in this conspiracy world and all of this stuff because you're not open to it. You're closing that door. So I hope they keep an open mind about this stuff.
Yeah, it's all I can hope for is to have people research and make comments, intelligent comments based on research, without making blanket painting with a broad brush on a lot of these assumptions. The next thing it says, what I find funny is how Mitch could make such a statement when it is only a half-truth at best. Calling someone a hardcore conspiracy theorist is often used to deflect from a real conversation and avoid the real issues, in my opinion. This is Greg writing here. Mitch lied when he stated Dan and I think the government killed David. We just covered that. We're open to all possibilities, backed up with factual information. One would have to be stupid not to realize that by now. Mitch, a little research goes a long way, and I will debate you on this very case whenever you are ready.
Sure, and I keep that open. I'll go on this Dutch and Mantel show, whatever this show is. I'll debate any of these guys, anytime, anywhere, because they cannot back up their theory, their view that David Crowley killed himself.
And then it says here, a spoiler alert about Erik Nelson's film. You won't see any facts given by police to prove David Crowley is guilty. Why? Because of the lack of evidence police found to state David was guilty. It's that simple. All you are given is more speculation to support a weak theory. It's not true that all, quote, all the director did was let us talk to each other to show how stupid we were. Before the Skype session between Dan and myself, we were both separately interviewed by separate film crews. both of which Erik Nelson was not present for. Now, Nelson was for mine.
Oh, he was for yours.
He
Okay,
was,
good.
Yeah, he was
good to
there for
know.
mine. You had another staff doing it for yours, but Erik was mine. So Nelson was not even able to chime into our conversation, even if he wanted to. The man who interviewed you was Robert Erickson.
I think it was Robert Erickson.
Yeah.
I put Richard Erickson. Okay, so Erik Nelson was present. Give us a little flavor of what that was like. Was he back and forth with you? Was he letting you talk? Did he ever challenge you on things? What was the whole gist of it? Since we're not going to get to see it in the movie.
It was odd. It was odd. The first thing, the one thing that jumped out for me is that he didn't have a pen and paper, or any kind of notes whatsoever to do the interview. He just was letting me talk, letting me chat, but was I felt getting baited on looking for reasons that this all went down, and I think he became frustrated that I was being vague in my answers, but he was trying to get me, for you it was Sean Wright, for me it was Judy Prochnow, it was Judy. What would you do to Judy if she was right here? What would you say to Judy if she's right in front of you? And I said, I could care less. I have nothing about Judy. Who cares? I don't like that she's wasting everyone's time on the justice pages, giving paragraphs and paragraphs answers on all of her thoughts that mean nothing without giving the facts. And I said it's a real annoyance because a lot of it is disinfo that we've already proven is disinformation. But he was looking back at it now. He was waiting for me to slip up and say something that he was, I think, going to be able to use later and capture on film to be able to use to discredit me. And that's all I felt it was. I was focused on the facts and evidence and police reports and actual hard data, and I was questioning those kind of things. But
so it's
he
actually
wasn't interested. No, he wasn't.
He wasn't interested.
No, he
so
wasn't.
it is possible that he was one of the people that took a dump in your house, in
Correct.
your toilet. He might have taken what is it called? An
upper decker.
An upper decker. Okay, that's just ridiculous.
We can't rule. We can't rule him
We
out.
didn't take a stool sample. We should have, but I didn't know about this. You never talked about it. You never brought it up. So this is all new to me.
It all started making sense when this stuff started coming up, because once we've gotten the gist that we were played, essentially, then things all started making sense. Now when I hear about this documentary, it's making more and more sense, and then now it's starting to. The lens is starting to come into focus here. What's really going on? So I think it's very interesting. The next thing is here's the next thing you wrote is more so. It seemed almost all of our interviews and conversations were not included in the documentary. Something I found funny as well. Perhaps Erik Nelson avoided our input because it would raise more questions about the official theory. Sorry, I hope not, because that is what his documentary was going to do: show the people the evidence to prove David is guilty and let the people decide. Instead, I think the movie will veer away from the real issues and focus elsewhere. You know, Greg, I do remember him at the very beginning of the documentary process saying he's going to leave it open-ended and let the viewer decide what the end, and he's just going to portray, throw out their information and let the viewer decide. But the more we're hearing from folks who went to the film, it's an either or. Either he did it or he didn't. It doesn't leave you answering. It kind of gives the answer for you. It sets the answer right in your lap with a ribbon and bow already neatly assembled. It's a pre-packaged answer, I think, is what this documentary is. The wrong answer, but an answer. The next thing is, I wonder if Mitch Heil is avoiding the facts or lack thereof that supposedly prove David is guilty. What would a friend have to see in order to be convinced their best friend was guilty of a double murder-suicide? Mitch, what convinced you? You once stated the Gray State killed David. Any chance you'll be part of the Gray State team moving forward with David's fictional movie? And you have comment on that?
Yeah, those are some of the questions that if I ever got the chance to ask him, those are probably the first questions that I would ask him. You know, when did you think David Crowley was guilty? You talk about David Crowley, that this whole Gray State killed him, so I'm assuming that Mitch is not going to be part of the Gray State fictional movie moving forward, even though he might have some stake in this project, and he might be able to make money off of it. So I'd be very curious to see if he's going to be a part of the Gray State team that wants to move forward with making David's fictional movie.
Mitch felt the documentary was quote done as respectfully as it could be done, unquote, adding that he didn't feel anything was taken out of context. We'll see. I
can tell you one thing.
Yeah, we'll see about that. You've got written here. If the movie cannot help prove David was guilty, yet at the same time promotes David was guilty, then I would call that disrespectful. That's a good point there.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we're going to see things in that movie that are taken out of context, and we're also going to see that. Well, at least I'm gonna see that. You know what? Like, if you guys don't care about the facts about proving whether he's guilty or not, then that's disrespectful. I really find that very disrespectful that they would not care to really investigate whether David Crowley was guilty or not. And they can all say that they have and blah, blah, blah. But from day one, they were also saying that David Crowley was guilty. So from day one, they were all searching for facts, for things to prove that David Crowley was guilty. And all we've been asking is, well, what did you guys find to prove that he's guilty? And all we're getting is just the same old gaga, nothing that really proves that David Crowley is guilty. The police don't even have any facts to prove David Crowley is guilty. Yet they all thought that he was guilty. It's very disrespectful to me.
I agree. When it came to David meeting with Hollywood executives, Mitch explained that David was concerned about losing certain rights to the Gray State franchise. We know Danny August Mason was not willing to give up his rights to the project. We see that now as Danny Mason tries to move forward with the fictional Gray State film. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I was kind of shocked when I found out he was going to move forward with it. I guess I shouldn't have been, but I wonder if anybody else, a part of the Gray State team, was also shocked that he was going to move forward with it. Now, is this movie going to be David's vision? Probably not, because David had changed it so many times. Unless they're going to stay true to David's final vision for this movie, it's not going to be David Crowley's project. And even if it is, why would you want to put a project out there where the person who made this film, or who wanted to make this film, killed his wife and killed his daughter and then killed himself? It's kind of strange, unless you want to make money off of it. That's the only reason that I can see.
For those watching the show, on this interview, at the 14-minute and 30-second mark of the show, Mitch is asked about the pact theory. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, so first he kind of veers away from the pack theory, and they kind of keep him back on it, and then he goes back to it and talks about these demons and talks about that, and basically really downplays the whole demon angle. Doesn't really talk about the demons or what the daughter said about all that, and I know everybody has their own views on all that stuff, but he doesn't really give a clear view of what his view is on this pack theory. And I'm very curious to know what his view is on this pack theory, because if there was a pack theory, and I don't tend to believe that there was, but if there was, then that in itself is a conspiracy. Two people are conspiring to kill somebody else and to kill themselves. Where's the evidence of that? So I think that's why a lot of people haven't bought into the pack theory, because there's no proof.
Well, at the very beginning, it was Sean Wright pushing the pact angle, and at the same time saying there was no conspiracy, but saying it was a pact. The two people agreeing to commit a crime is in itself, on its face, a conspiracy. And so that's
the only evidence that I can see of a pack theory is that police did not find any of the daughter's blood or flesh on the wife, so they kind of think that they were killed at 2 separate times. So, but even that, like how do you go from something like that all the way into a pack theory, and so early on, before nobody was supposed to have known anything yet? They didn't know about the whole blood writing on the wall, but they're already going to go ahead and talk about this pack theory. It's like these guys are searching for some reason, for something to blame David Crowley for these murders. And the problem is they can keep searching, but they can't back it up, and they can't prove it, and that's why they will never face me in a debate. At least Judy Prochnow did. And what was supposed to be a debate with Judy Prochnow, I believe, turned into a good talk. And I think I can do that with some of these other Gray State team people too. But the problem is they don't seem to have the guts to step up and try to challenge me on these things. So I'll keep that challenge open just in case they ever want to change their mind. But I've reached out to a couple of them to try to to talk about this on a public forum. They don't want to talk about it publicly, probably because it's going to make them look pretty foolish, because they're not going to be able to back up this theory that David Crowley is guilty. So I can understand why they won't challenge me on it.
Makes sense. Makes sense. And so that interview, once again, it was done on. If anyone wants to look it up, we'll post it here in the description as well. But basically, it was the Dutch and Royce episode on September 26th. It was aired on September 26th, 2017, and that's. And it was an overview of, after seeing the screening of A Gray State, and that was the free screening that was done at the Walker Art Center in Minneapolis here. And so him and his wife went to that, and basically he gave his thoughts on what it was like seeing it afterwards, and very, very interesting. I've got nothing else on that. Do you have anything else, Greg?
Nope, that's it for now.
All right, so we'll put that link in the description of this broadcast, and feel free to watch it. Anything that we may have gotten wrong, put it in the comments down below, or if you want to clarify anything. But very interesting. Once you listen to it, it'll be very interesting on that interview coming from a best friend of a now a murderer, I guess. But I thought it was very telling. All right, well, Greg, we'll talk with you next time, and that shall wrap up for the show for tonight.
Okay.
All right, thank you. For Greg Fernandez, this is Dan Hennon. Today's October
What I've seen after the New Yorker article came out, and then what I've seen in the interviews relating to the documentary that Erik Nelson directed, called A Gray State, is the common theme that I'm seeing in both of these things is the concept that David Crowley came back from the war, started understanding how things work from the big picture, and then the theme that I'm seeing is that they're pushing that he saw a niche market that he could exploit. It sounds to me that the narrative they're going with is that he found this conspiracy theory group out there that he could exploit and make money off by making a movie about these crazy nut jobs. I don't buy that at all. In fact, I think that he was 100% following his heart with the script and everything that he was working on in the Gray State. He was not using it to exploit anybody, but he wanted the truth to be out there, and he would go so far as to release some of the stuff for free, the documentary. He was more, I would look at it as educating and giving people information that they could judge for themselves, but helping educate the American public, not something that he could exploit for a quick buck because he was trying to hustle someone. And that's the feeling I got after reading the article and watching the several of the interviews for the documentary, that they're trying to put a spin that he was trying to make a quick buck, is what it sounded like to me.
What do you think about the demonic angle that they're going to try to push?
Well, I think that it's with what happened in that house and what we've seen, it certainly seems plausible that if there was something behind that angle, it could have been the case. We know that David Crowley would not do this, any normal person would not do this in their right mind if they were clearly thinking. Now, if he was under some kind of hold, under some kind of possession, perhaps he was, and perhaps he did this. But if that's the case, you still have to get around the angle that if a silencer was used to carry out the killings, why would you need a silencer if you were under this demonic possession of some entity so no one would hear the shots? That's the one thing people have to remember about this case. The homes are close together. In the wintertime, shots of that caliber weapon that David allegedly used without any kind of suppressor or silencer would have rang through that neighborhood. So if you want to play the demonic possession card in this situation, although it's plausible, you still have to get around that fact that a silencer or something was used, as no one in the neighborhood heard anything. We've heard that neighbors heard something, but it didn't line up with the dates and times that this obviously happened in. So you still got to explain that scenario, because that still has to be dealt with, and that hasn't been yet to this day, a silencer or a suppressor.
Any final thoughts here before we go?
No, I think just to summarize, I think that once a documentary comes out, we'll be able to see that, whether it goes on to Netflix, whether it goes on to, I think it's A&E. A&E Films owns it. They're going to try to, I think, submit it. Some other people have requested it for some various film festivals to get it entered here. But I think after 6 to 12 months, whether it gets accepted or not, they'll start airing that on Netflix, maybe free for download, free movie to view. It might be on cable release after that. But it would be interesting to see what was all contained in that video footage of David doing those home videos. And I believe all that was legit and true. But to tie it into why he allegedly did this, that's a pretty giant leap, I think. The video footage that he had obviously happened, but the Erik Nelson and the film crew here took that footage, those 1,300 hours or 1,300 photographs, along with hours of documentation, and they basically needled it down to certain things that happened, and then tried to then make the viewer of the movie make the leap that he indeed did carry out this crime.
Right, because that's what we keep hearing, all of these things. Oh, it was strange, but this is where they prove, this is how they're going to prove that David Crowley is guilty. To me, that always seemed very, very strange. Yet, at the same time, they're like, well, anybody else's theory is just as good as ours. So.
Yeah, and that I agree 100% right there. This doesn't prove anything. If this is just homemade videos and pictures taken by David on his cell phone, you know, the things that he did obviously happened because it was videotaped. But to make that giant leap that this was the reason he did it, and now this proves that he did it, is nothing less than I wouldn't say a joke, but you cannot make that conclusion.
Okay. All right. So we'll just wait for the documentary to come out, and then hopefully we'll do another show, maybe a few shows on it. Who knows, depending on how bad or how good it is.
Death of a Dystopian by Alec Wilkinson. He writes a 7-page article in the New Yorker, and I find it fascinating what was missed in this article, all the different things that were not covered, yet what he chose to actually cover in this. Now, in speaking with Alec Wilkinson, it took me probably about 30 seconds to realize that this guy did not know very much about this case. Didn't know about the bullet hole in the living room that the police missed for 1 month. In this article, you're pretty much given two choices, okay? You can either believe that David Crowley is guilty or that the government killed him. That's pretty much all of the choices we're given here. How a libertarian's film project and his fate fueled the alt-right's deepest fears. I don't know what this guy is talking about here. I don't know what this guy is talking about here when he's talking about this alt-right crap. What does the alt-right have to do with any of this? Alright, this is not about alt-right, this is not about left, this is not about right, it's not about any of that. It's just about truth. First of all, has he read the police reports? Has he looked at the crime scene photos? Because I can tell you, when the people came out, when the documentary film came out to film me, the guy that I spoke with had no interest in looking at those photos. Well, if you're not going to look at those photos, if you're not going to look at the 94 pages, of course you're not going to understand where we're coming from. But if you're not willing to do that, don't write an article and don't make a fucking documentary. This is serious stuff. Now, if you have looked at these photos, and if you have looked at the 94 pages and you still don't understand where a person like me is coming from, I don't know what to tell you. Here's what I can tell you. I don't know what happened. This article continually tells me what happened based on the documentary that I have yet to see. That also is going to tell me what happened. Well, I had many people from the very beginning trying to tell me what happened. And it all comes back to the same thing, the broken record of Greg Fernandez Jr. Where is your proof? So let's go through this article that fueled the alt-right deepest fears. I mean, what kind of crap is that? It all goes back to this secret knowledge that these people have, and this is why David Crowley is guilty. But we can't share it with you yet. First, we gotta go and go to every film festival that we could possibly get it into. Then we gotta sell it to somebody. So again, where does it come down to? It comes down to money. Yes, it is an interesting story. To me, the interesting thing is not just what David Crowley did, it's how the police reacted to what David Crowley did, to what they claim he did. So to me, there's many stories here. It isn't just, is David Crowley innocent or guilty? It's also, what did the police do to come to their theory? This article really doesn't cover that. Okay, it kind of glosses over that. Here's what I think really happened. I think Alec Wilkinson wrote a shitty article, 7-page article. I think there was a lot of things that he did not cover, and a lot of things he chose not to cover. Okay, but this alt-right crap is really bothering me, so I keep going back to that. Alright, so the journal was a life report, since I suspect my feelings right now in nostalgia and reflection might be of value. The timing of this article matching up with the documentary is not a coincidence. It's not an accident. Like I told the people that showed up at the house when they interviewed me, I told the guy later on, man, you guys did not have to be so secretive. If you're going to try to set out to find the truth, then be truthful. We didn't know who was making this film. We didn't know what this film was for, and we didn't care, because that's how strongly we believe in what we say. But on Facebook, there is a page called Justice for David Crowley and Family, which says that its purpose is to, quote, help to clear the good name of David Crowley. The page is overseen by an accountant in Minnesota named Dan Hinnon. He and Greg Fernandez Jr., a tech worker in California, conduct long discussions on YouTube in which they find fault with the police investigation and ask why someone whose future seems so promising would kill himself. I don't know if that's what we're discussing. We discuss more of how the police messed this whole thing up and how certain people jumped to the conclusion that David Crowley was guilty and totally ignored or totally just glossed over all of the things that the police did wrong. That's what we're talking about. To say that the reason why the police missed the bullet hole is because of the Christmas tree, where the Christmas tree was, is bull. Because we can see exactly where the Christmas tree was. It was not that close to the ceiling. There is no way that the police would have missed it. The police moved the Christmas tree at least once, so there's no reason for them not to have seen this large bullet hole in the living room. Alec goes on to say the journal is dominated by Crowley's notes as he wrote Gray State. what he wished for it to be, his anxieties about whether he could manage it, and the audience he imagined it would reach. He also wrote about his ambitions in general, to have a screenplay produced by 2016, to be a millionaire by 2017, his feelings for Kamel. And here's a quote from David. God, I love that woman. Strong, beautiful, ferocious, and deadly intelligent. And his determination to be a good father. So he's writing about his determination to be a good father, and then he goes ahead and kills his daughter. So as the entries go on, I guess, it starts to get darker now, okay? Where David Crowley writes, I'm expecting to wake up somebody else. Vast personality changes are happening too fast to write about every day. I am being prepped for some slide into oblivion or destiny. This is what it comes down to. And this is what Alec Wilkinson says. David Crowley was losing his mind, and he didn't seem to know it. Somebody's feeding that to Alec. This guy does not know David Crowley, okay? This guy, I mean, that's a huge statement to really say. Somebody is feeding him information that will lead to that conclusion. Journals of people overtaken by psychosis are rare. That's the very next sentence. So David Crowley was losing his mind and he didn't seem to know it, and this is a rare case. It's pretty much what the guy is saying. I hope this guy's not a journalist. This guy cannot be a journalist. I mean, I took 2 high school journalism classes, and I know there's certain things you do and certain things that you don't do if you are a journalist. I'm not a journalist, but I don't know if this guy, I don't think this guy is either, so guess we're in the same boat. He goes on to say David Crowley owned a number of self-hypnosis recordings meant to overcome his insecurities. Again, somebody's feeding him that. The reason I say this, somebody's feeding Alec this, is because the guy obviously has not done a lot of research on this case. He thought that the convulsive things that were happening to him were the result of his endeavor to become more confident, poised, and commanding. He thought he was developing a new self. Where are all of these strange things, and where are all of the conclusions, the rush to judgment? Where is that in this article? It's missing. The only one who knows for sure is God. And that's good enough for me. Okay, in 2007, David was transferred to Fort Hood in Texas, and in 2008, he met Kamel at a bar in Waco. The next day, he introduced her to another soldier as his girlfriend. Kamel, who was a senior at Baylor University, lived with her mother and father, Nyla and Anjamalam, and her younger sister, Sidra. 3 years earlier, they had come from Pakistan. There, the girls and their mother had each had a driver, and the house was run by servants. In the U.S., they had to learn to manage for themselves. Within weeks of meeting Kamel, David found out that he was being stop-lossed. That is, his service was being extended without his consent. Furthermore, he was being sent to Afghanistan. He immediately asked Kamel to marry him. Kamel told her father that she was serious about David. So this is what Anjamalam, Kamel's father, told Alec Wilkinson for this article. While I was talking to her, meaning Kamel, David comes to the house for the first time. He came in and he was ready to fight with me. So Kamel told Anjum that they were getting married in 2 days and that David was leaving in 2 weeks. Anjum said, I was completely in shock. Finally, I said, fine, if you guys love each other, who the hell am I to come between you? So even though David came in there ready to fight, Anjum goes on, and it seems like he and David eventually are on good terms. So David so resented being stop-loss that he told his commanding officer in Afghanistan that he couldn't be responsible for another soldier's life, and he was assigned to deliver mail. Kamel got pregnant in late 2008 during one of David's leaves. When he was finally discharged in June of 2009, he was disgruntled, and he told Kamel not to come to the ceremony for returning soldiers. Instead, he had her wait outside in the car. I don't want the army controlling how I reunite with my wife, he told another soldier. Rania was born in August of 2009. In September, the family moved from Waco to Minnesota, where Kamel knew no one. For the first 6 months, she was miserable, her sister said. She would call crying, "It's so depressing here and it's always cold." Okay, the Gray State began in the summer of 2010 when Danny Mason, whom David had met through a professor at film school, sent David an email with links to websites devoted to conspiracies and suppressed information. Conspiracies and suppressed information, very similar to the case that we're dealing with now. How ironic. According to Mason, he came back in 36 hours, having stayed up for 24 hours, and said, "You're on to something. Let's see where this goes." Before writing a first draft, David and Danny Mason wrote scenes for the trailer, which they shot with Mitch Heil in 2011. It is 2 minutes 40 seconds long, and it cost $6,000. Over the summer, Kamel's mother received a diagnosis of cervical cancer. Kamel and her father argued over the phone about treatments, and afterwards she and David decided that her family was trying to manipulate her and that she could no longer speak to them. The following day, though, David heard Kamel on the phone talking heatedly in Urdu and became angry. After they argued, she wrote, "I expected him to show me a little more compassion." She told herself that she would feel better in the morning, but she had nightmares. "I started experiencing degrees of separation between David and I," she wrote. "I guess I forgot we were two different people in two different bodies." Alright, now here we go. And Alec then goes on to say, "A psychosis can overwhelm and disable a person, or it can appear episodically in the form of disordered thoughts that are themselves an attempt to ward off a collapse. At the end of July, David suffered a psychic crisis that involved a deep understanding stretching my mind past what my body can tolerate." He went on to write that he had undergone, quote, "a 20-minute physical episode of visions of pure deep horror, long insight stretching unbroken like a panorama. The vision subsided, however, and he returned to his regular life, taking Rania to their sitter, having family dinners, reading and writing, and working out in the backyard with Kamel. The moment of my purpose has arrived, and if the universe awaits my consent for the go-ahead, then I say, do your worst, you filthy, sticky bitch. I know you're going to reward and seduce me before killing off what I love and burying what I build and destroying me as awfully as possible in horrible retribution for having thrust my abilities so far into your black void that generations hence will still be expanding on what I started, settling the void, conquering the dark, until the greater objective is served." Very interesting quote there. It's as if the writing and making of the Gray State were a means to containing the violent fantasies within him. I'm going to read that again. It is as if the writing and making of Gray State were a means of containing the violent fantasies within him. And when the project faltered, they swamped him. So again, very similar to what Mitch Heil said, the Gray State killed him. The mics reacted as producers do, by considering the script's merits and difficulties. My first pass from story content was, "This is kind of a roadmap for the next American Revolution," Michael O'Donnell told Alec Wilkinson. My second pass was breaking it down to what it costs. When David finally heard from them on September 26, he said the Gray State might be better as a TV series. They did not offer him a contract he had counted on. David was devastated. Making Gray State was his whole world, Citrus said. David began to have trouble sleeping, and for an hour one night he lay awake and cried. "I guess the big wait created a lot of anxiety that needed resolution the situation couldn't provide," he wrote. "Hence the bad weather. I'm serious. Moment by moment for a long time the weather has been following my mood." He stopped saying that he was going to be famous. He didn't say that they were moving to California anymore either, a friend named Chris Peck told Alec Wilkinson. All he said was that was a pipe dream. As if to salvage years of work, David put aside Gray State for a documentary that he called Gray State: The Rise, which he assembled from interviews with himself, friends, and internet commentators, news footage, and a brief interview he had once filmed with Alex Jones. It expresses the belief that the Gray State has arrived. Working on it possessed him as entirely as writing Gray State had. And here we go. To further the brand, he planned to make the documentary available free. So working on this, quote, possessed him as entirely as writing Gray State had. So now David was possessed. He's possessed with, first he was possessed with making this film. Now he's possessed with a documentary. Possession, control, keywords, lots of keywords here. Alright, so here we go. Meanwhile, he and Kamel stopped returning phone calls and texts and emails. Anjum sent Kamel a photograph of her mother Nyla in the hospital, hoping to provoke her into speaking to him. Immediately, he received a call from David who said that he and Kamel wanted nothing more to do with him or the rest of the family. Sidra and her fiance drove from Waco to Minnesota to check up on Kamel. A few months earlier, Anjem had lent David and Kamel a car. As a pretext, Sidra planned to tell them that he needed it back. She would leave her own car for them. So Sidra and her boyfriend at the time, now her husband, drove from Waco to Minnesota on October 16th. They drove for 16 hours, and they arrived at around 7 that evening. They knocked on the door, and Sidra said, "I'm here to see my sister." David apparently told her, "We want nothing to do with you. I thought I made that clear," and he shut that door. She knocked again. David said, "Go sit in the car." Vincent, the boyfriend, saw a shadow on the wall behind David and felt sure that it was Kamel's. When David came out to the car, he said that there was no way Sidra could see her sister. Sidra said that they had come to exchange cars. Sidra said that he needed an hour to get the car ready, but he would return it only if they took both cars, which meant Sidra would have to drive 16 hours to Waco by herself. She said she couldn't. "Fine," David said, "deal's off." Then he went back in the house. Vinny and I looked at each other like, "What now?" Sidra told Alec Wilkinson. Vincent knocked on the door again, and David came out. Vincent extended his hand, and David hesitated, then shook it. "Her mom needs her daughter," Vincent said. "You said an hour, right?" When they returned, Sidra saw David watching them from a picture window beside the front door. The car was on the street, and on the dashboard there was a photograph of Kamel, Sidra, and Nyla. Kamel had written on the back of it, "I have always loved you and Mom, and always will." Sidra and Vincent decided to leave their car for Kamel in case she ever needed to flee. Sidra wrote, "I love you too" on the back of the photograph and left it on the dashboard, and they drove away quickly. Alright, so now we're going to get into the article where it talks about this pact, alright? You ready for this? A mania shared by two people, one of whom appears to be dominant, is called a delusion by proxy, and is rare. Again, this is a rare case. But hey, let's not worry about too much facts. Let's just call it rare and create a story that we want to present to the public that will conveniently match the documentary film that's coming out that's going to say about the same thing. But hey, two different sources, right? Wrong. Okay, the treatment begins by separating the people sharing the delusions. David's entry for October 30th, 2014 cryptically says, "Kamel got raptured today. She's still here." That morning he had gone to Home Depot, and when he returned, Kamel came into the kitchen and asked him to hold her. She said something was very wrong, something about "do not fear, sweet body, for we have felt this pain together." David said in a recording that he made immediately afterwards on his phone. He went on, paraphrasing her, quote, "Don't worry about the pain because you do not know how to feel pain. You will return to the dust in your dark slumber, and I will be gone. I have my mission," she had told David. She said she had heard a woman's scary voice and asked if he had heard it. Sounding distraught, she reproduced the voice. "I've warned you. I've warned you. Then I want you. Please come with me. Please come with me. Your place won't come to me. There's nothing left here." David went into his office and shut the door. "This took a lot out of her," he said into his phone. He had held her while she began to shake and weep and howl, and then she said, "This is what rapture is." Kamel came into the room then and lay down on the couch. "You said you were Egyptian," David told her. "You said you'd come from very far to find me and Rainey, and I need to come with you, and there's not much time." The primary emotion was that of desperate love, like hopeless love, he continued. "And on some level, your soul has committed to mine, and we're going to go somewhere, and Rainey is coming with." Those were the last words, Kamel said, her voice pitched just high above a whisper. Demons don't just show up on your front door. You have to let them in. So that's where the occultist thing, where the spirituality thing, where the Bohemian Grove owl thing, that's where all that comes into play. And a very interesting quote where David mentions the Antichrist and having a soft spot for the Antichrist. These are not normal things. The week before Christmas, David and Kamel visited their friend Chris Peck. They were uncontrollably, zealously happy. David gave me some books, one about how to succeed in Hollywood, one about writing, and then he handed me a bunch of notes for a screenplay I was writing, and he gave me back video games I had lent him. He gave me back everything I had ever lent him. Kamel wished me Merry Christmas, and as quickly as they were in, they were out. High spirits, everything looks good, but somehow all of this is again leading to their downfall. This is 1 week before Christmas. They tell him Merry Christmas. They're celebrating Christmas. They're obviously celebrating Christmas. There's no doubt. Alright, and Alec writes again, high spirits are characteristic of people resolved on suicide. Even though they won't leave a suicide note, you won't leave any indication of a suicide. Here they are talking about a pact. Okay, this guy is being very sneaky about his writing here, because they're talking about a pact. But he's very clear, he's very careful about what he says, but we know what he's saying. It is why so many stories of suicide include someone saying, "We thought we had got better." The decision often gives people a feeling of being released from their troubles. Dan Luttrell served with David in Afghanistan, but he hadn't spoken with him in a while. Then late one night, a few days before Christmas, quote, "I was sitting on the computer," Dan said, "drinking, and I got a message from him. They discussed the Army and their lives in Gray State. Quote, he was drinking absinthe, and I was drinking whiskey and beer. After about 2 hours, Luttrell said that he was ready for bed, and David asked him to delete their exchange. His exact words, this is a quote from Dan Luttrell, his exact words were, 'If you're truly my brother and my friend, you'll do it. I promise you'll understand soon.' The last entry in the journal reads, 'I am no one. It is everyone else who is someone.' On Christmas morning, he makes a list of plans for the coming year. Christmas 6-day countdown meme. It will be a new year, he wrote, and he reminded himself that December 30th was the last day to crowdfund. Planning for the future. More planning for the future. How much evidence do we have that David was planning for the future and not necessarily planning to kill himself? Then with the pistol that he kept in his safe in the bedroom, he shot Kamel and Rainey. So all of a sudden, right? So here he is. He's talking about the last day for the crowdfunding on December 30th. Then he goes and he decides to shoot his wife and his daughter as they lay on the living room floor. Sometime later, he sat down beside them and shot himself. No mention of the bullet, no mention of anything. It's just, okay, that's it. So here we go from David writing his last entry. And all of a sudden, then, with a pistol he kept in his safe in the bedroom, he shot Kamel and Renya as they lay on the living room floor. That's a quick jump. The next morning, Dan Jr. left presents for David and Kamel and Renya on the doorsteps. In the living room, David had done something that the police omitted from their incident report and waited months before telling the families. Months. In his hands, covered in his wife's blood, he stood on the couch and wrote on the wall, Allahu Akbar, which means God is great. On the floor by Kamel, he had placed a Quran open to a prayer of forgiveness. A few days after the bodies were discovered, David's father and sister went into the house. Apparently they went into that. Everybody goes into this house and nobody sees the bullet in the living room ceiling. Got it. Now, if it's a few days later that they go into this house, they obviously would see the writing on the wall, right? No, because the police had painted that wall white, so they painted over it. Cleaners had to cut out the floorboards where the blood had warped them, so it was clear where the bodies had lain. And then there was questions if some of that blood had seeped down into the basement walls, because on one of the basement walls, it does look like there is blood. There's a reason why Allahu Akbar was written in blood on that wall. And yes, it does make sense to me that it is a satanic angle, that it is a demonic angle, an occultist angle. But that doesn't make it true. That doesn't make it fact. Mason Hendricks was also in the house and when he looked up and saw that there was a bullet hole in the living room. Again, not mentioned in this article. I told Alec Wilkinson about that. He found it strange. I told his fact checker. She found it strange. Mason Hendricks found it strange. Everybody finds it strange, but nobody wants to talk about it. That's even more strange. Danny Mason maintains David's Gray State Facebook page, posting videos and remarks every few weeks, usually critical of the government. He and Dan Sr. own the rights to the concept, and while David Sr. is uncertain what outcome he prefers, Danny Mason still hopes to make Gray State. So even after the guy dies, even after the guy allegedly kills his family, you're really going to move forward with this movie? You must not be thinking clearly. Because if you really think you're going to make this movie and you're going to make money off of this, that's pretty sick to me. So I will debate Danny Mason on this anytime. Alright, so there's the article there. Just wanted to cover that and get that off of my chest. Feel a lot better now. Might be one of the only times I ever am forced to read an article from the New Yorker. Hopefully I never have to do it again. See you next time.
Hello, this is Dan Hennon, along with Greg Fernandez Jr. for another installment of the Crowley Case Updates. Today is June 4th, 2016, and we've got some updates on the case here with the murder, double homicide, suicide case from January 2015 that took place in Apple Valley, Minnesota. We're going to run for about an hour and hopefully get some invites out and get some audio participation, audio and video from some of our listeners, and then we're going to go over also some of the updates, latest updates that we've just come out here this week and found out. So how are you doing today, Greg?
I'm doing good. It's hot, but that's okay.
Good, good. All right, so what we'll do for the first-time listeners here, for those tuning in for the first time, is to give a brief overview of the case. I myself, Greg, was not a follower of David Crowley or the Gray State before this crime took place. Were you?
No, I wasn't. I actually thought you were, though, so that's interesting. I didn't know that.
No, some of the others were, and a lot of people on the page were big fans and followers for several years of the project, and that's why they joined up. I just saw a strange death close to home here that seemed odd, and I picked up on it. And once I got into it, things were not adding up, and turned out to be a guy. I think David Crowley would have been a guy I would have enjoyed hanging around with a lot. We have a lot in common, and so forth. So I was not a fan of his work, but I like what he did, and to me he was a good guy. Now, this justice page that was done is not to praise David Crowley or the Gray State Project or say how great of a guy he was, because we don't know that. We didn't know the man. The page is set up for justice because we don't believe that that these three justice has been served here as far as what happened in that house. Bodies were found on January 17th, 2015, and the bodies in the house were David Crowley, age 29 years old, his wife Kamel, age 28, and their 5-year-old daughter Granny, all with a gunshot bullet wound to the head, which to me is a triple murder, a triple homicide, until we find out anything more. But when you start involving a 5-year-old girl in a murder like that, that's when the gears started perking up. This case started drawing some traction. What was it for you that triggered that into it?
Well, it was you, basically. You're the one that got me. You got me hooked into all this stuff, man. But yeah, I think the fact that there was a child involved does have a big part to do with why I kind of stayed on this case. And I think some of the early pushback that I got also made me want to stay on this case, because I'm kind of stubborn like that. And sometimes if people tell me, well, you shouldn't do this, then I'm gonna ask, well, why not? What's gonna happen if I do? So I was totally just dumbfounded. I just could not understand why police would come to this conclusion so early on. Just let the case play out, let everything play out, and don't tell the media so early on that it's a double murder suicide and that's it. I think they were doing that because they didn't want to scare people, right? They didn't want people to think that possibly there was a killer out there still, And I don't know.
Yeah, that's a good point. And for the new listeners out there, within 48 hours of the bodies are being found, this family was laying in that house unnoticed for almost 4 weeks. After the Christmas holiday season into January, nobody stopped over to do a welfare check. None of the friends stopped over. The 5-year-old girl was in school, missed 10 straight days of classes, and the school didn't do a welfare check. May have called, but no one answered. But here in Minnesota, it's more common. I think it's not out of the ordinary for the teacher to stop by the house and knock on the door. It's common here to do that kind of a thing, and that appears never to have taken place. Then we get law enforcement to come in and come into the house and see a man who had a collection of guns, weapons, and ammunition, along with anti-police warfare kind of state militia type of things, and think, well, this guy just lost it, killed him, and let's wrap it up. So 48 hours into the case, law enforcement in the city of Apple Valley, which is a pretty big, it's here in Minnesota, it's over 40,000 population. It's a pretty good staff of detectives and officers. They ruled it a double murder followed by a suicide at the hands of David without any real investigation.
Yeah, but what did they see when they walk into that house, when they go into the house? What are they seeing that makes them think that this is a double murder suicide? That to me it was never clear, and it's still not clear. Who walks into a house and sees Allah Akbar written on a wall and goes, "Oh yeah, David Crowley, someone who is not a Muslim, who has never written Allah Akbar ever, that we know of. All of a sudden, now he's writing it, and that somehow proves that he's guilty."
Well,
I mean,
for the first-time listeners out there, it came to light 2 months later. This was March of 2014. The first time it came to light that officers announced to the families that blood was written on the wall in Komel's blood that said Allah Akbar. A Quran was laying on the living room floor, opened up to a alleged forgiveness prayer, and a note of paper with a pen next to it says, "Submit to Allah now," or allegedly that David wrote. Now, knowing David as we did, which wasn't in person at all, but David was a very open man who didn't talk about his religion. He was a Christian man. He married a Muslim woman and never brought that up. His family members said that he was open to their religion and open to her. She was open to his, and their relationship, once they first met, for dating and getting engaged and having a child after getting married, religion was never an issue. So once police brought up this Muslim angle, a lot of the crowd on our, we've got 1,100 followers on our page. In the 16 months we've been doing this, everyone at that point threw up their hands by saying, "No, none of this makes sense."
Right.
Now they're playing a Muslim Islamic hit as an angle, and the people that were on the fence who thought maybe he did it or maybe the government did it now threw up their hands and said, "We got something else here now, because this is obviously staged to look like some kind of, it's directing the focus elsewhere." And I took it as the same thing. I almost laughed when I saw the news when it hit that day on the article from Fox 9 News. I said, well, now we're on to something, because David Crowley would not write Allah Akbar in his wife's blood on the wall and leave a Quran open. He never brought up that issue once. Never once. Right. And that's pretty damning. That's pretty, now you're getting pretty low for whoever did stage this event. You're going pretty low there as far as, that's very distasteful, bringing this whole thing into the mix. What are your thoughts?
Well, yeah, and also it wasn't that this was just written on the wall. This was also written in a separate room where David wrote, "Submit to Allah now," which makes no sense at all. When so that, and they use that as a suicide note. Actually, Sidra, Kamel's sister, told me that is a suicide note, and I told her it's not a suicide note. That is not a suicide note. You can speculate, and you can say that you think that it is a suicide note, and that's what she's basically saying. But to me, that is not a suicide note. And why would there be one note in an office bedroom, and then another note on a kitchen laptop, and then a big Allah Akbar in the living room wall? So
It reeks foul play because none of this is what he would do. He's a man who writes in cursive, as we saw on his notes, and we see this note with a pen that says "Bow to Allah, submit to Allah" now in block letters. There's a word pad is up on his machine with a little minimize on the computer that says "I've loved you all with all of my heart." To me, neither of those are suicide notes. They never were. Those are not a suicide note at all. But I think investigators believe that they were a suicide note. So I'm questioning that to begin with, because a suicide note has to have something signed and some declaration of what it is you're doing and some reason for what it is you're doing, not a note to say open my video to a certain section and submit to Allah now and I've loved you all. He could have had that written months ago. I've loved you all with all my heart. It could have been a song he was writing for all we know. How is that a suicide note?
Yeah, and that's the whole thing. Is it's not a suicide note, and the cops never call it a suicide note. They're very careful to make sure that they are not calling this a suicide note, but they also don't use that note or any of those writings to help prove their own case. And that would have helped prove their own case. That would have helped say, okay, well, maybe David Crowley did snap. All that, I think some of the family and friends are saying, well, that was David's jab. That was his way of getting back at his wife's family. But he seemed to be very close to that family. He seemed to be very close to all of his family. And so a lot of it doesn't make sense. And I think a lot of the way that the family acted after these crimes happened, to me, also doesn't make sense. And that's just because I'm not a part of their family. I don't know anything about them. But all that I know is what I would do and what I would want my family to do in a situation like that. And I've expressed it many times to my family.
I have expressed it also to mine. If I was ever found murdered and my family went to police and says, okay, we buy everything you said, it sounds like he did this, it's a done deal, I would be ashamed of the fact that they would just go in and buy into that whole story without looking into it. So that's what got me going on this case as well. The other thing that kept me involved in the case is, we know a story like this isn't going to be followed by mainstream media, as it was for a couple days and dropped off the radar. A story like this would be followed by the alternative news. Alex Jones and all these cats, second-tier alternative news, would have jumped all over this, and David Crowley and the Gray State were involved closely with Alex Jones and a lot of these players in the media.
Mm-hmm.
But what they did was they took off. They fled, took off, didn't touch the subject at all. Ben Swan covered it once, did a follow-up interview, and that was it. So I kind of took it upon myself to lead the charge in covering this, because I felt no one else was giving it the time it was deserved.
Right. And yeah, and I definitely thank you for that, because I think you're one of the biggest reasons why this case is still going, and why there's so many people that we see asking more questions. And I think as time goes on, there's going to be a lot more people asking these same questions too. There's new people that are asking these questions, it seems, all the time. So I'm really happy with that.
Yeah, it was just a strange scenario listening to the evidence, the so-called evidence, unfold. The first thing I thought of when police didn't say right away that rear patio slider door was open. It was someone who requested the police audio of the investigators entering that house that says rear slider ajar, unlocked and slightly ajar in the back. And one of the folks on our page posted right away, and they posted a link to the police audio on the police audio file that says, if you listen closely, that the rear slider was open. So the fact that investigators either downplayed that or hid it on purpose or didn't say anything about it, they knew we were going to come out and someone was going to jump on that with the investigators we've got on these pages here to come up with that. And sure enough, the day later, we found it. So, and each of the two press releases and information pieces that went out by the Apple Valley Police never mentioned once the rear slider. And that's, to me, it's your telltale sign number one. You've got no suicide note. There's no motive. You've got a rear slider that's ajar. You've got David making plans for the future with the various calendars and checklists that he had, with big plans for his movie and documentary coming out, upbeat about the future. And then they do the fingerprint test and they say there's no conclusive test on the gun that David fired it. Well, to me right there, I'm not in law enforcement. I don't have a background in detective work, but I would say right now I would call these 3 murders the cause of death, the gunshot. But how it happened, I would say it's undetermined. Until we find out more, I would call it undetermined, because we have no proof that David Crowley did this. And I would respect, I guess, the department, Apple Valley Department, if they just came up forward and says, you know what, we don't know. We know 3 people are dead. We know it's a sad case. It's horrendous, but we will put our top investigators out there and try to find what really did happen. And they basically said it's an open and shut case. And then when we pushed back and asked, well, is the BCA analysis done from the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension? The forensics? Is the testing done? Are the autopsies confirmed? Are the autopsies completed? Nope, they're still in process. So that's when you and I pushed back to say, well, how come you have an airtight case when you don't have the very basics done in an investigation? It almost looked like some sort of cover-up. Now, we're not saying that it's a cover-up today, but it led many people to believe that by the shoddy investigation. What's your take?
Yeah, and talk about the pushback. It wasn't just pushback from the family or from whoever. There was pushback, as we both know. Sean Wright was one of the first people to reach out to me and ask me not to continue to ask questions on this case, which is a ridiculous thing to ask someone. Now, and then he called me too and was basically saying the same thing. Why does he care? What does he care what I do, how I look at this case, how I look at any case? What is the whole thing? I mean, and I would have backed off. I would have backed off of this case if he would have just given me one piece of evidence, just one. But he said, I have the evidence, we've seen the evidence, but we can't share it with you. That is ridiculous. Okay, I mean, it is crazy to ask someone to back off of a case or to quit asking questions because you're raising more questions, and people might take those questions seriously. So some of his actions, his early actions, were very they really got me asking more questions. And I know Sean Wright had contacted you. Did he want you to back off of this thing too?
Well, they first, I think it was the 21st of January, after we had the page up and running for some time, a couple days actually, Thomas Lapp, the other creator of the other Justice page, there's 2 of them for the new listeners out there. There's a Justice for David Crowley of Gray State, and there's a Justice for David Crowley and Family. So there's 2 of them out there. Thomas Lapp contacted me and says, hey, I see that you set one up as well. And I said, that was news to me. We had set it up the same day, unknowing of each other. And it was 2 days later, he says, a couple of guys are asking for administrative rights to my page. What's the deal with this? I said, oh, I don't know. I'm not aware of that. Nothing's come my way yet. But that very same afternoon, he granted admin rights to Sean Wright and I believe Danny August Mason, the lead cast character of the movie. And within 2 hours, whole sections of comments and posts from that page were deleted. So this Thomas Lapp then called me back again and says, "What's the deal? Why are they deleting stuff?" I said, "I don't know these guys. I don't know what the deal is. They've seemed nice to me. I've got no beef with them." He goes, "Well, just a heads up, if it comes your way next." And sure enough, the next afternoon, email requests came in to say, "We'd like to have admin rights to your page." I said, "No, that's okay. There's some problems with the admin rights yesterday." And they said, "Well, you better give us admin rights because what you're doing is atrocious. So why do you care? Why do you want admin rights? I thought you're busy grieving the loss of your close friend. We want admin rights, and you're going to hand them over." I said, "No, it's not going to happen." Well, then it comes back with threats, watch over your shoulder, put your head on a swivel. "You're going to get yours," he said, "and I don't want you coming to that memorial service." I said, "What's any of this got to do with your Facebook page? Why do you care what we're posting? It's just information as it rolls in." Called me
Well,
an idiot. He called me an idiot and a moron, and says you've disrespected the family, and then that's it. And then he went on and really became angry. And then I had a bunch of friends of his who came on the next following days to say, you better give other people admin rights because we don't want any conspiracy stories out about this case. I said, well, we're just kind of a think tank. We're just discussing the case with options here. We're not steering anyone down some path, and I'm certainly not going to start censoring things. So these guys got really upset right away. And then it was the day later that the Facebook posts on David Crowley's personal Facebook page were deleted. Now, David Crowley was dead at this point. Who has access to his personal page? Who's on it? Why are posts being deleted from his personal page? So I think it was at that point that I kind of got locked in to the whole case because it didn't smell right from the get-go.
Right.
Now, the thing with the law enforcement and investigators is we asked from right away, I think it was you and I, we said, well, let's hang tight before we draw any conclusions as to what type of the analysis. Once the analysis tests come back, then we can kind of lock this up and shut this away. I got better things to do than run this justice page. But they said, well, there was no gunshot residue test done, no ballistics, no test on the weapon to see if a silencer or a suppressor was in fact used. They never even conducted the test. They said they went out of their way to say that we believe that there was no forced entry in the home, which we don't care about, right? We know the slider was open. And they said that out of their way to say that the blood test on the wall written Allah Akbar was the blood of Comel Crowley. I don't think we cared who the blood. We want to know who wrote the blood. Oh, we never tested the fingerprints on of who wrote it. We never did the forensics, never did the bullet. We said that the bullets retrieved came from that weapon, which I think no one really had an issue with either, but they couldn't find the fingerprints. So right now I would call it a unsolved case. Would you not, with that information base on?
Oh yeah, sure. I mean, how do they know that David wrote that?
Yeah, you'd need to have. I imagine a child doing finger paints on the kitchen table after school, and every letter you finish is going to have your latent fingerprint on every single letter. Not where you start, not as you move it along, but where you finish and lift up. They said, no, we never did any of the testing on that. So that's where a lot of these folks came into play by saying there's got to be a cover-up. Or is the police detective force that inept? And we said, well, we don't know what the answer is, but it's got to be one of those two. A normal detective case, you take that latent fingerprint and you'd get that tested to ensure it's done by David, tie it back, do the fingerprints on the gun, do the gunshot residue test from his left hand that he fired the weapon, and conclusively prove that there was no, on the lands and grooves on that bullet shell casing, on the fragment, that there's no silencer attached to that weapon. None of those tests were done. So then we got a lot of people on board saying that we're anti-law enforcement, anti-cops, that we're just trying to bash them. Well, I've got family, I've got friends in law enforcement. I'm not out to bash law enforcement. Do I believe they didn't do a thorough investigation? Yes. But I think if they were thoroughly investigated, all these things would have been done. So I don't know. To me, it just reeks of taking the short way out and quickly coming to a conclusion. What I've said before on prior episodes, and I think this is our 8th or 9th broadcast on YouTube that's been open to the public, is that I call it a rush to judgment by the officers. Their only thing that they failed here is that it was a rush to judgment. There's things I don't like that they did about the case. I'm not going to blame them for that, but in 48 hours with the evidence that we have, certainly couldn't have come to the case that it was David Crowley snapped and did this when there's no history of anything of him doing that.
Right. That was.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
No, go ahead. You're good.
At the end of the year, I don't know if you know, but because they traced the bodies back to being killed roughly December 26th, it fell into the calendar year of 2014. And as you know, I'm an advocate for domestic violence and eliminating that, and I do not like domestic violence at all, especially towards children and kids. Well, since the bodies were found, they went back and re-updated those statistics in the state of Minnesota to say, oh, we've got 2 more victims of domestic violence, and the pictures are Comel and Ranny, because David was this vicious, violent man. So he is now rolled up into the stats as a violent abuser, and Comel and Ranny are in the stats in the state of Minnesota for 2014 as victims of domestic abuse, which really rubs me the wrong way. How about yourself?
Well, yeah, and that also brings into question all of their cases. You know, I mean, come on, do a little research. But I guess it's because they're just going to just buy whatever the cops are telling them to. So if the cops say that that's what happened here, then they're going to say okay, and add it to their stats. So it's not only a bad investigative job, but it's really sad how many people are just trusting what the police say in this case, which I can understand for some people, but for some people that do not have any trust or any faith in their own government and question what the president is doing and question what all these other politicians are doing and Fox News is doing and everybody, but they won't question this. They won't touch this case. They're set. They're 100% sure that David Crowley is guilty. And it doesn't sound like they've seen anything that we haven't seen except for possibly some gruesome photos of those bodies. But it doesn't sound like they've seen or found anything else aside from that. So if we're all looking at basically the same facts that the police have, what does it tell us? So I think starting from the very beginning of when these bodies were found, how long it took. It took 3 weeks for anybody to even notice that there were dead bodies in this house. That by itself, I think, raises many questions about how David was around his family in those later days and how he was around his friends in those later days, because there was a distance. It does seem like he was about to release the documentary film, The Gray State, The Rise, and he was about 2 weeks away from that. And then he decides to throw everything out and kill his wife and kill his daughter and kill himself. Why?
Yeah. Good point.
The whole money thing, you know, well, they were running out of cash. They didn't have money. That's BS. I'm not buying that, because they did have money in the bank, according to the police reports, and there was a $14,000 check that David's dad left on the porch. Well, David's dad didn't leave it there. David's dad gave him a check for $14,000. Dan Crowley Sr. was the one who actually left the check and the presents and some other mail on the Crowley porch on December 28th. So, but you would kind of notice if a $14,000 check hadn't been cashed in 3 weeks. At least I would hope so. But personally, I would never leave a $14,000 check on anybody's doorstep, no matter who they are.
And it appears that Christmas time in 2014, David and Comel and Randy decided to do Christmas by themselves, and that was fine. They just moved into their house in Apple Valley the Christmas before, so they were just there for a year. They decided to do it alone, and then the rest of the Crowley family, who lives about an hour away in a town called Owatonna, they had celebrated, and on the way home, it appears that Dan Crowley Jr., the older brother, said, hey, on the way through, I'll drop off those presents at David's house and leave them there on the way. And along the way, I'll drop off that check, you know, from Dad. Dan Crowley Sr. left a $14,000 check. So you're right in the respect that media portrayed these financial issues in the family. With David coming out with a 2.5-hour documentary that he spent 2 years doing and changing it to say, you know what, I'm going to release it to free to YouTube for free to the public as an educational tool to learn things about our nation's history, and as a plug for the upcoming movie. He was going to give that away for free when he could have made good money on that. So I, along with you, don't buy that. And I think that's disinformation, the whole financial hardship case. Him, David, and his wife Camille were both active, worked at home, worked from the home, and were both successful in what they did. So that I don't buy. The fact that Dan Crowley Sr. writes a check and 3 weeks later it still hasn't cashed, it hasn't, that to me is fishy, but that falls under the bucket of someone's behavior. I'm not here to judge how someone behaves. I would have not done it that way, but that's how he chose to, whatever. Dan Crowley Jr. says he dropped the gifts off on the 26th of December or the 27th. Can't remember the date. And later it comes out it's the 28th. Now, if my brother or someone close to me died and I was the last person to drop off gifts, I would go first thing back to that calendar and say, when was I there and how close was I to the actual event? You're going to know the date. It's going to be slam dunk when and what time you were there.
Right.
And so we get Dan the first days after the event, doesn't know when he was there. Comes out later that months later that it was wrong altogether, because the only time it changed is when police put the date of the death. They thought it was the 25th at first. Later they did the investigation, moved it to the 26th. Well, in my mind, my opinion is Dan Crowley changed the date, because if he still says he's there on the 26th of December, now you place yourself at the scene of the crime on the day of a triple homicide. So he said at that point going forward, he said he was there on the 28th. So that's about the time I started putting things together as far as keeping an eye on the activities of the brother is about that time, because things didn't start making sense with him at all. After the deaths, the bodies were found. Many people were coming to our page asking, hey, we haven't seen anything with the obituary. When's the obituary going to be published? And I responded back, I don't know, but a crime this big is going to be, local newspaper here is the Pioneer Press and the Minneapolis Star-Tribune. And a death of his caliber, that type of future star, future director of the future, they were calling him, the next Steven Spielberg he wanted to be, was never in the Star-Tribune. In fact, an obituary was never published on all three of them. It was a week later that there was an online obituary done on a single person format that whoever filled it out lumped all three names together, whipped up a 1-paragraph summary and hit submit and just punched it out there. And so that looked goofy. That looked very strange. I was personally offended. I think on an obituary, I'm touchy that way, that little Ranny deserved to have her own obituary. Camille deserved to have her own professional, well-written obituary, and David did.
Sure.
Whoever put together these three and wrote a quick half-assed paragraph and hit submit really got people offended, and those who were close to the case think that it was Dan Crowley Jr. who put together that obituary. But at the same time, before the obituaries came out, there was a fundraising effort to make money for Comel's ailing mother, Nyla. So she had part of the problems with the family, going back for some of the new listeners and the first timers out there. July, before the bodies were found, Comel, her mother, was found out she had cervical cancer and was at a pretty advanced stage of it already and was not doing well in their house down in Texas. They had agreed to use chemo to treat it. Comel, she's a dietitian. She's kind of a holistic doctor, wants to treat things naturally. Said, I don't think you should go with the chemotherapy. I'm against that. And David chimed in too. Said, we'd rather have you try some other alternatives for your cancer treatment. She said, no, I'm locked into doing that. It caused a little spat, and they stopped texting, stopped making phone calls, and stopped communicating. Was it because of their use of chemo? I don't know, but there was a marked absence of communication at that point. So Dan Crowley Jr. takes it upon himself, after conveniently the day after he publicly went and retrieved the dog from the pound as a good guy effort. To me, that led to, why is this guy going out of his way to put in doing things in good faith? He posted on Facebook a picture of him and the puppy. I retrieved it from the pound. Don't worry, everybody, I'm feeding it, and he's gaining some weight. The very next day, I've created a GoFundMe campaign. We need to raise money for this poor woman in Texas. It's a GoFundMe. She's dying of cancer, and the medical bills are mounting. astronomical, he said. I don't think Dan Crowley knows who Nyla Alam even is and if he's even in fact met her. But the goal raised was $6 million. Now, $6 million really got people confused as to, did he mean 600,000? Did he mean 6,000? Did he mean 60,000? Well, I've set up GoFundMe's. You know, you type in the amount you want to raise, you hit next, and it asks you, please confirm this amount. There's no accident that he missed a decimal place. He confirmed it, and in fact, didn't title it Nyla Alam Medical Fund. He titled it the Crowley Alam Medical Family Fund. I don't even know what that means. I don't think anyone in the Crowley family had medical needs at all. Anyone in the Crowley family needed money. It was really a fundraiser for Nyla, but he threw $6 million out there and it really caught people's attention. So it was at that time that things really didn't start adding up. And then I hear a comment from a cousin who went to the memorial service. He said, you know what, Dan Jr. was really acting strange. I said, well, what do you mean by that? What's some examples of that? He said, he gathered the cousins together at the memorial and says, none of you talk to anyone. No cops, no friends, no media. Don't talk about this case at all. Something big is going down.
Which is
well, I don't know. I don't know what he meant by that or why he even did it. Now, once again, that's how he chose to behave. I'm not criticizing his behavior. I wouldn't have certainly done that. I don't know why he would have said those things. Why would he even care how people react?
That's also what a family member told you, right?
A cousin told me that. Yep.
Right. So that's the other thing.
I can only believe that took place as far as if that story is true.
Right.
It ties in with your conversation with Sean Wright and Sean Wright's conversation to me to say when they were told on basically up front, leave this story alone, drop it, leave it alone, don't talk about the case. Now, once again, I have a hard time understanding someone's behavior to that extent. I'm not sure what Sean Wright would have cared if there's goofy conspiracy theories out there on the internet. What motivated him to get that upset? Now, I know he was going through tough times. He had his tax issues. He was going to make a lot of money on that documentary. Documentary was pulled, given away for free. And then it was only 3 months later that he's brought up on double felony charges in March 17th is when he was convicted. So I know he was looking for cash, making some money, and it didn't sit well with him that David Crowley was going to give away this documentary for free. But it relates back to the behavior of these so-called friends, the behavior of the inner circle of the Gray State, how they acted, and their emotions in the aftermath of this event. It struck me as very strange.
Well, right, and Sean Wright was also after David died. Sean Wright, I believe he posted at least once saying that they were gonna try to sell the documentary, right? They were not, even though David had said in December of 2014 that he was going to give it away for free after he dies. I believe Sean Wright and maybe others too had plans on selling it instead of doing what David wanted, which was to let the people have it. Now there is a version out there right now. It's a rough cut of that film, but it's not the final version. It's not right. It's not the
correct. Yeah, and just to clarify for those new to the case, in fact, just this week alone, we've added more members and more people are stumbling on this case because number one, no one else in the media is touching it. We seem to be limping along here with just a couple of us on our twice a month video shows, but for those brand new, David Crowley's project with the Gray State involved two main things: a movie, a blockbuster mainstream video movie that he was going to produce, and it's going to come out of Hollywood, and a documentary that was 2.5 hours long, interviewing various folks. So there was two things. The movie was never ever made, never ever produced, and they never even began filming on that. They were still looking for money and funding at the time. But he had spent several years on this documentary, and sometime in September or October timeframe, made the decision to give it away for free. And he made his wishes very clear, I think, on his Facebook posts. David was very good on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, very active, Instagram. And he said, I'm going to give it away for free. It would be great. So with Sean Wright and some of the Gray State guys saying, we want to do his wishes. We want to, don't say things about David Wright because we want to, provide his legacy. Well, David made it very clear he wanted to give it out for free. Now, family bodies are found. Someone gets a hold of a rough cut of that YouTube documentary and releases it. And guess who's there to start pulling it down off YouTube because of, quote, copyright infringements? It's Sean Wright. He pulled it down as quick as people pulled it up. He pulled it down, and he did not want it out there. And like you said previously, in later talks with the current Great State staff or the people taking over Great State, they have made it well aware that they are going to sell the movie. They are going to sell for dollars, cha-ching, that documentary. Now, David clearly said he didn't want to have that. So what's your take on why would they be pulling that down, and why are they going to sell it now for big bucks? And who's going to reap the rewards? Who's going to reap the benefits of this documentary?
Well, whoever can make money off of it, I guess. I think that's the point for some of these people who were involved with this Gray State project as a whole was to make money. And I think some people were involved because they understood that what David was talking about could really happen if it hasn't happened. You can see Gray State, you can see similar actions in other countries. And we do have some cases in this country where police do kick down doors. I've had my door kicked down, and police were looking for someone, and I looked like that person, and I was handcuffed and held at gunpoint, but they had the wrong person. So they do that. It does happen, but I don't know. I've just been trying to wrap my head around the actions of the Gray State team and this new Gray State Universe website that has come out and popped up and disappeared and is now back. I think that's also another big question, is how do you move forward with the Gray State project knowing that the person who created it is accused of murdering his family and then killing himself? Why would you want to put a project like that out there when you could just as easily make a similar project that doesn't have the Gray State name? So I think at this point, we're going to see a lot of movies that are similar to what the Gray State was supposed to be. But now it's getting even worse, because now we're seeing the continuation of the Gray State project, which is something that personally I don't want to see. I'm not going to protest it. I'm not going to be like, no one should go see this movie because David, killed his family, blah, 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 or whatever. I just find the actions, strange of some of the family and friends who think David Crowley is guilty, but at the same time want to move forward with this project.
Yeah, the thing for the newer, that the history, the timeline I've put together has been evolving all these months here. 16 months later, there's a timeline, and it's pretty, if you read into it, what's really going on here from a business perspective, it's very disturbing. In the September timeframe, when David started cutting himself off, is what they said, is what he was doing, I believe, was pulling himself away from these, distancing himself from his inner circle of friends. Now, October 1st, an email went out per the police report. This is the Apple Valley Police Report that went out, 94 pages long. One of the pages talks about the interview with Danny August Mason. Danny August Mason received an email from David Crowley's attorney on October 1st, basically saying, we want you to relinquish your rights. for the Gray State. We're moving forward, David said. We're moving forward without you. The script is going to change, and I'm coming up with a new leadership team. That's pretty harsh words there, and I don't think Danny August Mason would have taken that lightly. And what we see is no follow-up to that. And this is Danny August Mason's own words. There was no follow-up until he received a follow-up email from David Crowley on December 7th. December 7th says, hey, what's the update? What's the status? Are you going to fill out this form or not? Are you going to fill out this relinquish your rights? So he says, no, I'm going to run it by my attorney. Well, you had 6 weeks to do that, and you still haven't done it. So money was a big thing in the case, and in all cases like this, you follow the money, and you can get to the root of what's probably going on behind the scenes. Sean Wright didn't have a job, had to end up finding one later, was going through debt from the state of Minnesota, child support, back taxes from the state, was in debt $36,000, I think, according to the State Department records. That's not me pulling it out of my head. And he was facing 2 felony charges. So he needed money too, wasn't probably too happy with David Crowley giving away the documentary for free, because that was supposed to be his gravy train, I believe, his moneymaker, his bread and butter, that documentary. He was very active in that documentary, and in fact, later on, told people on Facebook that he was 90% involved as the owner, the creative owner of the documentary. So that's why he took it upon himself to start pulling it off the web, because that was his baby. He did not want it out there. Even though it was a rough cut, I watched it. It was very well done. I thought it was just fine. It could have gone out there, and it's very educational film. But he sat day in and day out and pulled it off YouTube whenever someone posted it up there, claiming copyright. I don't know what kind of copyright things Sean Wright has to do with anything. But you get to a point where there's December 9th, a post from David Crowley on Facebook saying, I'm 2 weeks away from finishing the documentary. I'm going to give it away for free. The deadline's set for 2 weeks. Well, 2 weeks, I think from the 9th, it came out to 28. December 28th was about the time frame that the deadline was set. And he also had, I think December 31st was a deadline. So he made, and even the photographic evidence from the police crime scene showed, I think it was Christmas Day, a note written on a Post-it note saying 6 more days to go till the new year. That's the deadline. I got to get this thing out. So he's referring to the documentary to release it on the 31st. So David knew 28th to the 31st, last 3 days of the year, he's going to release this thing for free, and it's going to be big. And once he made that public, I believe that his life was on a time clock. The clock was winding down because the Gray State guys, if indeed they had something to do with this, they needed to get him out of the way. He was going to lose everything for these guys on the team and on the staff. And so the clock was ticking, and whatever came to play, suspiciously enough, the bodies are found the 26th, 2 days before the due date of giving this thing out for free. So that's what piques my interest from a business perspective. And now they're going on January 1st of just this last year. New company, Gray State Universe is formed. Guess who the proprietor is of Gray State Universe, Greg? It's Danny August Mason.
Danny August Mason. Why does that name keep coming back up?
So going from an actor to now, all of a sudden, I guess he's in the business of starting businesses here in the state of Minnesota. And it was a couple weeks after that he filed for a trademark of the name Gray State. He owns a trademark for Gray State right now. It got approved. There's a serial number on it. If you look it up in the legal case, he has the Gray State. So he's obviously taking the ball and moving it forward with the plans as of January 1st. The announcement was January 1st, big year for the Gray State Universe with a upcoming movie and documentary in the works. So to me, people get upset because it's plagiarizing. Is he taking David's work? Is he going to give David credit? Is he taking the script? Who has the script? Did he take it and he's going to sell it now to Hollywood? Is he going to publish that documentary and sell it and make a bundle? Those are the questions that have people upset. What's your take on that?
Well, yeah, and you can understand why they would be a little worried about the future of the Gray State project, and it's just like, do we really need to do this? Do we really need to
keep this project going? You know, is there any value towards it now, or is it something that's just really tainted? And it seems very tainted, regardless of your view on the Gray State Project. This whole situation has been tainted by the fact that there's 3 people dead here, and there's one who is accused of killing the other 2. So I would not want to see the Gray State Project go forward, and I'm curious if there's a lot of people out there who feel the same way, or who think that I'm crazy, or, you know, that I'm not one that matters, because I never liked the project. So
I got a question for you, Greg. I agree with your comment. A project that's got a massive deranged killer behind it, would you want your name even associated with the project going forward? Wouldn't you want to run for the hills and say, I have nothing to do with that guy?
yeah, I definitely would not want my name attached to that.
What do they do when you follow All-Star Wrestling? Chris Benoit, similar thing happened to him. What was the fallout, and was it similar to what happened here?
I think so. I think this case is a little. It was more similar to the Kurt Cobain case, but as far as the Chris Benoit case, that was another one that was quickly wrapped up, and it was just like, okay, he's guilty. But the difference is a lot of Chris Benoit's friends were saying, wait, you know, they weren't saying that Chris Benoit didn't do it. They were just saying, this is not the person we knew. This is not something that he would do. It didn't make sense. Now, they found a lot of drugs, not drugs, but a lot of problems with Chris Benoit. His brain was basically mush. But at least they did that research. They took the time to understand why they believe Chris Benoit would do this. With this case, they didn't spend any time to kind of, you know, figure out, why would David Crowley do this? Why would he kill them? There was no, just like you said, there were no tests done. The ballistic tests, they weren't done. Well, what was done? Yeah. What did they do to help prove their case? And so I think a big part of this is to get the case reopened, because it will shed light on that, and maybe we'll find an officer who will actually take the time to do a proper investigation on this case. And it's not too late. It's never too late. And especially right now, even though it has been 16 months, the case is still new. It's still fresh. There's still time right now for family members, for friends, for anybody to come forward and help us with this. Help us get the case reopened, because we cannot do it. It's not going to happen by you or by me. Family and friends are going to be the biggest, the ones who can get this case reopened, or a good cop who is out there, or something needs to happen. And I'm not sure exactly what it is, but I do believe one day this case will be reopened. I do believe.
I agree. I think it'll have to be, and it will. It's going to take probably years to get to that point, but I can hang with it. Hey, Greg, yeah. just to know, can you post that link of our broadcast here? I see that we've got no one joining us. We put an invite out. If you can post it on both of those justice pages, and hopefully we can get some participants here. We're coming up on an hour here, but we can go a little longer if anyone else joins us. And while you're sending that out, I'll update the listeners here to some of the further latest developments in the case. The case was ongoing. Whenever we discussed the case with law enforcement, for instance, we were hit back with the response of, the case is ongoing, we can't provide anything. We can't provide answers because the case is ongoing. But yet, in 48 hours, they already had the answer. The case was wrapped up, and it was a done deal in 48 hours. But none of the analysis was done till October, November, December timeframe. And while they get it packaged, ready to go, meet with the lawyers in the city of Apple Valley to approve it and distribute it to the press, it's now 51 weeks later. So 51 weeks later, the case is closed now, and Apple Valley Police is on record not going to talk about it any further, because it doesn't add any value to anything, which is fine. Now, early on, Greg, you had taken the initiative to bounce some questions off of Officer Gummert, and he says, I will be glad to answer them once the case is closed. So this time comes around, and Officer Gummert says, you know, I'll respond. I know it's after we're done talking about it, but I did promise you, send me the questions, make them easy, yes, no, to some extent, whatever you need to do, and I'll get back to you. So Greg put together with a group of us, collaborated and submitted to Officer Gummert 21 questions. And so we sent the questions, and 5 weeks later he responded. This was just recently now. This was just in the last couple of weeks that he gave back the questions. And Greg, you worded it easy enough for any officer to say yes, no, slam dunk. One of the questions that came up was, did you have any contact with Komel Alam's father, Anjum? And the reason we asked that question was, in talking, you and I both talked with Sidra, the sister, via instant message and email, and got some good information out of her. But what she had said all along was, you know, the police went through me. My mother's ill in the hospital. She's not doing well with cancer. In fact, she's still alive today, but
thank God.
Not doing well. She said, run everything through me because my dad's busy. Anjum is dealing with the mother, and this is too hard on him. So run everything through me. The police report that we said, don't know what page particularly it was, but it said when they were interviewing Sidra that she had recommended that the police work directly with her. Going forward, she could be the point person. So question number 16 to Officer Gummert was, did you contact Anjum Alam directly at all? Email, phone call, in-person visit? Did you even talk to him? The answer came back from Officer Gummert, no. And the question that I have a hard time with is, as a parent of a victim of this type of a crime, I would think that the parents want to be directly involved, not going through a 22-year-old college student for your information on the investigation. So I filed a Freedom of Information Request Act a couple of weeks ago. The gal at the office called and says, Dan, your disc is ready to be picked up. And I went to pick up my disc of information, and there was a note on it, little post-it note for the gal working, and says, Officer Gummert, make sure you contact Dan and meet with him in person. So he said he wanted to meet me. Now remember, he's done talking about the case. I've never met the man. We do agree to disagree on some things, but no problem. I wait around. He comes down. We chat. One of my questions was, I said, it's confusing to me that dealing with the loss of a loved one for a family, that you would deal directly with the sister of a victim instead of the father. The father's name is Anjum Alam. He's down in Texas. He's easily reachable. He's only 62 years old, I think. Wouldn't you want to get his information on the case like that? And Officer Gummert says, I was in constant communication with Anjum, the father. He said, I was in constant communication. I said, well, we just got, didn't the answers back say that he never communicated? No, I didn't say that. I talked to him primarily. I said, okay, once again, we're not pointing fingers of who's lying and who's not, and who's being deceptive and who's not. It's miscommunication. But this particular miscommunication, I would sense, is rather large.
Yeah.
You're being told point blank, have you ever conversed with this man? The answer is no. I don't think there's any room there to take the question wrong, write down the wrong answer. Oh, I guess I missed it. I don't know. But Sidra said they were talking to her the whole time. Now, there's people out there that you and I have to deal with, Greg, that are true conspiracy folks that are thinking that there's a cover-up, there's a government cover-up, this goes to the top level, the Apple Valley police are in on it. I don't buy that. I'm not too receptive on that. But a question like this only feeds and only fuels the fire. Why would Officer Gummert say that I talk to him all the time when he just got done answering your questions the week before by saying, strictly, the answer was no. The answer was no, I never communicated with him. Do you think he did the answers, or did someone else in the office write those answers? And why? I think that's a fair question.
Yeah, it is. It is. And giving Detective Gummert the benefit of the doubt, yes, I would say that it was him that answered those questions. Now, only he knows if that's true. And if anybody else was involved, they would know that too. But
What I do know is what he told you and what he told me were two completely different things. Two completely different things. And then when I asked him to clarify this, then he goes back and says, okay, yes, I did talk with him. And he messed up, basically. He's not trying to hide anything. He wants to be very clear. He's not hiding anything from anybody. It was just whatever, so I have a big problem with that, because then it calls into question everything else, every other question that I asked him, and how truthful were those other questions, or did he mess up on some of the other 21 questions too? Now,
yep, go ahead.
Well, I was just going to finish up by saying, so now what? I have to go back and ask him about the other 20 questions? Do I resubmit the 21 questions and say, just in case you messed up on these two, let's talk a little more about this. But the one thing I did not like is that he said, yes, we're not going to talk about the case because it's active. Once it's closed, we'll talk with you. Once the case closed, then they said they're not talking about the case. How do you do that? Why? You can't, you can't. And then at the same time, Detective Gummert is talking about transparency. We want to be as transparent as possible, when he's done the exact opposite. Everything he's done is to not be transparent. It is basically to make us try to figure out how to phrase these questions to get some type of answers, to get some type of guidance on just saying, look, man, we just want to know what happened here. That's it. We're not accusing you. We're not accusing the government. We're not accusing the Crowleys. We're not accusing the Gray State team. We just want to know what happened here. And they say, no, you cannot know. It is not up to you to know. You have no right. You will not know unless you agree with us. Then we'll tell you. Because you disagree, we're not going to tell you. And because you created this group, and because you're a part of this group, because of that, you will never know what the truth is. I've been told that point blank, but I will never know what the truth is. And I believe that those people who told me that, they have no idea what the truth is too. So,
it's very frustrating. I would feel bad if I lived in the city of Apple Valley, knowing my taxpayer money was going to the police force there that can't seem to do basic things. I don't want to throw them under the bus, but Sidra did say that she did receive the cell phone back from Kamel as part of the evidence. And then she was quick to note that she says, I can't find the SIM card. The SIM card inside is missing. So
it was taken out.
So it was taken out. So once again, I don't believe whether it's the police department or the detectives are helping their cause. But it's because of the behavior. Once again, it doesn't add up. It's not professional behavior. It's just, I just can't imagine it being that goofy. So it's been frustrating. There's been a lot of things like that with the case. And once again, we don't want to point fingers and accuse, but we've got these pages opened up. The Justice for David Crowley and Gray State page has over 7,100 likes. It's being tracked from people from, I think it's 54 different countries. I think last I checked, it was 54 different countries are following this, the movement of this case. And David Crowley had a big name, had a big following worldwide. And that was the first thing that I wanted to tip off to. I was hoping that the investigators and detectives in this case knew. And then I talked to a family member too in law enforcement to say, I don't know if they have their head around the complexity of this case and what this all involves. And we never did ask the Apple Valley Police, but were they or do they feel that they were in over their head on this case? This is a big case with people following from all the states in the U.S. How many countries? I just mentioned 50-some countries are following this case around the world. It's huge, but the media will not touch it. The alternative media will not touch it. And that's our question. I think that's what our, if I would have a mission statement, so to say, is to keep this alive and keep the pulse on this case, because too many things don't add up.
Yeah, no, definitely. And that's the sad thing here is there is so much that just does not add up, man. It really doesn't. And I think the more that we talk about this, the more that we create a dialogue where we can all just talk about this, depending, it doesn't matter what our view is on this, but we should be open to that. And I do hope that, you know, some other people one of these days will join us if they have something to say, if they have something to add to it, because we have been following this case from the very start. That is true, but you know, so have other people too. And there's a lot of people that haven't been following this that can walk in at any point and just say, well, wait a minute, what about this? Well, let's talk about that. Well, okay, there's something strange happening here. And I think one of the big problems with the people who think that David Crowley is guilty is they don't even want us asking questions now. They want to move on. They want to just move on and have nobody ask any more questions. Well, it's not up to them. They don't decide when we get to stop asking questions. We get to decide that. And I'll stop asking questions when I get some damn answers. And I haven't gotten any yet. So here we are. And I'll be waiting. I hope 20, 30 years from now that Detective Gummert and I can sit down, have a cup of coffee, and talk about why he was wrong, and talk about why their investigation sucked, why it was just crap. It was garbage. I mean, come on. And that's okay, you know. But this is his job, and I'm not trying to get him in trouble or, you know, get him kicked out of his job or make him look bad or anything like that. But it's like, come on, man. You know, there's just so many simple things here. Even if we just talk about, you know, 2 or 3 of the basic things that Gummert did or didn't do or did or didn't see. How do you miss a bullet hole above your head? And then you don't know when you saw that bullet hole. Oh, yeah, I saw it, but I don't know the exact date. I mean, come on. Of course you know. How could you not know when you did or didn't see that? Obviously, you didn't see it on the 17th.
Let's touch base on that. Let's touch on for the newer viewers out there, and then we'll see if there's other people wanting to join in here too before we wrap up. But a very important piece of this case was police were there on the 17th of January and retrieved 2 bullets, one from Randy and one from Kamel, I'm assuming, and wrapped up the case and took off. 2 days later, the cleaners were there, and as they were vacuuming up the rug, a bullet, you know, fragment fell out of the bottom of the rug. They contacted police. Now it's the 19th of January, or the 20th, 19th or 20th, and they said, "Yep, this is a fragment of a bullet, 40 caliber. I guess we missed it, but thanks for giving us the heads up." Then the 19th. You
still don't see the bullet. Right. Okay. Go ahead. Finish.
So then they've accounted for 3 of the alleged 4 gunshots, bullet fragments. So 911 gets a call on January 19th. Apple Valley Police get a 911 call for suspicious person in the home. This is the Crowley home now. 2 days after it's been cleaned up, after the bodies are found, a neighbor sees a person in the house sneaking around. So as if the story didn't get any more strange to begin with, they find out somehow the person's name was Chris Klein. Chris Klein was in the house on the 19th. What was he doing? I don't know. We know that the house wasn't finished being professionally cleaned. It may have been started, but why was he in the house? They go to his house. He wasn't there. They leave a business card and say, "Call the detectives. This is for Chris Klein. I believe he lives in South Minneapolis. Give us a call. We want to chat." He waits till February 18th to call back authorities, which raises my suspicion right away. I could never get away with that. It sounds like they didn't try to get in touch with him again. He goes, "Hey, I'm ready to talk about the case. It's February 18th. He goes, "I was there because we saw a bullet hole in the ceiling." Officers say, What do you mean a bullet hole in the ceiling?" "Oh, above the front door, right where David's body was a bullet hole." We knew it went up into the attic, and so we opened up the attic door and crawled around looking for this fragment in the attic of the house. You should come by and take a look at it. They said, "Well, this is news to us. Where is it? We'll be out there right away." So officers come out now. This is February 18th. And folks, for listening, I'm not making this stuff up. This is right out of the police report. This is their words. The third time they go back, they look right above where they were standing, straight up, bullet hole, 40 caliber. They said, we didn't see that. They crawl into the attic, fish around, and find what turns out to be evidence piece number 57 in the case. Little evidence table tent number 57. They added a fragment they found in the insulation of the attic. They did the testing on the DNA. David's blood was on that fragment. That was the kill shot of David Crowley. So a month later, we have 3 visits by police to find, by other people finding them, bullet fragments from the case that total up now to the 4 bullet fragments. Most important, I would think, would be the David Crowley one. The others, I think, are lower importance, but you certainly would find a bullet fragment in the carpeting. I don't think they look too hard. But the one in the ceiling was literally, when you see the photographic evidence from the crime scene photos that were given to us, 464 photos show the officers right there where the body was of David Crowley near the entryway, and a picture taken of the doorknob to prove no forced entry once again, a picture of the wall, and a picture of the floor. Never once looked up. Now, what we see later, after the 18th, is new photographs that enter into the disc, the CD-ROM of photographs from the crime scene. All out of sequence, the naming convention, there's like 15 more photos of just the entryway taken on February 18th, of course, like they said in the picture in the police report. 18th, we went back. Sure enough, the camera evidence shows the camera was taking photographs on the 18th of February of the most important fragment around of the bullet hole right above their heads, with the fragment that some friends of David Crowley were messing around the house, and they saw this, and they went muddling around up in the attic trying to find this fragment. So I don't know where to even begin with that, but I just can't even imagine.
It's also not clear how police identified Chris Klein as that person who was in the house, because when Detective Gummert was asked, he just said unknown. So they don't know. Well, of course they know. Somebody knows. I mean, how does someone report a suspicious person? How does somebody know that that suspicious person is Chris Klein? And so that's always been another question that has never been answered. And we don't know who called 911 on January 18th.
We don't know.
We just know that
we don't know which neighbor called, but all they said was that they called in a report of a suspicious person in the home. Now, with the triple homicide or whatever went down in that house, I'd be sketchy as a neighbor too, looking out your window and finding someone. Obviously, they were either sneaking around or something in the house. So they called in. They found out it was him. How? You pose a great question, Greg. How do they know that person was Chris Klein in the house? Well, later we find out on the Facebook page, Mason Hendricks comes along and says, we know it was Chris Klein because we were there with him. 5 of us were there. We're all in the house.
So okay, wait. So there's 5 people in the house, but the neighbor only calls about 1 person. Wouldn't the neighbor call about 5 people in this house?
Well, we don't know if it was day or nighttime. And if it was nighttime, they maybe just saw 1 person, and the other people could have been up in the attic or down in the basement and may not have been in that side of the house. But the call went in for just a suspicious person, not plural. Mason went on to say that he confirmed it was the 19th, which remember now, the house wasn't professionally cleaned until the 20th or the 21st. Completed. It was, I think, started on Sunday, the 18th, wrapped up on the 19th or 20th when the bullet was found, and then wrapped up, I think, on the 21st. So why were 5 guys in the house snooping around up in the attic, enough so to warrant a 911 call? And then they said, oh, it's Chris Klein. Well, who else did police investigate that further? Why was 5 people in the house? What were you doing in the house? And why was Chris Klein in the house? If it was Chris Klein, why did he take 4 weeks to return a phone call to authorities? So, not saying Chris did anything wrong here. I don't even know Chris Klein. But once again, it's the behavior. If I had a business card tucked in my door to say, call this officer about the case, I'd call him the next day or the same day or at worst a couple days later. This guy waits a month and say, "Oh, I'm ready to talk now."
Well,
What
maybe.
do you think about it? Yeah, he finally.
Well, we also don't.
It didn't sound like the officers were making multiple attempts, and it sounds like Chris Klein wasn't making multiple attempts to call back. It says when we contacted him on the 18th of February is when we finally touched base. So it didn't sound like it was too prudent of a high level of importance. But he goes, "No, we're looking for a bullet." Well, which means the other 4 people in the house that were called for 911 never mentioned to police that they were indeed looking for a bullet. Only Chris does, which is a month later. So it's just it's a bizarre, very bizarre case, very strange. We'll keep on it, we'll keep providing updates to the listeners as we can move on with information. But it's hard when you don't get any answers, any straightforward answers on the case. What are your thoughts? We're going to wrap up here in a couple minutes. Greg, any finishing thoughts?
No, I just think we're gonna keep on it, and I'm looking forward to talking about this more. And I would love to hear other people's views on this case, and I'd love for them to continue to reach out to us and help us understand why maybe we are wrong, why maybe David Crowley is guilty. And I'm totally open to that. I'm open to the possibility that David Crowley is guilty of what they say he is. But you got to show me some evidence, man. You can't. I'm just not going to trust you. I don't care who you are. I just don't work like that. And I think there's many people out there who kind of feel that same way.
Very good, very good. Let's see if we got anyone else here joining us. We did send out the invite on a couple of the justice pages, so probably in the next 2 weeks we'll do this again and do the updates. I know there's a couple of Freedom of Information requests out there in the hopper that we should have back here early next week, and we'll discuss those types of topics as well as any new things that come up. But thanks for your time again, Greg, and if you have any other closing thoughts here, we'll wrap it up.
Nope, that's it. And until we meet again.
All right, for Greg Fernandez Jr., this is Dan Hennon. Today's June 4th. We'll be wrapping up our broadcast here. We'll be posting this and the links onto YouTube. Until next time, thanks for listening.